You could be. I feel like you're distracting me right now. You're a distractor.
Yeah,
I'm distracted, and
that
you're.
was my whole point. Is the conversation that is being triggered, is that part of the distraction? That go back to your point. Social media, Discord, you're talking about it. Yeah, full circle. No, I think we agree in a sense. You agree? NASA is a distraction.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I agree now.
There you go.
That was good.
We we made it. We made it. Because you brought up the topic, right? Like Artemis was what's gonna happen after NASA goes back to the moon again. You get that. I think one thing is gonna happen. People are gonna be distracted because, like you're saying, it's history in the making, isn't it? Welcome, whoever just joined. You got any questions about the topic? You can direct your question to Protect. Go right ahead. Welcome, Puddles. I just saw you jumping in, so I just say hi, Cuddles. You don't have to reply, bro.
Yo, Jimsy.
Hey, just checking in here. There's been some people talking. I've been talking to a few people, but it's been a little quiet. If I wasn't pushing the conversation a little bit,
It's okay.
it is okay.
Not a lot of people willing to come in to challenge their belief of the globe cult. So it is what it is.
Oh well, yeah. Well, I got Frog, a lady from the Middle East earlier. Getting that water lays horizontal, and yeah, she agrees the water is level. And then there's this other guy in here. Oh, I was asking this guy Protect because he brought up the Artemis. The Artemis, they're saying they're going to the moon, whatever. Be history in the making because it's gonna be the biggest rocket ever with a lot of fuel.
Yeah, it's not
Was
the biggest rocket compared to
it's
the
not?
other one. No, it's not.
Which one they're using?
The SLS is not the biggest rocket. Just height-wise, it's not the biggest one.
So there you go, Protect. It's not the biggest rocket because he say it was history in the making. So it's not history in the making, Protect.
I mean, it's the most powerful rocket NASA's ever built, but
That's
not
incorrect. It's the biggest
not the most
rocket.
powerful rocket ever. The Starship's the most powerful.
Whatever this guy's saying is wrong. It's the biggest one for a manned mission. So
It's not even the biggest one for a manned mission.
it is.
It's not. It's just not though.
Okay, well
Saturn
then,
V is way bigger than that.
no, it's not.
What do you mean it's not? That's just wrong.
Is it?
This is even like measurements. I mean, it is measurements, but it's not even like a debatable. It's just the measurements say.
Prove what you're saying. Stop talking. Post it.
Okay, I'll just.
Okay.
Are we gonna get like Mario 64 graphics, or is gonna be like 2026 version of
According-
graphics?
Yeah, it better be some good graphics too.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
just
we have
listing the
AI
height.
stuff.
I'm just saying, according to NASA, the SLS is 322 feet, and the Saturn V is 363 feet. That's just the height.
Okay. Hey, I didn't say it was the tallest. I said it was the biggest.
Yes, he said the biggest. Like she did. I mean, yep.
I'm pretty sure the Saturn V is bigger.
A little warmer.
Or-
Warm. I was
No,
pretty
it's
sure.
the SLS. Never
Yeah, he
mind.
did.
I was wrong there. It is the SLS.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, at least you admitted it. A lot of people won't do that, so good on you.
Good on you, Mario. You admitted that you're wrong.
I thought because the Saturn V was way taller, so I just thought it would naturally be bigger.
But what about, the surface of the Earth? Is it curving or is it not curving, Mario?
Alright,
Do you think you
I
could be
think
wrong
that's
about
right.
that? Do you think you could be wrong about that as well?
I wasn't talking about the surface of the Earth or anything. I was just that.
I know,
Also-
but that was page 1. Then we pass it to page 2. You were wrong about page 1. Let's check page 2.
His feet been put into the fire now we're down to the real stuff. Is it curving or not, Mario?
Is it curving or not? Well, I've yet to do my own measurements. I'm trying to. I have a.
Does it look like it's curving?
Does it look? I mean, I haven't tried. I haven't done any long range measurements. I haven't tested it. I don't know if it's. Me personally, my personal experience, I haven't tested it.
You've never been to a lake? You been to a lake day?
No, I've
What's
never
wrong?
been to a lake in my life.
Good Lord, I feel bad for you.
I've been to the
It's
ocean.
okay. You don't have to patronize him like that, bro. Don't feel bad.
I've been to the ocean, just never a lake.
And you think that water that you went to and you navigated across, right? You know how
Right.
that water behaves, right? Can you grab that water and put it on the outside of a sphere that is floating in the middle of nothing?
I was floating in the middle of nothing.
Or okay, let's put it like this. Can you grab that water and a
Yeah.
sphere, put them
Yeah.
together in a
Yeah.
vacuum, and get
Yeah.
an equation, something equal to what people think the Earth is, as they saw it on the TV? A spinning sphere with the water outside, right? In a vacuum. Can you do that with the water that you navigated across? Is that water doing that?
Pretty big ball, maybe. Have to be
So-
very big. Not even
you're
like
saying-
pretty big, like massive.
So you're saying that the ball has to, that ball, that sphere, has to be way bigger so it can change the physics of water and spheres that we know in reality.
I've had this conversation with you guys about a billion times. I'm
No,
just
with
gonna-
me.
All right. Okay.
Have you ever spoken about water? Do you mention
Yes,
water?
many
You
times.
said you've
I've
been
spoken about
to
water, gravity, the atmosphere. Can't
Wait.
have that next to a vacuum. I've spoken about just about everything. How
Okay.
those 2 oil rigs. I've heard those 2 oil rigs like way too many times.
Good. So now you know that when we speak about water, the real one, that is not the one that you saw on the TV that is on the outside of the sphere. Those are two different things, right? They don't behave the same. Maybe he cut out.
No, I just said
Oh, good,
alright.
Mario. So there you go. Just with water, just with the water that you already experienced, you know how it behaves. You know that it cannot be on the outside of a sphere, especially when, I mean, you know about water. You know the way it behaves. You know the Earth is also not curving. So you already know this. You just will have to check it then.
Check it. I mean, what happens if I check it myself and I do see curves? Do I
Maybe
get
if
my
you see curve,
$2,000 and my 2 Bitcoin?
no, it might be a pseudo curve, right? It might be a pseudo one because you can gather information and come to the wrong conclusion, right? You can do that.
To run my information by you and see if it looks good.
Yeah, run the information by many people to see what's the conclusion. But also you can do the invert of that. You can look through many examples, laser tests, long distance observations, and you can look through that and you can kind of picture what you are picturing to do, but other people have done it, and then you check it and triple check it.
I bought this camera. It does zoom. It's like it has a digital zoom, has night vision on it. I was thinking like because there's a mountain range near me. And I'll go far away and I'll go far away. Make sure the camera is as level as possible. Put it next to like water to show that it's level. And then
Good idea.
put a ruler, not directly in front of it, but like the 10 feet away, 10 feet in front of it to show the the height, and then put so that mountain range is behind the ruler and it shows the height of the mountain range above the camera, right? And then from there, I can see whether the drop over distance has that mountain range, where if it was flat, should be at the height just would be at the height.
That's really cool. Yeah, that's a good one. You know, that one was done, and there is a world record in infrared of that one. And the mountain range, if you do the math, it should be like over a mile behind the curvature. But it's observable at I think it's 200 and what is it? 280 miles or something like that from the French Alps to, I think it's from Italy to the French Alps or something like that. France to France or Italy to France. Across a body of water with an infrared camera. Basically what you're saying, but the world record of amateur photography, long distance. Have you seen it?
No, I have seen that. Yeah, they've told me about a lot of those.
Okay. That's an interesting one. It sounds like the one that you're trying to do. All the variables that you mentioned are there.
Well, as long as you say it's good, I'm gonna, if I do that, I see curve. I'm gonna try and cash in my 2 Bitcoin that guy promised me.
Oh yeah. But remember, you can see curve, but are you measuring it?
I'll measure it, and if it's exactly how much drop over distance it says, I'll like that has to be good enough. Like, what more could I do?
Yeah, it will have to be. Yeah, what else could it be? It couldn't be anything else. It will have to be that curvature.
I mean, yeah. What? Are you saying it sarcastically like you have an answer for that?
You know what's the crazy part? That you're not gonna see it anywhere to the exact rate, because there's always the globe is gonna tell you, yeah, there is atmospheric effects that are making the globe look flat. So you're gonna see flatness, but that's those are like air effects, atmospheric effects that you're seeing. That's why the globe looks flat.
Talking about like refraction, like when you put like a pencil in water and it's like bended.
That one you can demonstrate, but not the other one. You can demonstrate the pencil in the glass of water, but you cannot demonstrate the other one of the Earth doing that curvature to the refraction, whatever they're saying.
I'll do my test, see if I see it, and if I don't, well, yes, Earth's flat. If I do, I'm rich, and there's a globe. Need to actually see if I can even do this. You go to Google Maps. Yeah, there's a mountain near me, off the border of Mexico. Yeah, I could do that. Alright, I'll do that.
That's pretty cool. You go on a hike, bring someone with you.
Yes. And I'll tell you what I see.
Sounds like a fun activity, though.
It does. I want to be. I'm trying to be as unbiased as possible. Like if I just came upon this place and I'm like, okay, what's the shape of this world?
You
What
gotta
would I?
remember though, there's many variables, and from you're gonna do observations of landmarks because you're gonna be at a position that you're gonna be looking towards a mountain, and you're gonna try to do some math about the distance and if there's any curvature between point A to point B or whatever. I will say the best place that you could do something like that will be across a lake or across water. You said there's water, so yeah. Make sure there's
I mean, I do have a lake. I mean, I've a lake near me. Actually, no, I have been to a lake. It was just very, very small.
There's many days though. There's when the lady in the TV says today the visibility is 3 miles. There's weather conditions. Many days that you won't be able to see past a certain distance as
Well,
well.
I'm not trying to see whether or not I can or can't see the mountain. I'm just trying to see how much is the mountain been lowered by this supposed curvature.
Yeah, or the lack of that lower, whatever. Yeah, the lack of it. If it's not there, because it should be dropping away from you. But if it's not dropping away from you, so there you go.
And that's good.
The easiest.
If I do this and it turns out there is, I also want to make sure that's good, right?
Yeah, you should be able to demonstrate it with empirical evidence. You should be able to show all the variables, all the check and balances, because the opposite of the claim of the curve has been falsified. So the curvature of the Earth has been falsified by all of these tests. What you're doing has been done again and again and again and again. So now you're gonna do what other people did. You're gonna check.
And according to you, I'm not going to see
With your
any
own hands.
at all.
I haven't seen it, and I've looked through. I mean, long distances. I also seen many of the laser tests done by the military, universities, and many other people.
I don't know about those laser tests. I've been told they give very varying results, so I don't trust them.
You've been told, yeah. Well, if that's the case, that they're not accurate, right? All the militaries of the world wouldn't be using these lasers to, point from A to B, C to D.
Like you're saying they use lasers to do long distance surveys?
The militaries use lasers for targeting.
Like LiDAR?
They use LiDAR too. Yeah, that's they use many things. Lasers being one of them. Sorry, LiDAR another thing. Infrared. Yeah. line of sight lasers. Yeah, the military can point to a position with a laser for long distances. And there's actually tests for what you're saying. The laser will give you. There's a military test by university that they check different colors of the lasers, wavelengths of 3 different lasers to see if they're being affected and the colors are being affected by the air and the atmos, and they're pretty precise. So the lasers can be definitely used to point straight from one point to another. I mean, it obviously has its limitations, but you can do it far enough that you can come to the conclusion if the surface below it it's dropping or not, or is it horizontal. You can actually test for that using lasers.
Alright.
You're not gonna laser something in China behind the wall of China. You're not gonna hit it with a laser from America, right? It's not gonna go that far. But lasers will go 10, 20, 30 miles, even
What
further
happens
than
to
that.
light? Does it just like run out in the atmosphere, like just get scattered?
It will diffuse eventually. Diffuse. Light attenuation, and the laser will, it will kind of like get bigger and bigger. I forgot that term, but they kind of adjust the lasers and build cumulators, I think is the name. Kind of adjust for spreading of the light, or the cone thing that the light does. Cumulators. But to certain distances that you can determine if there's a drop of a distance in a body of water, yeah, that they do work for that. Yeah, long distance observations like the one you're talking about. Another example of what you're saying would be like mirrors across a lake. You could reflect the sun across a body of water, and per like, I don't know, if you're 10 miles or whatever. I don't know how many miles you could go to from one side of the lake to the other. You can reflect a mirror from one side to the other.
The only
And
one I can
you can,
realistically do is the one I just said, because I'm not gonna have the skills to get to a lake with that much distance where it can show like possible
oh,
curvature,
yeah.
and then
No,
set
no,
up a
no,
mirror on one side and then go all the way to the other side. I don't have the resources for that.
no. Just saying the examples, but yeah, the one that you're mentioning is a good one, and it has been done by many people. So yeah, you're gonna do another of those. Yeah, cool stuff.
Hello. I really like flat Earth.
That's
But
cool.
no, I didn't. Hello, is anybody here? Niggas don't know how to talk, bruh.
Yeah, we know how to. Oh, she's gone.
my goodness. I almost had a stroke right now listening to these TikTok flat earthers, man. Damn. Let me tell you guys what he was saying real quick when he was trying to prove to this Glover. He said that if you took him, the host of the room, and 4 other people and went to an ocean, he said, can you flip the ocean upside down? Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, what's up, guys? Welcome, people that just joined.
Hi guys, what is the topic? Can you hear me?
This call is flatter than the flat Earth.
All right, folks, wake up in here. Has anybody proved this damn globe yet? Anybody? My mic working.
Yep.
Can't tell, can't hear anybody. Y'all just shut up.
I said yeah, but I don't know how my connection is.
Oh, I hear you now. Sorry, Cuddle. Is that you? What's going on?
Yes, sir. Not a lot. Another day.
Just on the last drive of the night, so I'm probably not coming in too good. Saw that check in, see what's going on. We've got no heliocentric enthusiasts at the moment.
Seems not.
It appears they're getting less enthusiastic about this fake globe model. Weird. Well, I probably come in very good. I'll mute up. Hopefully somebody will start talking here soon. Anybody new on here got something to say? Think the Earth's a globe, whatever. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Anybody can hear me? My God.
It's obviously a spinning globe in the vacuum of space. Just walk outside, you can tell. Not.
online here. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Who's there? GMC? GMC or
Oh, hi.
you? Only you in here channel. Everybody is somebody else.
You mean most people are quiet? Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
What
there was
happened?
some conversation
I,
earlier, but most
this
people are. Oh,
yeah,
that's
this
her.
people is full member, but nobody is just be quiet.
You're asking what? What are you asking?
I know. I talk about this channel is everybody is to gathering here, but nobody.
Many times during the day there might be conversation. Other times there'll be quiet time. At the moment you're speaking and I'm replying. Other times people just don't have time to reply or are busy doing something else. But at the moment, if
Okay.
you have any questions about the topic, you're welcome to ask.
I want also about you. You prefer to flat or globe?
Me personally, I acknowledge the observations and demonstrations of the Earth as is, the way it presents itself to be. So we can measure that it's not curving, so it's not a globe, it's not a ball. And the flat is the description of a surface, a description of an
What?
orientation, which is horizontal, flat horizontal. So the Earth is not a globe because it's not curving. Get it? It's pretty simple though. Yes, no, maybe.
I'm sorry. I just leave that. Oh, what do you talk about before?
Well, you weren't listening.
Yes. I mean,
I said you asked about me, my position, and I'm saying that I acknowledge the observations of the surface of the Earth
yes.
as not curving based on demonstrations and observations and measurements of the surface of the Earth not curving, so it cannot be a globe.
But I think you prefer for it's globe, right?
Can you say that again? Can you say that again?
I think you prefer to choose a globe inside a globe, not flat Earth.
Damn, bro. I almost comprehend the rest, but I only get globe. Can you try to repeat what you said?
Yes, I think you prefer to choose a globe.
I think the Earth is not a globe, not because it's not curving, and a globe will have to be curving.
Not globe and not flat.
Flat is a description of a surface of a orientation. Surface of the Earth, a horizontal, flat frame of reference.
So, what are you believe, flat or globe? You
Oh my
choice.
god, didn't I just told you? How many times I'm gonna say the same thing, dude? I just told you. It's not curving, it's horizontal,
Oh,
so it's
so
not a
you
globe, not a globe.
yes.
What's the other option?
So you prefer to play with the horizon look.
I'm trying, bro, but you're gonna have to try to best to pronunciate. I don't know.
Sorry. You prefer to if our art is played.
Yes, it measures as a orientation that is flat, perpendicular to vertical.
Nobody to prove it. No evidence. Everybody to say in social media to say everybody to say to Earth is flat, but nobody can prove it.
You can use lasers. You can do long distance observations.
Yes.
And with just that, looking across the surface of water, you can see with the behavior of water and the physics of the world, you can tell that the globe claim is an impossibility.
Yes, of course. It's look before you look with your eyes to fill in your ecosystem, but the it's very big, and your eyes you
Yeah, it's very big. Yes, very big, right?
very
With your
big.
eyes, you already observe the reality that you live on, right? And then lasers, right? What I mentioned, lasers, and even other optics like infrared cameras and other opticals, telescopes, and many things. You can observe the surface of the Earth, and it confirms what you already observed with your eyes that it's not curving the globe.
Yeah.
And you can measure, and you can observe at a long distance, and you can use a laser as well, and it will confirm for you that it's not curving.
But with the laser or telescope is the proof it light. Just use laser.
Yeah, you use a laser. Yes, correct. And the laser makes it from point A to point B, and the ground or the water below it is not curving at a specific rate like the globe Earth should be curving. So yes, you can use a laser to demonstrate that it's not curving. Surface of the Earth is not. So yeah, you want to see an example? I can post an example for you.
No. Even whatever lah. Actually, I don't care about flat
Let
or
me see.
globe. Like
Look, I posted a laser video for you, and now I post.
yes, you send YouTube on the chat. You send
I
about
posted a paper called FE
I
Core.
haven't this.
So there you go. There's two examples for you to look into, and you can look at the test. There's many examples of this, dozens if not hundreds. You could do this yourself as well.
How can I invite someone to this VC?
You basically go to, let's see. You see the top of the VC when you minimize it, and you see the servers to the left and the channels in the center. When you go to English channel, you can see the group of people in this VC.
Oh,
And when you
it
click
says
that,
I see it,
oh
but
my
it's
bad.
not letting me share it.
Okay, let me see. I might be having the same issue as you. Let me see.
I can't invite any friends to this server.
It's possible that you require certain terms.
Yeah, you just join this channel. What problem?
Okay.
I mean, I just recently joined the server too.
I can see here on the top, the English hub, there is the search bar, and to the right of the search bar, there's an icon, and it says invite a friend.
Yeah, when I click on that, it says missing permission, so I don't think I have perms to invite people.
There you go. That's what it is. I'ma make a link, copy a link, and I'll
If you
send it
have an
to you.
invite link, yeah.
What's your username again? AlphaCat.
Oh, it's actually Hudja.
So I sent you the invite. Try that.
Oh, great.
Hopefully that works.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we talking about flat Earth here? Everybody's kind of just quiet.
We can, if you have any questions or any topics that you want to bring about, well, in relation to this one, you could.
I saw the topic title was "How can you have flat water on a globe?"
Yeah, how can you
Yes.
do that?
Gravity, right?
No, then it mean gravity makes the Earth flat? That's weird.
That's a good point.
You know, it will be impossible to have water on a spinning globe. It's impossible.
It's gravity, though, right?
So gravity made the Earth flat?
It's not flat.
Oh, it is. It's measured flat and it's used as flat, and planes can't land on it if it wasn't flat and stationary and not moving. That's right.
I can see what you mean, but it's a big place. You're not gonna notice the curvature.
Oh, so we don't see the curve? Is that what you're saying? It's so big that there's no curve?
There is a curve.
That's how you know it's there, because it's not.
Wow.
You can see the curvature.
No. Who told you that? Because I know you didn't see it yourself.
You can
You
see the
didn't see
curvature.
it.
No, you
I
can't.
mean, it could be like it could be
Is water curving?
it's called a pseudo sphere that he's looking at. Is his vision? He thinks that's the Earth. It's called the pseudosphere of the eye. You think you see a sphere, but that's not what you're seeing, though.
If the Earth is
You're
a
not
ball, is
seeing
the
over
surface
the.
of water curving?
Go on, my fault.
I was just asking if the Earth is a ball, does that mean the surface of water is curving?
Basically,
Where?
it's over a long distance, mate.
Well,
How far?
Size of the planet, bro.
Oh, so it's got 1 inch of curve over the entire planet?
So he just said the Earth is so big, it's the size of Earth so big.
I didn't say that.
How big is the Earth?
Yeah,
In
exactly.
That's a
You
good
tell us
question.
how big the Earth is. That's right. Good question.
You say it. No, you can answer that question. You're trying to prove me
No,
wrong,
you
mate.
have to
No,
answer.
let's
You said
we know what
see.
they say, Glover.
you know. You're
Wait,
the one who
wait.
said it's so big, and asking all these questions. We want to know how big it is.
We are trying to
Here,
prove me
okay,
wrong, mate.
let's do a calculation based on
No
what NASA
calculations.
says,
Let's
right?
measure something.
Well,
Let's
lady,
do
one
So
second.
measurements.
Earth is
1 second. Hey,
Let's
wait,
do
1 second. 1 second.
measurements,
Hold on,
not
Alpha Cat.
calculations.
1 second, guys. He said that we have to prove him wrong. But what have you brought forward as proof for anything that we have to prove it wrong?
There's no proof it's flat, mate.
Yeah, man, there is. I'll give you an example. How tall are you, Jessica?
6 foot.
6 foot. So when you're looking out over the water like a large lake or an ocean, how far away do you think the horizon is from your eyes at 6 feet tall?
Sorry, mate. Say that again.
If you're standing at the ocean or at a large lake or a sea and you're looking out over the water, how far away is the horizon from your eyes?
Well, again, mate, I don't know how big the Earth is, so.
Well, how far away do you think
That's
the horizon
why
is, right?
let's give him some actual numbers because he doesn't know how big the
I
Earth is.
told
So
him
if we put it into perspective,
he's 6 feet tall. The Earth
So
is
yo,
24,000.
if there's nothing, okay,
The
I see
Earth
what you're
is
saying.
so the Earth
24,000.
is
Hold
No,
on,
no, 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 no.
hold
I see
on,
what you're
hold
saying.
on.
If there's nothing
The
blocking my
Earth is
vision, I can see 6 foot above the Earth.
24,900. The Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference. It's 7,838 miles in diameter. All right.
Mhm.
So from your 6 foot eyes,
Yeah, I
how
can see
far
6
away
foot
is the
up.
horizon? How far away is the horizon from your eyes when you're standing at the shore of water?
I don't understand what you're trying. I don't get where you're
Wait,
getting
okay,
at, mate.
okay. He's
Just tell
asking.
him.
Okay, look, he's trying to just 1% at a time. He's trying to ask you how far when let's say you're at the beach and
Yeah,
you're
I know
staring
what
out
he's
into the
saying.
horizon.
How
So
far?
just answer the question. How far away do you think he is? He's gonna get to a point, but you need to answer the question
How
first for
long's a
him to
piece
get
of
to the
string?
point. What he's at, but see, you're asking a question with a question. Just try to be simple. How far do you think it is? Like, do you think it's like 10 miles? Do you think
He
it's
can
50
say he
miles?
doesn't know
Well,
as
as
well.
I
There's
said,
stuff that if you
I've-
don't know, you can say you don't know though.
And
there's
you
no
can say you
edge to
don't
the
know it.
planet, mate. If
Well,
that's
he
what
can
you're
say he
trying to
doesn't
say.
know,
No,
but
but
then
see, you're
now
assuming, you're
he's
just,
begging the
the
question.
problem right now, no, the problem right now we're having with this argument is that you're assuming what he's gonna say. Just leave all of your assumptions and just entertain it for a little bit, okay?
Well, I don't know the answer.
We entertained it for the last
Yeah.
40
Great.
years.
Here, I'll prove he's brainwashed.
Okay.
Right?
I don't
Hold
know.
on, Jasper.
Let's say I
Jasper.
don't
Jasper.
know.
Great. Okay,
Okay, you don't know.
guys,
Okay,
some good
okay.
faith. There we go.
Hold on. Okay, he doesn't know. So then he doesn't know the Earth is a globe. So anyway,
What?
Jasper.
Yeah.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
I didn't say it didn't curve. Don't put words in my mouth.
No, I'm just asking. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Flat, but I didn't say it wasn't curving.
But he's not saying that you did.
So,
I'm not
okay,
saying
the
you
Earth
did
would
it.
be flat if it didn't curve, obviously.
Okay. All right. Cool. That's it. That's all we're trying to figure
That
out,
wasn't
right?
hard to say. That wasn't hard to say.
Well, that's obvious, mate. I
Oh,
thought you had a
okay.
follow-up.
Oh yeah, we do have a
Oh,
follow
yeah,
up.
I do have a follow-up.
There's no measured
Yeah.
curve, so the Earth is flat.
Here, I've got a perfect follow-up. So if the surface of the Earth measures flat, then whatever's happening above the Earth only happens on a flat Earth. There's the
I
follow-up.
can say, I'll be honest with you. I can understand some of your points, but the majority of them is like you're asking me how far I
You,
can see. Can I see
you
off
got
the edge
any
of the
Earth
planet?
curvature measurements?
Is
Because
what you're
it
saying.
measures
The
flat.
reason why that matters, Jasper, the reason why that matters is when you say the Earth is a globe, you're basically saying that land is finite, right? And also, if you're saying that it curves, so there has to be an objective like measurement of how long it takes for you to like see the curve or like to stop seeing things in the distance, right? It's like after how many miles do things start dipping over the edge, right?
I can't answer that question, but you can definitely see a
Well,
curvature.
Where?
no. But what we're saying is we're working with actual numbers because there's an actual formula. Like at every 8 miles, guys, what is it? I think it's every 8 miles, 2 inches should dip below the horizon
It's
or
8
something.
inches per mile
Yeah,
squared.
8
yeah.
inches per mile.
You gotta correct the
I got it
point.
flipped.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if you're saying if you had a microscope,
He
if you
said
had a-
that we see a curvature, but the measurements that supersede what you are perceiving to see,
okay,
the measurements of that thing that you're observing, the step by step, meter by meter, feet by feet, those measurements show you that you're not seeing a curve.
Yeah.
okay,
What
so
kind of measurement?
if you
Which one of
Even though
would,
you
measurements?
don't see
this
a
is a
curve.
question.
Like if you were to take like a super ultra zoom camera
Yeah, this
and
is
go
my
and like let's say
question.
you can zoom in and you can see a person on the other side of like this really really vast body of water, right? And the buildings are still standing perpendicular to the ground, then you whether your mind sees curvature or not, the facts are that that's still a flat surface. Do you
If
know
I
what I
was on the
mean?
coast of east coast of Ireland, right, which is not too far away from
Uh-huh.
me, and I had a perfect telescope, right, it could see forever, for example.
Mhm.
Could I,
No, you
Yeah.
and I
can't see
looked through that, could I see New York City?
No. You can't see through the thickness of air forever. Air, though it is mostly transparent, over distance it becomes more and more opaque. There's
Given,
limitations to vision. There's something called the extinction of light through a medium. It's just something you have to deal with.
and then that's
But
what
like
gives you the impression of a
hypothetically,
horizon, is what you're saying?
No.
No.
The horizon is an optical phenomenon, not the geometric limit of the globe Earth. The actual definition of a horizon, if you look it up in the dictionary, it says it's the apparent location where the Earth and sky meet, which means it's not always in the same location every time due to atmospheric conditions.
Also, if you notice, and you can actually do this on your own, no matter what altitude you're at, your eyes, sorry, the horizon is always going to be at your eye level.
No, that's a bad argument. It's just a bad argument. The
I mean, if
horizon
you're like
extends
standing,
further up the higher up that you go, but it doesn't rise to eye level.
well, I mean, when you're looking out, like you can still see the horizon. Like it just gets more like,
No,
I don't know, like further
it
apart or
extends out.
something.
It just extends out. It just continues to extend further and further out.
Instead of like the horizon like curving over like from side to side, right?
You'd have to understand how vision works. Your eyes are spheres, so everything
Like
in
let's
your
say you were
vision
on
looks
like
curved.
let's say if you were like on a hot air balloon, right? Like you would
It
still
would just
see like,
extend. It would just extend further out.
but
It's
you would
something
still
called.
see like a
It's something
flat
called.
line where the
Hold on.
sky meets it, right?
It's something called the vanishing point. The horizon is horizontal.
Epstein, fuck Jules.
Fair enough.
So the horizon is horizontal, and horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. So you can't have 90 degrees on a sphere. We got Professor
No, I
Triangles
feel
over
like
here for that.
if you were to, let's say if you were like on a hot air balloon, right? And then you
I've
go
been in a
up,
hot
it's
air
like
balloon. It
this,
just extends out.
but it's still flat. Like you still see where the sky meets like the earth, right?
It's just a horizontal line.
This is the
extends out.
dumbest argument I've
Isn't that
ever
the
heard in my life
horizon?
from
I
both
know.
sides. The dumbest argument ever.
It's just
What
a
do you mean both
horizontal
sides?
line that extends out. Everything converges into the horizon. The conjugate focal plane. The horizon is a vanishing point to
I
your
think,
vision. I think you think too
right?
much.
What do you mean?
Like at some point, you just have to take a stance on knowledge, and you have to stand on what you can prove, not what you think or believe.
No, I've seen it with my own eyes. Like I've tested it.
How'd you test it?
You're a liar.
Okay, so no, I'm not.
Oh, let's hear the test. Let's hear the test. Go ahead, lady. Let's hear the
Okay,
test.
so for example, when I'm standing, let's say if I'm like at a beach, right?
By the
Then
way,
the
we hold flat
horizon
earthers
is,
accountable too.
if I'm like at a beach, right? And
Uh,
in front of me, I can only see like, let's say like some like hills or like some, I don't know, some trees
You're
in front
looking
of
out over
me,
water.
right?
How are they? How are trees out in the middle of the water? Out in the middle of the ocean?
No, like across the water, I'll still see that, but it's like I'm not gonna see the sky meeting the water. I'm gonna see the sky meeting like whatever
So
is above the
this
water
must
on
be
the
a
other side.
hypothetical that she sees trees across the ocean because
No,
everybody in
it's
the
not.
whole
I
world
actually
never saw
no,
that.
I'm from West Virginia. I'm from West Virginia. We're
Oh, so
near the
you don't have an
Shenandoah
ocean?
River.
Yeah, you don't have an ocean, so don't
You
use
No,
that
don't have.
as
so
You
an
don't even have a
example.
beach.
we
You
have
got
no,
mountains with
we
coal
have
in them.
listen, I had to do whatever I had to when I moved here when I first went down the flat earth rabbit hole. Okay, so cut me some slack, guys.
Well,
You guys are really
we're trying
condescending
to.
for like,
We're trying to, but
yeah,
like this is a
I've been nothing
hypothetical
but I'm trying to
observation,
be
right?
nice, but you guys are being really
This
condescending right
this
now, and I don't
this is a
appreciate that.
hypothetical. This is a hypothetical
I'm telling you real
observation.
hard facts, like basically what I did.
Okay, what did you do again? You were standing at the
Okay,
ocean and you
so
saw trees out in the
not
ocean.
I wasn't at the ocean. It was a beach. It's like called a beach or whatever, but it's
Okay.
like
A
it's a
lake.
part of the Shenandoah. It's part of the Shenandoah River water channel or whatever.
How far
And
away were these trees?
across the whole thing, I would say maybe it felt like 2 miles.
Okay, that's not far enough to see Earth curve.
I'm not saying I saw the curve. What I'm saying is first I was trying to see like, okay, like we always see the horizon is always flat. Like no
The
matter how
horizon would
far
have been
back
at
you
3
go.
miles, not 2 miles.
Yeah. but it's still flat. It's like what I'm trying to say is that it's still from like one like side of my peripheral all the way to the other side of my peripheral, and it's completely flat. And then
I'm muting.
what?
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
I'm still here.
I think they
All right,
muted
so
it.
you saw
Oh.
trees 2 miles away. The Earth curve should have been 3 miles away, so you saw trees before what should have been the Earth curve.
I didn't see any curve. I'm talking about the horizon being at eye level. I'm not talking. I
Where's the
never said
horizon?
my argument was the curve. I'm saying that the horizon is like right, like at eye level.
Okay, the horizon. If there's a hill in front of you, you're not looking at the horizon.
It's still like at eye level.
No, no,
Yes, it is.
no.
I can send you a picture of it, actually.
All right, and then show me a level next to it showing that it's out.
I mean, I already took this picture so long ago. How am I going to show you that?
Well, that's how you determine whether or not it's at eye level. Is it's level with the level?
I think you can tell if something is eye level by like just standing there and just deciding this is at my eye level.
Yeah, that sounds real accurate.
We can imagine whatever we want. We're about empirical evidence here.
No, I think
You can send your picture.
flat Earth is
Pictures are
also
pretty.
about what you can like see for yourself, you know?
Yeah, you can observe what it appears to be eye level, but you gotta remember the horizon, the ground below your feet, the ground is not eye level, okay? So you're saying that
I'm
the
not
ground,
I'm
when you're
saying
saying
like the
horizon
what
is eye level, you're saying the ground is eye level.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I think you guys know what I mean. If I'm like standing, like on top, like wherever the clouds, when
It's
like the
just not
clouds
eye
are like
level
coming
though.
down, you can see where the sky meets like what's on the earth. Even if it's like a mountaintop, like let's say you can see mountains like in the far distance. Like I don't have to tilt my head up to like look where the sky meets the mountains if they're far away enough. I can still stand completely straight with my head completely straight, my neck is straight, and the horizon touching the mountains is like still at eye level.
And the ground still below your feet.
I'm
The
not talking
mountain's
about
still above
looking
your
at the
head.
ground. I'm talking about like when you're looking at it from the perspective of where you're standing miles and miles away. Like obviously, okay, if I'm standing right there at the mountains, it's not at eye level. But when you're staring off into a distance, the horizon, no matter where you're standing, like the furthest point of the horizon is always going to be at eye level.
Gosh. How did this even begin? What is the point? What are we talking about?
That
She was talking about the horizon always,
people
no
believe
matter
the
how high
earth
you
is
go.
round.
Hold on. No matter how high you
People who
go,
believe
the horizon always rises to eye level. That's where we got. That's how we got here.
Okay,
Yeah, and I
and what
was
would
trying
that
to
help
say
us
that
prove?
the argument that round Earth would make is, if you go up high enough from the Earth, if you were to go up in an altitude high enough, then you'll be able to start seeing the horizon go below you and it'll start to curve. That's when you can see it. That's why when you're in outer space, you can see the roundness of the Earth.
You've been to outer space, have you?
No, I haven't, but that's what they're saying, that
Oh.
like, the higher you go
Well,
up, or like when you're in a plane, for example. If
who
you're in a
cares?
plane, you can see the curve.
Who cares? No, you can't, by the way. But the point is there any Earth curve to measure? Because that's more important than perspective. I think we should just get some Earth curve to measure.
Could I butt in quickly?
Okay.
I was just thinking, right? Maybe a few more of you could jump in as well. I actually just want to learn something a little bit. But do you all believe, and this is a genuine question, that everything's like a one big lie? They like
No.
so why would they lie about that?
Do you think that they're lying?
So you admit the Earth is flat?
Why is why
So
is the general?
you concede that the Earth is flat?
You know what I'm saying, mate? I'm saying why is
No.
everyone believing the Earth is a globe when it's flat?
Well, probably because they were told and they didn't check.
By who?
Well, probably most of the West, at this point, most of the Western world, most nations actually teach the children at a very young age that the Earth is a globe. But nobody actually checks to see if there's any Earth curve and if the Earth is a globe. So they stick with whatever they were told and taught, and they never bother to check.
There's a lot of scientists out there cleverer than me and you and everyone in you.
You're
And it's
lazy,
just-
great.
bro. You're lazy.
So if you appeal to your priest, will that still make the Earth? Will it make your Earth curved, or should we go ahead and measure it and see if it's flat or curved? Which one should we do? Believe people or test? Which one do you think is better?
Test, and I feel like there's a lot more scientists that believe it's
Okay,
round.
great. Well, then they're wasting their time, because why would you use a scientist to do something that has to do with geometry?
What?
What if I show you a scientist that says the Earth is flat?
There's more of them that think otherwise, mate.
Who cares what they think? Did they test it? How about you get us one of their Earth curve measurements? How about you do that?
I think you could do that, mate.
Okay, well, this is your claim, not mine. I mean, I've already checked, but
Not
apparently
claim,
you
bro.
haven't. So, it's
No, my
so.
point
What is it? Is
no,
it?
I was just it no need to be hostile, bro.
I'm
just
not
saying,
hostile, but
shouting,
you're
bro.
saying, yeah, you're just saying, people that I don't know, who I've never asked, who have never shown me any information. Hopefully, they exist and they prove the globe, because I can't find it anywhere. That's what you basically told me, and I'm supposed to buy that?
It's difficult. I'm just saying, why is it one massive lie?
Well, so you concede it's a lie. I don't know. People lie for all kinds of reasons. Why do you think they lied?
I don't think they lied, mate.
Oh, okay. So you've tested and measured the Earth to find the Earth curve, then?
It's just no. I don't. You obviously before you thought it was flat. You thought
It's
it was a
just
globe,
easier to
right?
believe it, right?
Yes, I did. Exactly. And then I checked, and then I went to see and check if anybody's actually measured it. And it turns out nobody has. The people that I thought, those scientists that you're talking about that have done all the work to measure the Earth,
I'm playing
I thought
devil's
they
advocate,
existed.
mate.
So
I'm here to learn.
I checked. Oh, I'm being a devil's advocate right now. I thought I was you, or I thought just like you. So I thought, oh, somebody has done this. Turns out, nope, nobody. Just a story, just a concept, just mathematical magic.
I don't think.
And all they ever did was tell you that the Earth was too big to see.
Sorry.
All they ever did was tell you that the Earth was too big to see Earth, and you believed them. Of course, you were 7, but
I mean, everyone you once believed there was a globe, mate.
Yeah.
I know, it's just you don't have to be hostile when someone's,
It's not about being hostile. It's about you thinking this is stupid.
I didn't say I didn't say that at all, mate.
I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah, we can all hear it, dude. You're coming in here saying, why would they lie? It's an argument from incredulity. Do you know what that is? It's a fallacy. So you've come in with a fallacy and asked us a question with no evidence to prove otherwise.
I'm asking.
So why would they lie? I have no idea why people lie ultimately. But what I do know is that the Earth is measured to be flat.
If your girlfriend cheated on you and she lied about it, would you ask why she would lie, or would you say, oh, she cheated?
I haven't got 7-8 billion girlfriends, mate, so.
Well, just answer the question, man. You would dump her just because.
Why are you being so hostile and dismissive?
Right? Yeah, why are you being hostile?
It's arbitrary. You're saying if my girlfriend cheated.
So you don't need to know why somebody lied. You don't need to know why somebody lied.
I'm asking why 8 billion people are lying.
No, why would they all be lying? Most people, if not almost all people, are just like you. You're stupid and lazy.
See, yeah, that's, again, hostile. It's belittling.
It's not hostile, man.
You'll never convince anyone when
It's
you're
the
being
truth.
condescending.
Oh,
You're lazy.
oh,
You haven't hurt my feelings.
You're lazy, bro.
oh.
It's
You don't even know
I came in
how
here
big
with
how big
different
is the Earth? I
expectations.
said how big it was earlier. How big is the Earth?
That was me.
Alpha Cat, you're a hot monkey.
Oh, sorry.
Doing the dishes.
My bad. Yeah, just doing some dishes.
Anyway,
Right.
so yeah,
No,
do you know how
I
big the
think
Earth is supposed to be?
I came here far from intending any arguments, mate. It's just I ask a
Well,
couple
I mean,
questions
in order to know the
honestly,
Earth is
and I just
flat,
get.
first you would have to understand what dimensions they're giving you in the first place.
If I knew I had to measure the planet before I joined this Discord call, I probably would have.
You've done it already. You just never thought about it.
Done what?
Measured it. You've looked out over the water and you've seen things really far away and said, "Wow, can't believe I can fucking see that. The Earth is huge."
I have to turn you up a little bit, brother. You're a little bit quiet.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So you have seen it and measured it yourself. You've looked out over water before.
I haven't.
You said, "Oh my God, the Earth is really big. I cannot believe I can see that thing really far away. That is really far. I can't believe how big the Earth is."
What? When did I say that?
So you've never been to the ocean, you've never been at a large lake, body of water,
Yeah,
even
that's
over the
not what he said,
land. You've
though.
never seen, right? So you've never had long distance observations where you've seen things in the distance
I've seen
that
the
are well
horizon.
beyond the geometric, not the horizon, dude. Good grief.
I've seen things.
It's weird. It's weird. I was talking and I was making a point, and you decided to jump in with the horizon, and I wasn't even talking about that.
Carry on then.
Uh-huh. So you've been on the Earth, I assume, and seen things far in the distance that were probably well beyond what would be obstructed by the Earth curve, but you never thought about it, did you? But I can't speak for you, right? So,
did you just say you've been on the Earth?
holy cow, dude! I'm talking to somebody else, and you're busting in here asking
that
questions
was
that I can't
hilarious.
even understand. Holy cow!
So
anyways,
yeah, go on.
So, anyways, you already experience the Earth every day as at least stationary, and you've never even bothered to account for any kind of curvature at any point in your entire life. But you believe it, right?
Okay.
Okay. So if someone tells you that the Earth is spinning but you don't experience it, and they tell you that it's a ball but you'd never seen the curvature, what are you supposed to do after that? Do you go, they were probably right, I just should ignore it and move on with my everyday life? Or you go, that's interesting. Let me check and see what the size of the ball is I'm supposed to live on and see if I'm actually supposed to see this stuff in the distance. And how come the Earth isn't moving? You got to start asking reasonable questions. If you care. Maybe you don't care. I don't know.
I absolutely. I came here to learn. I wouldn't be in here if I was
Okay.
interested in learning.
Okay. Well, then I'll help you out. So the Earth is supposed to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now, this is not my claim. This is just the number that we're given. So from the core of this ball to the edge, it's supposed to be nearly 4,000 miles, 3,959. And that means geometrically that every distance to the horizon, if the horizon is supposed to be the Earth curve, which is the claim, that's why they have Earth curve calculators to give you the distance to the horizon based on your height, is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's supposed to be the distance to the horizon based on your height. So we've made it really easy. We went out to the ocean. We put a camera at 1 foot. That means that the horizon should be the leading edge of the ball, and that should be blocking out the boats and the buildings and everything out in the distance. It's supposed to be at 1.22 miles. In the side chat, I'm going to post an image for you. This is off the coast of Santa Barbara, California. This is a 1 foot observer height. We have 2 distance demarcations. These are 2 oil rigs. Okay, so they tell us that one of those from the observer is 6.21 miles. The other one is 9.41 miles. In this particular photograph, can you tell me where the horizon is?
Is this in the general chat?
Yes. Oh, it's in our chat, side chat.
It's in our little bubble chat. If you look where the disconnect button is, right next to that, you'll see like a chat bubble. And then your microphone mute and unmute.
Okay, I got it. Hang on. Yeah, I got it. Let me go all the way down.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
is it the oil rig?
The horizon, which is supposed to be the Earth curve, the horizon, the thing that's supposed to block out the boats and the buildings because, that hump of the Earth is going to be blocking stuff out, physical obstruction, should be at 1.22 miles based on the globe. Now, I'm not saying at 1.22 miles everything disappears, but that's when things are supposed to start disappearing, bottom up. Can you tell me in this photograph where the horizon is in relationship to these oil rigs? The definition of the horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the sea. No, the horizon. You know where the sky meets the sea or the Earth? That's the horizon. Yeah. Where is that in this photograph?
Is it the black just above the water?
The black above the water. What do you?
Where
does the sky appear to meet the water? The black strip. I don't necessarily see a black strip.
Am I looking at the right photograph, boys?
At 57 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, the oil rig.
No, we're not talking about the oil. Yeah, the picture with the oil rigs. So yeah, we'll give you multiple choice here, just so we kind of clarify what you're looking at. Is it A, B, or C?
Oh, perfect. Okay. I was looking at A.
Okay, A. So that's behind the oil rigs, which is beyond 10 miles when it should be, according to the globe geometry, at 1.22. And 1.22 isn't even in this photograph. So if we have an observer at 1 foot and the horizon is beyond by at least 10 times where it should be, then the Earth is not a sphere. It's flat, like you always observe it.
Okay. So is it? What was you saying? It's a matter of thickness of the air that you cannot see further.
There's a lot of reasons. What do you mean see further?
Remember, I brought up the point, the theoretical point. If you had like a perfect telescope, you could see all the way through. You couldn't see it because you couldn't see it anyway because of the air thickness or something. Was it?
Well, there's some limiting factors to how far we can see. Most of it is based on angular size of whatever it is that we're looking at. So, you might be standing in front of a bus, but if you move a mile or 2 miles away from the bus, it's pretty frickin' small. So that's usually the limiting factor. At 10 miles, you're going to have a hard time seeing that bus at all. So that's mostly what we deal with. But the other things are the angular attack to the items once they get so small. The other thing is, the air, can have humidity or dust or pollution or whatever. But even the air itself, without all those factors, is not completely transparent. It has a limiting factor. The light cannot travel through it after a certain distance because it just becomes so thick. So it's opaque. It's not completely transparent. So, 250 to 300 kilometers or miles, I think it was kilometers, that's where you cannot see through it. It's kind of like a wall. But we're not dealing with that here. This is just 10, 20, 30 miles.
So, if, say you had the cliche picture of the globe, right? You had just a pure circle, right, of the picture of the planet, right? And you drew a line straight across the top of it, coming off, obviously. Can you see? Is what you're trying to say? You should be able to see further than that, than where the horizon. It's easier for me to. I can't quite draw it. Say you put a line on top of a circle, right? But we're sitting on the planet, obviously, and you look, you can only see as far as the curve goes, apparently. But what you're saying is, realistically, you should be able to see further than where it curves off.
You should be able to see where it curves off. No, the Earth curve is going to start blocking things further.
Yeah.
I guess I'm having a hard time picturing what you're saying.
I
When you
could have
say
explained it a bit better. I find this difficult to explain. I'll see if I can find a photograph. It's all right, mate.
When you talk about a line, let's say that we're looking at a picture of
but the line
a sphere Earth.
The line was interpreting our sight of vision as if you were standing on the planet.
Yeah, okay, so you're standing on it, and you're looking across the surface?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, if
The
you
line
are
is just
looking...
showing which way you would be looking.
Yeah, so if you were looking in a straight line, and you were standing on the surface of the Earth, then in theory, you should be seeing out into the space.
You should be seeing further than where it curves off, is what I'm saying.
Well, you'd start to be looking out into outer space.
That's what I'm saying. So we should be able to see into space. Is my point. If it was a,
yeah,
essentially, I might have found a perfect photo of it.
Okay.
Right, brother. I've literally just Googled it, and this is explaining exactly what I've trying to explain to you. By chance, that just came up as well. Right. Oh, you've put another one in there as well. Yeah, mate, that's exactly what I was going to send. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty
much. So, what are you trying to tell us with this
the true
image?
horizon? That's what... Oh, no. So, astronomical horizon, that's what I would believe as a globe earther, right?
Why would you believe that? Is that what you experience?
Is that what I'm asking? Is that what I would believe?
No, this has to do with celestial navigation. So the astronomical horizon is a little bit different.
Oh, my fault, guys. I'm learning as I'm going right now.
You're under the impression that
I think I need to be in here a certain amount of time before I send a photograph.
You're under the impression that if you're looking through the sky, you're looking off into space.
Yeah, that's what a globe. That's what you'd think if you believed in a globe. Is what I'm saying.
No, what we're telling you is that the belief and the claim about the globe from the globe side is that the horizon itself, the thing that looks like it's dividing the sky and the ground, that's supposed to be the Earth curvature blocking out the boats and the buildings. But it's not there. It's not where it's supposed to be. In fact, it's moving around. It changes location from day to day, weather to weather situation. Oh, yeah, it moves. Its apparent distance moves constantly. So you know that picture that I just showed you a second ago?
The oil rigs?
I'm gonna show you another one. Same height, same location, different day. Now, why has the horizon moved, and why does it look like it's blocking out one of the rigs?
Oh, it does. Yeah, it looks lower.
Here's a
so the horizon
video.
Is that rising sea level though?
Here's a time-lapse video of a horizon.
That's why it's quite hard to use water because it arises, doesn't it?
Hey, Jasper, just
not
so
that
you know,
dramatically, not that dramatically, obviously.
If the Earth is no longer a ball, the entire story about outer space and where the planets are, how far away they are, where the sun is, that whole entire story is wrong. You throw it out the window.
Is this video I'm looking at the GIF? What am I looking at exactly right here?
Do you know about this?
It looks like it's floating.
Skunk Bay.
Sorry?
So in this GIF, it's a time-lapse video of a location called Skunk Bay. And what they do is they show throughout the day that as atmospheric conditions change, the horizon moves up and down.
Oh, so these buildings, this piece of land is actually moving?
No, it's not.
It just looks that way.
Oh, okay.
It just looks that way due to optics. Go ahead, Sisu.
Yeah, so it just appears to move because the conditions, the heat, the Even the tides themselves, they have an effect on what you're seeing optically. So, and if you look at the very top, you know where that real horizon is, that little bit of blue behind the land right there, that's the true horizon. That's actually where ultimately the sky is supposed to meet the sea, and it's shifting up and down. So your horizon is going to change height, change apparent distance, all that stuff. It's not the Earth curve.
Oh. And these lines, the lines on the GIF on the video, they're just there to
They're just
prove it's
demarcations to
moving.
show you that it moves up
Prove
and
it's
down.
moving.
Yeah.
Right.
The camera's stationary.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to kind of like at least let you know as a heads up, we don't believe in outer space.
No,
We
yeah,
see
this
the
is why.
stars.
Oh, yeah,
Hold
that was a
on,
little question.
hold on.
Go on.
We see this. We see the stars and the planet, sun, just like you do. They all move across the sky. That's exactly how everybody experiences
Are
it.
we in a firmament?
But we don't have a story. I don't know what a firmament.
Is it like the glass over?
We're in a physically contained system because you can't have gas
like a
pressure without
glass?
I'm telling you, I don't know, man.
It's like a
You just
half
can't have
sphere
gas.
above the flat Earth.
You can't have gas pressure without a
Okay.
right.
Because all the things you show me are really interesting.
If I sell you a wheel, and it's just a rim, and you're like, hey, where's the tire? I said, don't worry, gravity's going to hold the air around the rim of your. You're going to call bullshit, right?
Right.
You have to have the rubber, and then that rubber is going to contain air inside of it, hold the pressure.
I don't understand that explanation very well. You know the air would be in the tire, right?
Right. And then what happens if you pop a hole in the tire?
It comes out.
Right. So the idea of having the air that you're breathing right now coming in and out of your lungs next to the infinite vacuum of outer space, the air should have left Earth a long time ago before you were born and fucked off into outer space.
The oxygen, you mean?
All of it. Nitrogen, carbon dioxide.
Doesn't that bleed into the gravity thing, though?
I mean, gravity.
If something's a certain mass, it attracts a lot of energy, a lot of air.
Like I said, if I hand you a rim and I tell you that it has,
it's not big enough though, bro. If it was a rim the size of the planet, it probably would. Do you know what I mean?
Again, you're gonna
but
have
that's just yeah. We can't prove that. I mean, neither of us can prove our points on that.
No, I can demonstrate gas pressure with a container. You can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container. If I take a vacuum and I suck all the air out of it, right, and then I put just a little bit of air back into it, the air that goes into it's not going to lay down on the ground due to the Earth's gravity.
I know, but you have an atmosphere, don't you? Planets have an atmosphere due to the size, and they contain everything in there. That's why it's harder for rockets to re-entry and they burn up.
What do you think gases are?
What do I think gases are?
Re-entry and burn up. What are you talking about?
Well, re-entry. If a plane comes down, if you come straight from inner space, it's going to burn up. Anything.
Space is fake. So now try that sentence again.
Well, there we are, mate.
If you come from if you float down from Narnia, then mushrooms will make you fly.
Who's the guy I was just speaking to? Who's having a nice conversation then?
Because he likes to let you walk down. He likes to let you walk down the Rainbow Road sometimes. I like to pull the rug out from under you.
Yo, where's that guy? Where's the guy?
There's no outer space, man.
I know.
No outer space.
Yeah, but I believe this is what I mean. I'm here to learn, mate. I believed in a globe Earth. This is why I'm here
I
to learn.
used to believe
And
it
you
too
just
until I
learned.
realized.
And you just learned that space is fake. Now write that on your notebook.
Why is he being so hostile, bro?
He's not being
You
hostile.
said
You're
you
just
came
being
here to learn. I told you to write it down on your notebook that you're taking notes in. Space is fake. You learned that one today. Put the date down.
Yeah,
If
when
you
you're in
don't
school,
learn,
mate, and you
if
got
you
a
don't
bad
learn,
teacher,
he's just
you
gonna
learn to
smack your hand
dislike
with
the
the ruler.
topic, don't you? So if he was a
If
little
you don't,
bit more
if
friendly,
you
I'd
won't
go in.
learn, if you won't learn, he's just gonna smack your hand with the ruler.
Well, I'm learning,
You
mate.
gotta
I've been
learn.
here 30 minutes. This is what I
Straighten up,
mean,
man.
brother. I'm here to learn, and it's just hostile, bro. You're very kind. You're
I'm trying
teaching
to
me, bro.
help you learn.
You're not, mate. You're being undermining.
No, he's not. You're just taking it to heart, man.
He's come on, guys. I made a valuable point then. I said, when you're younger, when you was in school, when you was younger, if you have an horrible teacher, you learn to dislike the topic. So if I'm in you and I have nice teachers around me, I'm going to start to enjoy the topic a bit more. When I'm being undermined and condescended, condensation.
If you want to know the truth, you're gonna go out and look for it because you want to know the truth, regardless of.
I know, but I was enjoying that. I was enjoying our little discussion there, and it's just when people butt in,
See, the great thing about
I'm
the
not
truth
butting in.
is the great thing about the
I'm just
truth
going to
is
mute him.
your
Actually,
emotions don't matter. Your feelings don't matter when it comes to.
my feelings are fine, bro. It's just that when I try to have this conversation with someone,
Well, you called him hostile. You're getting all upset because you're calling him hostile. You're focusing on the wrong thing.
After
You
he was
should be
hostile.
upset. You
I'm
should be
not
upset because no. You should be upset because you spent your entire life believing the Earth is a globe.
Well, I'm here to learn, mate. And do you know what I mean? It's just there was no. I've already muted him now, but there was just no need for him to just.
Oh yeah, you can't be muting me because if you mute me and I can't talk over you, we're gonna get rid of you.
I know, mate. I'm here to learn. You seem like a really nice guy, bro. You've taught me a lot of things since I've been here. I'm enjoying this discussion, bro.
I'll keep it real simple for you, man. When you're 6 feet tall and you're standing out over water, the horizon where the Earth curve begins is supposed to be 3 miles away. So now all you got to do is just go down to some water and go make some observations. And if you start seeing things 10, 15, 20, 50 miles away, problem.
Okay, so I'm not far from a coast actually, and it overlooks. I could do it. I can.
You're from the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I'm in Wales, which is on the edge of the country. So.
Hi, Bob.
Well, you don't have to be. You don't have to be very specific, man.
Hi, Bob.
It's actually. Hey,
I have the option though. I
actually
could look
prefer
over the
that you
entire
don't.
Pacific if I needed to.
Hi, Bob.
We just prefer you don't dox yourself. That's all. We want to keep you. Believe it or not, this is a very emotional conversation for a lot of people.
Well, this is the first time I've had people actually. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I can tell it's emotional. I heard him.
Oh, I like it, bro. I gotta be in here a lot. Even if I don't speak, I'll mute myself and listen. But I like having one-to-one conversation. No, it doesn't have to be one-to-one. It'd be nice if
So
other
you
people
still
were
have
in
me
there. It's
muted?
just interruptions and it's just unnecessary,
have me
mate.
muted then?
Yes, bud. You have him muted.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of him.
Yeah, I muted him, bro. I'll
Yep.
unmute him
Oh
if he
yeah,
stops
you're
interrupting.
gonna get kicked out, man. Good luck, dude. Unless you
Why?
want to unmute him.
I'll unmute him now, but
No,
I'll unmute him.
it's a policy that we have. There's no
All right.
muting. We mute. You don't mute.
Which one was his name? Which one was he?
Professor Triangles.
Oh yeah, I found him.
Yeah, that's an easy way to get banned from this.
That's fair enough.
But
He's unmuted.
anyway, yeah. All right. So let me ask you a quick question here. We got Professor Triangles in the room, and he is a professor of triangles. Have you ever taken a triangle test before?
I have not. Never heard of it.
Well, it's a pretty simple test. It's got one question.
How long?
And
Oh,
if you
can I
get
do
it
it right
right,
now?
if you get it right,
I'm a flat earther.
he'll be he'll be nicer if you get it right.
I'll do it now. Is there an online thing, or is it literally like a
Professor Triangles? You got your test handy?
I'm ready. I did unmute.
Now, I do have to let I do have to let him take over the question when he asks the question because it is.
I can't hear him.
Hold on a second.
Oh, he's
I'll
not.
be right.
Oh,
Give me
okay.
1 minute.
I got you.
I'm just feeling dead air at this point. But yeah, man. So just some things that you probably never thought of before. No one
No, I love
has
it.
ever measured the curvature of the Earth ever. If they have, please bring us the evidence. We'd like to look at it.
If anything, mate, I believe you. I feel like you've done enough research on it for me to believe you. I'll be honest. You convinced me already.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not here to convince you. I'm just here to give you the tools. That way you can.
They do say that, don't they? In general, they say you can't really convince someone of a flat Earth. They have to figure it out themselves.
And
If I
then
can say that.
two, no one has ever measured the motion. So from all observations and measurements, the Earth is stationary.
Rotating, or like
no, it's not rotating. It's
like
not moving at all. It's as stationary as the table in your kitchen.
And now you're up.
So it's not going around the sun, you mean?
Correct.
Okay.
The sun moves around you.
But there's no space, right?
There's no space. It just moves over your head. No different than like a mobile and a baby carriage. And then number three, you can't have gas pressure
without a what?
Without a container. So if you have any evidence for Earth curve measurements, motion measurements, or you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, we are always up.
Look in the side chat.
Oh, test time.
No dodgy links, I hope. All right, okay.
Wow. Can't even get the test started.
We don't do dodgy links, man.
I'm looking at it.
We're all on the level here. We're good, normal people. We troll because people troll first.
I don't troll. I just tell the truth, and then people consider that trolling and being mean. So which of the figures below are not triangles?
All right, we have a right-down triangle. We have definitely got two. I mean, D is tripping me up, bro. You're taking me back to school now. I'd say B and D. I mean, D's almost one, but it's not quite.
B and D are not triangles.
No, I said A and C. A and C are triangles.
A and C are
Looks like you got it right. You're safe for 10 minutes with me now. You've earned 10 minutes of freedom.
Why? What's the wrong answer?
Other than what you said is the wrong answer.
I was right.
You were right. Unfortunately for you. Now know. Yeah. Now you're gonna have to deal with this part.
Okay. Is there okay?
Yeah. So do you know what this is?
B is not a triangle. There's one cave side.
Do you know what this object is?
Yeah, I know. That's right.
Protractor.
I haven't seen one of these in years, man. I still haven't used my pencil case. Let me tell you.
People use them all the time. Anyway, protractor. That's how you get angles, right?
Yeah.
Great. Did you know that you need to get angles when you're sailing to the sun?
Navigation.
Did you know that?
Yeah. I used to use maps and shit and then compasses.
Sweet. Oh, you're a flat earther.
I'm halfway there, bro.
Oh no, you're gonna be all the way after this image. See, the angle of elevation requires a flat baseline underneath it, underneath that star. So you can't be on a ball and get an angle to the star. And so,
wait, sorry, brother. You cut out at the very beginning of that.
Oh yeah, so yeah, angle of elevation requires a flat base. See it in the picture? Flat on the bottom, green check mark.
Oh shit!
Yeah. So when you do this stuff here, you need a flat. You need to be standing on a flat surface. You can't not do any of these things on a round surface. Doesn't work. You can imagine it does, but it doesn't. This is not reality.
Right, I'll be completely honest with you boys, right? This is the first touch speck of evidence that is convincing me. I'll be honest. Now I've seen the raw figures and numbers and everything, but these images are perfect, by the way. See, images. Do you know everything you said on an image is so much easier to visualize. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And here you wanted to mute him, dude.
No, only because I can see your personality now. I thought you were just being hostile. I've been on Discord all day. I'm used to people just butting in, being rude. I'm glad you're not one of them.
Oh no, I butt in. I'm a rude and I'm an asshole and a dick and all that, but I'm nice and I teach people stuff.
You've taught me something.
So there you go. Earth is flat. That's how you do celestial navigation. You cannot do it from the surface of a ball.
Makes
Isn't that
a lot of
amazing?
sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So, have the scientists tried to disprove this then?
Well,
At all?
there's no science project or experiment you can do to debunk this.
Oh,
In fact, it's not even a science question.
yeah, literally.
It's a geometry question. Geometry is math.
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, math question, if anything. Yeah.
I mean, it's just a category error. That's why a lot of people, think scientists have already all figured it out. It's like, okay, name one scientist.
Every one of those images requires a flat baseline to work. Can't be standing on a curve.
That was like a perfect gotcha moment. That was so good.
So I have to give the triangle test, and if you get it right, you're doomed.
Do many people
get it
get a
wrong, you're
triangle?
doomed.
Do many people fail on the first question?
No,
Surprisingly.
many people won't answer it because they know it's going to happen.
Oh, I didn't. I thought he was like I don't know. I thought he was just trying to get me out. You had me triple thinking D. I was like, does it have to end? Does it not? Does it? But he was trying to get me.
No, it can't be D because it didn't have a
It
third
doesn't.
angle.
Yeah, it's not complete. Yeah. Well,
What other questions do you have, if you have any?
my mind's still a bit blown, bro. Is this every day or is this just like once a week thing?
24/7 for about the past 10 years.
Oh, is it? Oh, that's good. That's enough to get me looking into it. Is there any other ones
Here,
just
I
like
got this.
that, easy to like ingest
I
and
got
just
this
look
one.
at?
Yeah, I got this one for you to digest. Look at this
Digest.
Elon Musk tweet. What do you think about this tweet?
Oh, the tweet. Okay.
I didn't put the link. I just took a screenshot of it.
Oh, you do always say little tweets like that, don't you? What do you think about him? What do you think about Elon?
Hold on. What do you think about this tweet that I just?
Yeah, I know. I just read it. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's crazy.
What did he say?
Probably most in space you could possibly feel by being in a glass dome.
Right.
Yeah, but is he?
What is the picture? What does the picture show?
He's in atmosphere.
A rocket up in space, right?
Yeah.
Who's holding the camera?
Oh, that's fucking good.
Bro. You've been trolled your whole fucking life.
No, that's a fake photograph, bro. There's someone in the rocket at the top of it.
They're always
There's someone in it at the top of the rocket, bro.
Yeah. Well, who took the picture?
Oh yeah, I think that was. I believe everything you're saying right now, but I think that might be. There's a guy in the rocket. There's a guy in the rocket.
Bro,
No,
like
what I'm saying
Hollywood's
is,
pretty good at faking shit.
yeah, you can. Yeah, no, I know. What I'm saying is that photo's not real at all.
Have you ever seen what's that new space movie that they came out with? Where they like
Oh,
like a
don't say
horror
it, bro.
movie.
Interstellar is my favorite film as well.
Oh,
It's a new one, is it?
let's see. There was Martian. They made that one look real.
I've seen that one.
Contact. Apollo 13.
That's Jason Bourne in The Martian, I think.
Gravity. Gravity. Did you see Gravity?
No, I haven't seen Gravity actually. Like, that's on
Yeah.
the International Space Station, isn't it?
Yeah, they're all in outer space, right?
Yeah.
Kidding. It's all fake.
Spaceballs? Question mark.
That was a real movie. That was freaky.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Especially when they removed the glass lid and the fucking lady was sucking up all the snow with the vacuum.
You posted the GIF at the same time, bro. Perfect. No, I've never seen that. I feel like they're old.
That's just one of them, man. Like, you want to see official NASA footage?
What, the one on the moon?
Yeah, when they were leaving the moon. Did you ever see that?
Yeah, the camera panned up and shit, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was deep into that. I've done the moon one and shit. I believe in quite a lot of conspiracies, but this is the new one. This is what I mean. This is why I don't know much about it. I know a lot about the ones I try and tell other people about.
You know what led me into flat Earth?
No, what?
So
Tell me.
a friend of mine told me the Earth was flat, and I had respect because I thought of him as intelligent. We'd had several conversations, and I dismissed it because I didn't want to argue with him because I had respect. And then he brought it up again, like within that same year, and I was like, "Dude, why do you think the Earth is stupid, flat, stupid? All right, explain it to me. Why is it flat?" And he kind of like goes into this weird conversation about it. Kind of makes sense. It's stupid. So I decided to go do some research myself. And what I found was that when you Google flat Earth, you don't get flat earthers talking about flat Earth. You get how to debunk flat Earth. Because for some reason, the World Economic Forum partnered with Google, and anything that they don't own, they like censor in the search engine, right?
Right.
So now they call it misinformation, and because they own the science, they're going to promote their science at the top of the search. So now I'm already skeptical. Like, oh my God, why are you censoring the stupidest thing in the world? I just want to see how stupid these people are so I can laugh. So now I'm starting to get a little weirded out, right? And then asking more questions, talking to more people, starting to figure some things out. And then, like, as I'm meeting like people that are more understanding of the argument, I'm like, that makes. Oh God! I'm like, have I been tricked? And then I thought about it, and I'm like, you know what? If there was one thing that they could get away with, the powers that be, whoever's in charge of like the system, right? If there was one thing they could get away with, it would be the shape of the Earth, because everybody's too lazy to go out there and check for themselves, even though you know it's flat. But trust me, bro, your eyes are deceiving you. It's actually, you know it's stationary, but trust me, bro, we're going 67,000 miles an hour,
Well, yeah,
spinning
like
1,000 miles a
hundreds of
certain way.
years ago, they'd kill you for telling you it's a globe.
Yeah, no, well, no, that's the thing. When Galileo said that the sun was the center of the universe instead of the Earth, he wasn't killed. He was put on house arrest. What kind of Freemason shit is that?
Yeah. Well,
Like
so what's
he should have been torched like instantly.
Oh, they
So
let him
anyway,
off lightly, is what you mean?
yeah, they put him on house arrest for the rest of his life. Like the last
Yeah.
30 years of his life, they let him just stay home.
Bit of Epstein.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's kind of what led me to that. And then, like, shortly after just coming to the realization that the Earth is flat, like, I just knew it was flat. A couple months later, I met these guys, and like, bro, it was the hardest fucking year of my life learning from these guys because, like, I had all these ideas of what I thought was going on.
This
Oh
is
yeah, how do you
me
prove
right
that?
now, bro.
Oh yeah,
This
how do
is
you prove that? Oh fuck, this is just a belief. So you have to put belief aside, suspend your beliefs, and focus on what you.
I'll tell you something though, mate. I've believed for the past couple of years that obviously before this conversation, before I even thought about flat Earth, I'm convinced that the International Space Station is just a massive green screen. Well, not quite a green screen, but
Oh, that's funny you should say that because NASA owns the world's largest green screen studio. Well, they did up until Australia, now has the largest one last year. Up until that point, NASA owned the largest one and the blue screen pool. Isn't that amazing?
Yes. Don't they say they train them under the water as well? Something like that.
That's opposite of vacuum. So you're doing the opposite training. Once again, Freemasons speak opposite stuff.
Yeah, I just.
I mean, it gets to a point
Water
where
presses down on you when you're in a pool. A vacuum will suck the water out of you if you're in a vacuum.
Yeah. And then it gets to a point where it's like, you ask the question over and over again. You make up all the excuses in the world. Why would they lie? Right? Why would they lie? Well, because the number one reason why anybody lies is for control.
Yeah,
they
I'm a
want
big
control of the
firm
situation.
believer in global
I
superpowers.
might be a simpleton because I've never once asked that question to myself or anybody else. Why would they lie? I never did. Not one time. There must be something. Maybe I just don't care.
I know. I was very. I don't know why I said it. To be fair, I've never said it with any other conspiracy theory. I don't know why I said it.
I recently added to that argument. I actually have a good rebuttal to that now because it doesn't matter why they would lie. For whatever reason, I did a Google search. I was looking up I was trying to think of why they would lie, but when I Google searched was people want to be lied to. And when I Google searched that, it brought up a Latin phrase which translates, what does it translate to? The people want to be lied to, or people want to be deceived, so let them be deceived.
Well, it's to be fair, right? I'm like the big conspiracies. I believe in quite a lot of them. Like obviously you got your 9/11, you got your Epstein, your moon landings, loads of shit.
Did you hear what I said though?
Proxy wars. I've never been one to ask why would the government lie because I just know there's a motive for it. I just don't understand the motive of the deception for the flat Earth. If you understand me,
Right. So scientists, right? They do what they're paid to do, right? They don't like do science for the truth. They do it because there's a paycheck, right? Why would they lie? They're getting paid.
Oh, they get paid a lot of money. I know.
Yeah. So, but did you not hear what I said? People want to be deceived, so let them be deceived. There's literally a Latin phrase for that.
I don't know if it's a silly question. Are you any of you religious then?
No.
No, I didn't think so.
Religion has to do with belief and control.
That's what I was going to say. It's the biggest deception of them all, probably.
Flat Earth was created by a creator. Doesn't that bum you out though?
Yeah, it bleeds into that. Yeah, I can see that. What do you believe then? So obviously you got the Earth is flat.
I don't have any beliefs. Yes, the air pressure
an origin in that and stuff.
Air pressure requires a container, and to have an air pressure airtight container, somebody has to make that. So Earth is created.
Yeah, 100%.
In order to have a creation, you have to have a creator, right?
Absolutely. So did you? I'm just throwing things out now because I just want to understand what you're thinking. Like, do you believe in like Do you think it's like a simulation? Do you think it's like? Do you believe there's an outer world? Do you believe there's like a glass above? Do you know what I mean?
No.
None of those.
No, it's not about belief, man.
No. What do you
I
think?
accept the world as it presents.
Yeah. Okay. As you said though, like if it's flat, there needs to be a creator, and then I'd naturally ask after that.
If it's flat, there needs to be a creator. Said all the evidence points to a creation in intelligent design.
I said if you
to
have
be
an
an
airtight
intelligent
container, yeah, I said if you have an airtight container, you need to have somebody has to create that. They just don't get
100%.
they just don't get born naturally.
Yeah, 100%. This is why I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in religion personally. But if someone created the container, is that what you call it? You call it container? Is that the best way to say it? Is it?
Well, because Globers need to have outer space, right?
Right.
You know what
Well,
I'm
they believe
saying,
in a
right?
big bang.
I'm gonna get you there. You know how Globers need outer space, right?
Right.
So in order to have your flat Earth and them to exist together, they need to have flat Earth in a vacuum with a dome over it. And my flat Earth is flat, stationary, and contained, and space is fake. So what that means is the whole thing that you see, you're inside of.
Yeah.
There is
Yeah,
no
I
space.
understand that.
It's all pressurized.
Yeah.
It just gets lower the higher you go. That's all.
What it's made out of, we have no idea.
Yeah. That was my follow up. Like, who created it? What's it made of? Things like that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, the creator created it.
We have no idea.
Yeah. Well, it's a relative. Well, yeah, I'd say it's a
His name's
relative
Frank.
new thing, innit? I wouldn't say it's new, but it's not as popular. Do you think it's as popular as it is now than it's ever been? The flat Earth.
Dude, NASA just got renamed from a space agency into a spy agency because of us, because we ruined them. So now they have to call
No
themselves
way.
Trump named them a spy agency.
Executive order.
That's what they are, and they always have been. So now when they lie and say, or when they come out and tell everybody, well, we really didn't go to the moon because we actually were putting out propaganda, because way back then we actually wrote this as a propaganda company, not space company. We just been lying the whole time. You can't do anything to them when they come out and say that, because they've already been executive order 3 months ago by Trump reclassified them as an intelligence agency, spy agency.
Can't sue them.
So that's it.
Can't sue them.
Well, I believe that the moon landing was fake to win the space race. That's what I believed.
I believe that the space race was a fake psyop to keep people living in fear.
Do you believe in like an overall one world government now?
And I don't believe in either one of your space stories, because space is fake.
Yeah,
Antarctica is evidence of a one world government.
Sorry?
Antarctica is evidence of a one world government.
Oh yeah, you can't even go there and shit. Is that what you mean?
No, they got Rothschild owns it. The islands are named after the Rothschilds.
Are they? Oh, I'm looking into this right now.
Not only that, but all the governments in the world agree to have peace in Antarctica.
Yeah, no, it's the Antarctic Treaty, and didn't they say like a bit of each? Well, not every country, but certain countries have a peace, and you can't fly over. Can't go
But
near
why?
it. I know exactly,
why?
but I've been interested in it. They say it's for science, don't they? Really, but they say
Yeah,
that.
there's so much
How many times are you
scientific.
going to study? How many times are you going to study a penguin?
Or ice.
Why do they say it? It's because there's like germs. That's their point in it. It's like under the ice and shit. I'm assuming that's what they're trying to say.
That's silly. That's silly, because then
They
now you
shouldn't-
can't. Now you're not testing reality if you don't have germs involved, right?
Here's the crazy thing, right? If the Earth is a sphere, hold on. If the Earth is a sphere, the same latitude that Antarctica is at, if you go to that same latitude up north, the ice melts. If you go to Antarctica, the ice doesn't.
Oh, that's interesting.
Hey, how old are you? Are you old enough to remember at school the globes on the desk or the maps, right?
And you saw North Pole like was just a big chunk of ice. North Pole.
Yeah.
It was just all white.
Yeah.
You look on Google Earth at the North Pole.
It's all gone.
Shall I look right now?
It's just water. It's
Is
just
it
water.
North Pole,
Yeah.
South Pole?
North Pole doesn't. There's on Google Earth. North Pole's just water.
Oh, I got one for you. Draw like a square around Antarctica.
Square. Visually.
On Google Earth.
Earth.
Using the tool.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
even think you can make that even connect. I've never been able to.
I'm on my mobile. I don't know if I'll be able to do this. Draw a square around it.
Anywho, man, congratulations on passing that test. And then not only that, but
Thank
the
you,
extra credit that came in behind it.
And the double extra credit when you figured out that the Earth is flat and you just haven't said it yet.
Bro, I told you I had a miniature realization earlier. So what am I doing with this square thing around Antarctica?
Yeah, like
Just
draw a
draw a
perimeter
square.
around it. Just any shape you want around Antarctica. Draw a circle. Just go whoop with the
I literally
marker.
I'm gonna have to visualize it. I'm on my phone. I don't think I can do that.
Oh no, you gotta
Yes.
do it. With
Anyway,
the
in your
tool.
app, it can't be done.
No, yeah, I'm on my app.
No.
So say I drew a square around
It can't be done on any app ever.
No. I was gonna ask you, do you guys use Tor or do you just Google everything?
Tor?
Yeah.
For what?
No. Like
Tor
all
browser.
the evidence that
Or do
we
you use
have
Google?
and all the information that we have.
Yeah.
But this is like decades of research. Everybody putting in a piece by piece, and then we store it in a library on our home server.
Oh, sweet.
You've reached flat Earth information. You've reached the capital. There's no other place than this.
This is this the biggest one then?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the Discord.
No, well,
Not on this server.
we split
on my
up.
home server.
Yeah, we're in politics or one of these servers right now. I didn't look. Anyway, our group just moves it. Our group moves into servers and brings those servers traffic. So we're in this one for next couple of years. We have our own that we can just move into.
Yeah, we're in the English one right now, right?
Yeah, so we come in here and teach English to people and flat smack them at the same time, or teach them about flat Earth, one or the other.
So this isn't even a flat Earth this channel.
No, our server is gigantic. Terabytes and terabytes of information.
So do you use this
They
one?
think he learns English, say dids.
This because they got heavy traffic and they asked us to come over here.
Oh no! I'm not asking why. I'm saying, is this the one you use every day? The one I'm on right now?
No, wherever.
Oh, so
Yeah,
for example,
we'll
you're
go
not
over
going to
to
be on this
politics.
one tomorrow.
Like there's
Sometimes we'll
guys
go over to
that'll
politics.
start events in other servers and then they'll start kicking off and everybody will move into there and the bots
How do I find
move
out
in
about
there.
those ones then?
You go on YouTube, you'll know where we're at by watching our YouTube channel.
You see those YouTube bots at the top of the room?
Yeah.
Those two YouTube bots. They have
Either
all
one of those. When you find them, it'll say where we're sitting right now.
Right.
And you can just usually click on the link from YouTube and it'll take you right into the room.
So I click. I'm on the YouTube channel right now. So it says live, and then once you click on the live, so say tomorrow now I click on the live, it'll link a different Discord.
Yeah, if we're in a different one.
Makes sense.
Except that it's recorded, so each
Yeah,
session's recorded. So
Oh,
you can
no
go
way.
back and listen if you want.
Yeah. Your awakening was recorded.
Oh.
Yeah, you may as well keep it forever because we are.
Yeah. That's funny. How long are you
the government
in
knows
deep
that
now?
you're awakened now too.
Yeah, so now they won't fuck with you anymore. That's the funny thing.
How long are you into the stream right now?
8 years.
Nah, this one in particular, so I can look back and look at my realization tomorrow.
It's time stamped on Central Standard Time. So it would be.
40 minutes ago.
GMT.
GMT, yeah.
Your GMT. So minus.
Well, look back and
minus
look when the
6.
triangle test was given. That's their timestamp.
Yeah, these ones are like 12 hours. They're 12 hours long.
That's the max YouTube allows for streaming. 12 hours.
I'll tell you what it is right now.
So you do 2 of these a day then, really, or no?
There's actually more streams than that. Some of these guys are streaming on Rumble too, and some other stuff. So there's just that's just the account sitting in here getting the audio.
Oh, sweet.
On the stream, Jasper, and the live stream. When you watch it again later, it'll be 10 p.m. on that stream.
Oh, sweet.
Like the little
Perfect.
ticker that it has on the screen.
Oh, thank you very much.
Hopefully, Globers learn from that triangle test what happens when you get it right and you stay calm. They don't even get that far. They don't even get that far. They freak out as soon as I post it and say, which ones, tell me which are not triangles. And they'll say, A and C are triangles. And I'll say, you failed the test. And they freak out because they didn't read it right. And then like you got to read this shit if you want to continue on with this, because I want to make sure that they're very detailed when I show them what an elevation angle is. And then they go, oh, damn. And then they usually quit.
Well, if they don't know what a triangle is, there's no point in explaining it to them anyway. Realistically.
Well, I'm sure somebody's going to put out a greatest hits of the triangle test, because there's probably got to be at least 100 of them where people absolutely flipped out.
They freak out. Yeah.
We've had ones where people quit the server. You can't find them anymore. Yeah, bad.
That's my favorite, and then we also have a great hits on. I believe I'm sitting down.
That's
Can
a
you believe it?
triangle.
Well, I could be a brain in a jar. I don't know. I'm only 99.9999% sure of anything.
Well, how come if you're a brain in the jar, your Earth is flat? That's what I always follow up with.
True story. My favorite is always like, oh, I don't believe in God. I don't
can't be
believe in
certain.
Let's say I don't believe in a creator, and they're like, okay, is this a simulation? They're like, it could be. So then somebody created the simulation.
Yeah, that's an interesting one as well. I haven't looked into that one enough.
I don't believe in a creator. Could you be a figment of somebody's imagination? Yeah,
You don't believe in the creator, do you?
Do I?
Yeah, do you?
I know there's a creator.
Oh, right, okay. Right, yeah.
All the evidence of life on Earth points to a creator.
I might be talking out my ass, but I feel like I've seen it on a video or something. Like, it might have been you guys, Eddie Bravo. He's a big flat earther, right?
Yeah.
He
I've
yeah.
met him. No, I roll at 10.
Yeah, he's a no, is he? He said something about like in the
Swell Dog's his masseuse.
I see something in a religious text that say the Earth is in a they call it firmament. Is that
A guy wrote that book.
That guy writes all of them. That's why I don't believe in the Bible, bro.
You don't believe in the Bible? I've got one here.
Nah, I don't know.
I've got one. How can you not believe in it?
I believe I believe they exist. I don't believe it was written.
I got a big, gigantic church $1,000 Bible here.
I feel like someone could have wrote that book like 3,000 years ago. It's like, do you know, like Harry Potter was written 3,000 years ago. Everyone would believe in Voldemort.
Somebody could have wrote it in 1859, for all you know.
By the way, Eddie Bravo is probably one of the coolest guys I've ever met. Like, just most down to earth, nice, kind. Tries to take as much time as he
How tall is he?
5'7".
Holy shit, he's short.
Yeah. He might be
I
5'8".
would start a fight with him though.
Well, I mean, he's
Yeah,
older
I
now,
know.
but yeah.
Yeah.
Trust me, I like he's surrounded by black belts everywhere he goes. So I promise you,
He's a
he's
black
not
belt as
fighting
well, I think.
anymore. Somebody else is going to fight for him.
Yeah. He's a little meatball, bro.
It's funny. He was teaching a class,
Beautiful.
and what's up? Security?
Oh,
Do you have a question?
sorry.
So I'm not at my computer right now. If somebody wants to run security through the triangle test, they want to take it.
Oh,
Well,
security.
yeah,
Do you know
fun.
about triangles? Have you ever taken a
Oh,
triangle test?
Not
you know
really.
who should give the triangle test?
Perfect.
Jasper should give the triangle test.
Oh. All right. Okay.
Scroll up.
I gotta
Yes,
save.
scroll up to the beginning, and then you scroll down as you talk about it.
Right.
Oh,
Should I save
okay.
the images?
No, you just tell her the timestamp, the
Okay,
last
so you
two
want me to
digits.
answer? Okay, let's see.
Yes. Go up
Scroll
to
up
like.
to
Which
18
of the
minutes
figures
past.
below are not a triangle? Okay, I would say that B is not a triangle, D is not a triangle. Yeah. Right?
Anything else? Is that all right?
B and D are not triangles, right?
Yeah. That's right. All right. You're gonna scroll down to the next image.
Okay, one moment. Oh, I'm waiting for it. This is so cool.
Do you see it?
There's on the chat. I only see.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're making history right now. I hope the bots are rolling. We got a brand new passed the triangle test flat earther who doesn't know he's a flat earther giving a person a triangle test.
Okay, cool. So what about this next one? What do I do here?
That's it's the answer key. It's the answer key. It's explaining why the triangles are.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. This
B is not a triangle.
acute
D is not.
angle. Okay, so
What's the next image? What is that called?
there's angles, and there's a 60-degree angle and a 180-degree angle shown.
It's a protractor.
What's the name of that tool?
Protractor.
Awesome.
Okay, go down.
Yeah, I know that much. Okay.
What's the next image of?
Yeah, it looks like a sexy mountain.
Well, I think you're too far down.
Oh yeah, I skipped one. My bad.
Underneath the protractor.
You see an angle to the sun or a straight line to the sun. See the horizon.
Directly underneath the protractor.
They got this tool in their hand. It's called a sextant. And a sextant is a tool that they use to measure angles from the horizon to the sun or to other stars to determine their location out when they're out at sea so they can navigate.
Very nice.
Do you notice how the straight? Do you notice how the straight line from your?
It's the last one underneath it.
I trust you because my dumbass has not been in school for like 20 years now.
You got one more image. One more image.
Can you hear me? Hello. Do you notice how there's a straight line from the tool to the sun? And you notice how the horizon is also a straight line?
Why is it though?
Well, because you have two straight lines and you can only take an angle from a straight line. So if you go down to the next image, you'll see a star that's up above, up in the air, right? And you'll see one that's an angle of elevation, the other one is not elevation. Can you tell me why one is not the angle of elevation?
No, because I'm dumb as hell, dude.
Well, that not an angle of elevation that has a curved baseline. See how that works?
Yeah.
You can't take an angle from a curved baseline. You have to have a flat baseline, and then you can take that elevation.
That makes sense.
You can't measure the angle to the sun from the horizon unless it's flat.
Yep. Yeah,
Well,
you did a great job, Professor.
What about? Yeah.
Anyway, so go to the next image. Did you see the guy standing on the disc, and then the other guy
I'm looking
looks
at
like
the
he's looking
guy.
through a
Yeah,
bubble?
yeah.
So in those two images, right? The first image, you're seeing the guy taking elevation from a flat surface, and then he's
Right.
got a curved visual looking to the sun. So you see that the angles, straight lines are all happening with a baseline of a flat surface. And then just
Mhm.
below that, you'll see an image, and it's showing you how your vision works, where it's almost like you're kind of like looking through a bubble. That's your field of view.
Yeah.
That's what the horizon looks like. And that's your overall field of view. Scroll down to the next one, 22 minutes past the hour. You'll see the Glover's right angle.
Okay, the one with the forest and I mean the tree and the
No,
yeah.
above that.
Oh yeah.
That's a flat
Go
Earth model.
back up. At 22 minutes. You see it?
I'm not doubting anything. You guys are pretty cool. Like this makes sense totally, but my dumbass doesn't understand much anymore.
Well, it makes sense, and you can't call yourself a dumbass.
I mean it. I actually pretty much am. Like I forgot almost everything I learned in school by now.
No, I can prove that you know what you're talking about. If the surface of
Oh
the
yeah.
Earth is not curving, then the surface of the
Uh-huh.
Earth must be what?
Yeah. Well, what do you
Hmm?
say if somebody says we can't see long enough to see the curve
No.
because of
You did.
our?
Well, then you know it's flat because there's no curvature. There's no
Yeah,
measurable curve.
it feels flat for sure.
How tall are you?
I'm only 5'0", so I'm very short.
Pretty sure. How far away do you think the horizon is from your eyes when you go to the beach?
I don't know. I live in Virginia Beach, so it goes pretty far out there. I can't see, but only so far.
How many miles?
Ooh, maybe 10 miles or so. I don't know.
That's pretty modest. From your eye level, the horizon would be
Mhm.
about 2.5 miles.
Hmm.
So the fact that you think you can see 10 miles, and you know you can see 10 miles because you've seen shit that far away and further.
Yeah, because the bridges and stuff like that too. Yeah.
You know you've seen shit that far away. That's impossible if the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
A funny story, right? They say the Earth is 24,900 miles in circumference.
Uh-huh.
A trip from Los Angeles to New York is roughly 2,490 miles.
Wait, it's roughly 2,400 what miles?
2,490 miles.
Yeah.
So if you fly from LA to New York 10 times, that's the same distance traveling around. So they say. It doesn't seem like the Earth is that big anymore.
Yeah. Have you been in a plane before? What do you think about when you? Because I know when I'm in a plane, it still seems flat for sure.
Oh yeah, I've been at 45,000 feet, and it was still flat.
Yeah.
Most people fly around 33,000. When I was
Yeah.
in the military, as part of the Iraqi invasion, 2001,
Mhm.
we flew at 45,000 feet.
Makes sense. My brother went to Iraq.
Yeah, did he come back?
Yeah, he did.
That's good. Is he still positive minded?
Yeah, he started his own company when he got out of the military.
Awesome. I'm so happy for you and your family, man. That's great. I'm glad he was able to overcome
Oh
that.
no, he hates me, but he's doing well. We don't talk, but
Don't worry about that. I'm just glad that he's happy and healthy. I'm sure you love him,
yeah, he
even though you
is.
guys are at each other in that sense.
Yeah, I do. I love him. I wish he had understood me more, you know.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I fucked my whole reputation with my whole family years ago, so fuck it.
Best thing you can do is keep moving forward in life. Any mistakes that you have that you know you're making, make every opportunity to correct them.
Yeah, I got my own family to take care of now.
Good for you.
Yeah. Well, knowing that the
Say,
earth is flat,
yeah.
what changed for you? Because I mean, there's got to be more than just realizing it's flat. What else changes for you,
So
when you
number
realize it's
one,
flat?
I can't be gaslit anymore about propaganda. Like
Right.
once I knew the Earth was flat, like I could see every lie. Right. It wasn't a matter of like why they would lie. I didn't even care anymore. I'm like, oh, that's a lie. It's like the Matrix. Start seeing it for what it is.
Yeah.
I stopped imagining myself on a different. Started being more interested of what's going on in the world around me.
Mhm.
All of a sudden, all the plants in this world are more. One of my favorite things to find out was like how beneficial eating mushrooms, not the poisonous ones, but like 97% of the mushrooms that grow in the world are actually
Mhm.
beneficial. They're
Oh
considered
yes,
superfoods in a
mushrooms
lot
are
of.
awesome.
Yeah. All the different plants that you can grow that
Well, have you
serve
seen the
as.
connection between primitive life and mushrooms? There's been a lot of discussion surrounding psychedelics and primitive life as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I
Swallow,
understand the studies. Go ahead, Tito.
you sound like a fun guy.
You guys are precious. Oh my god.
But yeah, no, like everything just becomes more interesting. I
Well,
actually
what
have a
about
better appreciation for life
yeah?
now. I talk to animals
Well,
when
I
I'm
want to
walking
know
down the
this:
road,
is
squirrels,
since you
panthers,
realized
all
the
sorts.
Earth is flat, what did you? I know that when you believe in flat Earth, space is not real for you, right? What else is something that you learned is bullshit since you learned that Earth is flat?
Nope, everybody stayed home for no reason. And that's all I will
Oh
say on
no,
that.
well, no doubt, no doubt. That all was all bullshit for sure.
Well,
Everybody
that made a
stays
lot of
6 feet
people
apart.
wake up right there and turn them into FE also. So
It
it's
did.
their own fault for this. It's all their own fault. You know, NASA was reclassified, right, by Trump 3 months ago as an intelligence agency to cover their ass. So when the moon landing shit does come out, they can't get sued.
For real, I didn't know that. What the fuck?
Yeah, they're a spy
Oh,
agency.
absolutely, 100% true.
How did I not catch on to this? And I try to keep up with that stuff because I'm into space and UAP and all that crap.
Because they keep that
So
shit quiet.
Yep. They probably had a false flag
yeah,
that
they
night.
do. What do you guys think about what's going on with the world right now? Like with Iran said we're gonna assassinate the president and all this shit.
They said it
What the
past you too.
hell? Yeah, they do. They're always
Yeah,
barking and
so that
shit
must
like
be
it's gonna
that must
do
have been on
something.
TV or social media. I'm sure it's all real.
Let me see. Is Iran
Yeah, it's
part of the
fucking fake as hell.
Antarctic Treaty?
Fuck the media. Is there any media that is trustable anymore? What do you guys even look at? Like, how do you know what's real anymore? I don't
Well, with
know.
AI out now, it's even worse. I feel bad for anybody
Yeah, that
trying to
was done
look.
on purpose, AI, to make sure that people stay all fucked up. That's all right. You talk to people who live in reality, you'll be all
Well, we've
right.
already We've already seen how AI, like the shooting
I
with
use
the woman
AI.
or
I
whatever.
use AI all the time. It's on
Mhm.
one screen at work. Everybody does because it made our lives 10 times better at work. So we use it. Doesn't bother us, but I don't know.
Let me ask you this, security. Have you ever seen that video of the sheep that's like stuck in the trench, and the kid walks by and pulls the sheep out by the back leg? The sheep runs away, then jumps and falls right back.
No, are you talking about is it a video where it goes from one place to another unexpectedly, or?
No, just like do a Google search and Google sheep get stuck twice.
Okay,
And you'll
hold
see
on.
the
I'm trying
sheep.
to add this
It's the
video that.
worst thing ever. I remember watching that and I'm like, oh my God, that's exactly what my life is like. Trying to like
Okay, I'm
get
typing it in
people
on
out.
YouTube now. Sheep gets stuck twice, you said? Oh, I see. Okay, let me see. French. The fuck?
It's like
Okay, I'm gonna watch it.
there's a lot of people out there that
What is this? Okay, so he gets pulled out. Okay. He runs away and then gets stuck again. Okay, what does that mean?
I mean it's like some people, no matter how many times you help them, they don't learn their lesson.
Oh. Yeah, I know a lot of people like that.
Yep.
You guys must all be around my age to be in the flat Earth because it's a pretty old topic now. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm 28 like you. Yep, 28 like you.
I'm 34, but I'm close enough. Let's just call me 28. That sounds sexier, yeah. Shake, 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 Senora, take your body right.
We were really hoping you had some glow. Professor Triangles hates being a flat earther.
Did I fail the triangle test?
No, you passed.
Ooh.
Yep. Two in one day. That's amazing. And then Matthew showed up, which is even more not amazing. It's really like a script.
I don't like society. I like to be like the black sheep, not getting stuck in holes, just creating my own holes for people to get stuck in.
As a matter of fact, I got to see what the answer is for this. Matthew, are you available?
Maybe I'll watch this video.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Flat or something.
Posting an image in the chat. Do you have an answer to this question?
Yes.
What's your answer, please?
A and C.
A and C are not triangles?
Matthew failed. See, I'd say the Globers
Oh.
always fail this. True Globers will always fail this test. This is an IQ test. This does more than just know if you know triangles. This knows if you know how to read, if you are going to lie, if you're going to make up stories. This reveals all kinds of things about people.
Oh yeah, they misspelled triangles.
Yeah.
That's why I said that. I'm teasing. They didn't. Yeah, I misread it.
I know. I'm just messing with you, Matthew.
I asked that question intentionally, though, just to prove a point, and it sucks because he proved it.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like the question.
Does that mean I'm smart today? Woo!
Yeah, that's because you forgot all that schooling. You thought that meant you were smart.
No, it's not about
Now you
forgetting.
realize
It's about common sense.
because you forgot all the dumb shit. Now you got room for the real stuff.
Yeah, right, exactly. I'm not a dumbass. I wasn't born yesterday. 1991, baby. Let's go. Reborn again. hmm I don't know how anybody could fail that test for real.
Oh, there's
I just failed it.
it's almost every time.
You just saw it in
You're
real
kidding
time.
me. Wait. Wow.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you had to pick and click submit, Matthew would not have clicked right. He would have failed that test. You understand, right? I can go ahead and say, yeah, after I say no, you failed, then he wants to give the right answers, of course. But he already failed the test.
I had a
Uh-oh.
I think it was like 7th grade or 8th grade for our final exam in my science class, 12th class. Teacher wanted to see if we actually like read the instructions. And so he had this like large paragraph instruction at the beginning. And in the paragraph, there was a statement that said, go to number 55 and only answer number 55. And I don't remember what the question was, but it was some stupid question that was just basic and obvious. And so all you had to do was answer number 55 and you passed the test.
Yeah, I've heard of other ones like that, military tests, where they'll hand you the paper, and you're supposed to read right through the whole thing first before you start doing anything. And most people just go, yep, first thing, fill in their name, all the rest of the details, start answering the questions. And then the very last thing says, just put your name on the last page, nothing more. So everyone fails.
Not me, though. I'm a genius, bro. Where's all the girls in the flat earth chat? The girls stupid too?
Making
You
sandwiches
guys
for
got
us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I got you on that. I mean, I cook for you guys. You guys are sweet. If we were doing a flat earth like actual thing, then I would definitely make the sandwiches for it.
I'll tell you what, I would eat everything on that plate.
What's your favorite kind of potato chip?
The flat ones. No, my wife, she makes plantain potato chips or plantain.
Oh wow, what a hero!
So I like that.
That was good. You're married too. That's cool. Married squad. Man, my husband's sleeping right next to me, snoring his ass off. He doesn't believe in God. Fun times, you know. Whee! Beep boop.
He will. Don't worry.
Shit, I don't know.
Just ask
What
him.
can I say to?
Just
What can
ask
I
him.
do to convince him?
Yeah, just ask him. Like, is there a
God will.
possibility? Is there a possibility that this life could be a simulation? And if he says
Oh
yes,
Lord, I
say
don't know what he was saying.
that means somebody created the simulation.
I don't know. He likes what's that show? Fuck, what the hell is it called? The one with the aliens and the people go through the gate. Stargate.
You just ask him. Did your dad? Did your mum accidentally fall on your dad's member?
I don't know. My mom was like a drug addict, and I think she was pregnant with me when she gave birth. But I mean, not
There's no
pregnant with
such
me.
thing as an accidental baby, right? So
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
right?
I
So
don't know.
you
I
know,
was adopted,
yeah.
so I
Life
don't know.
doesn't come about accident. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. Life
It's
comes
not.
from life. That's
Yeah, it
demonstrable.
does. And I love
That's
being
proven.
pregnant too. Pregnancy is awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I have a child, and having babies is cool. I hope you know.
Just tell them this, security. I don't know if you'll understand this, but if you do, then this will be one.
Yeah.
The lower order in the structure of all things never gives rise to the higher order. It's always the higher order that
Okay.
builds the lower order. So
Yeah.
intelligent things build. Intelligent beings, intelligent minds create. So in order for us to, we have to be created in order to create, right?
Yeah.
Like a rock can't all of a sudden gain sense,
No.
right? A
But I
molecule
can hit
doesn't
you
turn
with.
into a
But I
rock.
can hit you with a rock. But I would never do that.
Right. So here, I'll post it. So you can save this in
Good point, Platter.
a second. There you go. Save that one and
All
ask
right.
him that question.
Let's see. Matter never gives birth to a conscious organism. It's impossible. It's consciousness that operates and manifests matter, not the other way around. Anyone who tells you otherwise doesn't know what he's talking about. If you want to ignore the mountains of evidence, then go ahead. That's free will. Yep. Okay, I'll show it to him and see what he says, and then I'll record it, and then I'll come back tomorrow and we can laugh at him because he'll say something funny, probably. Yeah. The hell's going on with Jesus? Where's
At the
Jesus?
end of the day, though, don't
Mhm.
overthink it. If he treats you well and you
Okay.
treat him well, that's love. And that's all we're here to do is to love each other and share these.
Exactly. Or I'll get another
No other
husband
question.
just like that. Yeah. He's a good man, like
Oh,
for real.
playing hardball.
No, I wish it was that easy, but it takes time to grow a good relationship. We just got lucky,
We're
and
going to church. Let's go.
his
All
wife
right.
died, and yeah.
Want a divorce?
God was like, no, fuck that. Security gets them.
I hope not.
Kidding.
Divorce would be shitty.
No. Just keep doing what you're doing. You'll have your disagreements, but at the end of the day, like, you taking care of him will return towards you.
Yeah, and you just have to be a good person and be considerate, and you can't be one-sided. You gotta just be equal, and yeah, and suck his dick real good. You know, that's part of it. Yeah. I was
Whoa.
on a medicine that was fucking me up for a
G. Gotta
while.
keep it G.
This medicine, I'm sorry, this
Keep
medicine
it
I was
G.
on messed me up. Yeah.
Keep it a little bit. Keep it a little bit G. We are broadcasting on you.
I know I can't talk.
Oh, my apologies.
Well, I mean, we cuss, but try not to be too
Was that teed up?
derogatory.
You can't talk. What, you got your mouth full?
Hold on a minute.
I guess I had that coming.
Yes, very good.
Keep it coming, guys. Man, but anyway. Yeah.
So you didn't have any globe proof. What's wrong with you? I'm disappointed. I thought I'd come home from work, walk straight into some epic globe proof, and nothing.
Like, at least bring a 6-pack of beer or something.
Yeah.
Don't go to the party empty-handed. What's up, Grace? Matrix, how you been, dude?
Yeah, pretty good, mate. Hot, but outside of
Is it
that,
hot?
yeah, I'm going all
What's the temperature there?
right. Today, I think it got to 37.
Oh shit, that is pretty hot. Are you
So I'll
close to the
translate that
Tropic
to
of Capricorn?
I'm right down at number 32.
Okay.
So
You're a
it's
little bit
37
south of
degrees.
that.
I'll translate that to freedom units. That's 98.
I mean, it's still hot as shit.
And it's
Like
been humid
anything
here
over
too.
34 is hot as shit. It's wild, man. Like here in Texas, it's winter, and I think we're gonna have our coldest day Saturday, and it's only gonna be 41 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's like what, it's like 9, 10 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, that's pretty normal. We got very similar weather patterns here where I live to you guys in like Texas, Arizona. That's very similar to here.
It's almost February, and we haven't had a freeze yet. It's normally
It doesn't.
we get a freeze by like the end of November.
Oh, really? I don't get that where I live at all. The only
like
one time about was it probably 5 years ago? I think it was. It got to -5, and we had quite a few pipes busted in the town, but it didn't snow or anything. It just got cold. You know how just before the sun comes up, you get that last kick of the cold. Yep.
Right.
Busted probably.
The dew point
in our
kicks
town.
in.
There's probably about nearly 40,000 people, and there was something like was it 90 homes got their pipes busted. So
Yeah, no, that's usually what our winter is like. Is right around what you said, like -5, -3. And
oh wow.
You know, like that's the day, right? And then the nighttime will be like probably 8 or something like that. Like it doesn't fluctuate too much. You know, we might even fluctuate upwards to like 2 or 3 degrees Celsius centigrade. I don't know how you.
Wow.
But you know, that's just like our typical winter. But we haven't dipped below 8, and we're now going into our second month of winter. So it's kind of weirding me out a little bit. Like last year, it snowed real quick towards the end of March.
Wow. Yeah, I couldn't imagine it snowing here. That'd be odd.
What about like moisture wise, wetness wise? Is it raining a lot, even though it's
We
high
get the
30s?
occasional storm, but yeah, at the moment it's been humid. We should get a thunderstorm, hopefully, cool us off, but I don't think we might. It didn't yesterday. It was just extremely hot, and then it.
I was going to ask you: are your storms? Do they roll in and like every 2 weeks and they rain for like?
No, it's just random. You can normally tell. A good indication is if they've been chemtrailing, and you know what I'm talking about. When some places they just do it really hard. When they do that, normally about 2 days later, we'll get rain.
Right.
We got about 10 inches of snow.
Yeah.
Just overnight. So, That's why we got to have 4-wheel drive trucks, because I was driving mine and people were just sideways on the highway because they thought they could drive around in bald tires and front-wheel drive cars on a highway. I was just driving, had to go on the berm around people, just like listening to music and driving. First time you don't get stuck because you got a 4-wheel drive, you never not buy a 4-wheel drive again of anything. Like even my car is all-wheel drive. Yeah. I mean, a couple grand more, who cares at that point? Just put it in. Or hey, if it comes on the car, I want that one. Yeah.
I'm off to bed, y'all. Have a good night.
Catch it, mate.
Good night.
Cheers. See ya. Have a good one. $37, eh? We got 31, I think. Still
I'll
hard.
swap you.
Feels like 37. Yeah.
Yeah, when I
Let's see. Storm's
went outside
coming.
up in the car.
Oh, cool.
Oh, is it? Yeah, going to your house.
Keep going.
Yeah, when I knocked off, walked out, hopped in the car, it said 40 in the car, and it reads 2 up. So the car was in 38, but it was out in the sun. It's just, yeah. It's interesting how the temperature works here. Like most places, normally between 12 and 2 o'clock, that hits its peak. And that's what it was for years on the coast. And I come out here, and it's like 2 o'clock. It keeps building from 2 o'clock onwards and peaks at about 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Lost connection.
Hello, people.
Oh, someone said hello. How?
I have finally
Oh,
been
it's very
in
tasty
bed.
chips. Did you watch the videos this morning?
Ah, yes.
And what did you think of them?
What did I think of that? So, I just wanted to ask one question.
As long as it's got something to do with the videos.
No. So not a video. Just one question as a sphere earther.
Okay.
Okay. Rob Jr.
I just wanted to ask, how do you guys explain these satellites?
I don't have to explain the satellites.
Why?
Because all I'm interested in is the shape of the ground, or the lack thereof in your case. What happens above the ground, up in the sky, is nothing to do with the ground.
Oh, so this is what you guys think. But let me tell you something.
Well, hey,
When
before
the
you get excited telling us what we think, I'll tell you what I think. I don't care what's in the sky. Now, I'm going to make that abundantly clear for all the shoppers out there. If you want to put something up in the sky, it takes and means nothing about the shape of the ground, my friend. You can fly a plane, you can fly a hot air balloon, you can launch little rockets, you can call them satellites. I don't care what you call it or how you do it. The shape of the ground has no meaning to those things. It doesn't change the shape of the ground. The shape of the ground is not proven by those things. So please, proceed with your dreams of skydom.
Yes, you are a very intelligent man. But let me tell you that, do you know what is the definition of a satellite first?
No, I don't. What is the definition of a satellite?
The definition of a satellite is a foreign object launched into space that is using the leverage of orbit in order to stay in place and move.
Isn't the moon classed as a satellite?
Yeah, you'd be meaning an artificial satellite.
So now, if when the satellites are launched,
did you just hear what T-Dub said, Tasty Chips?
what did he say?
That would be an artificial satellite.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Okay. So if
So what about natural satellites? Did you launch
the
the moon up into the sky?
If we are going to talk about natural
Did
satellites,
you launch the moon up into the sky?
No, we did not. But I got
So
that
your definition of satellites is sort of broken already. But anyways, as you were.
Okay. So I will talk about two scenarios. First of all, I will talk about the artificial satellites. How did we get them up there? We launched them, and you are saying that you do not care about what happens in the sky, and that we can launch basically anything, and that it will not prove the Earth's globing. Yes. But
that's correct. You can launch one satellite, you can launch 100 satellites, it still won't prove the shape of the ground. All you're doing is launching a little bottle rocket, or in your case, a big bottle rocket up into the sky.
Very good. I am with you right now. But let me tell you something.
Excellent. So where's the curvature in all your rocketry?
I am not talking about the curvature. Listen to me.
Well, you should be, because that's what this room's about.
Please. Let's be civilized people and listen to each other.
I am being civilized at the moment.
Okay, I have listened to you. Now, can you please give me some moments, a time?
Oh, did you think I've been monologuing for the last 15 minutes? Oh no, I've just been interjecting into your stupidity. I want to hear about proofs of curvature, and you're telling me about things in the sky. It's not very good.
So, listen. When you launch something into space, the thing, when it is launched, first it uses rocket power in order to get to space, but it will not use rocket power indefinitely because we do not have it. So what does it uses? It uses the leverage of orbit in order to stay in place and be moving. But
that's a cool story.
Oh my god. But orbits Orbit is something that we can only use the leverage of when it is a sphere. Okay, so you are going to tell me that the satellites, it goes behind the Earth? Is that like just under
No.
the Earth? No, it doesn't.
No, I'll tell you what I'm
No.
going to tell you. No, don't you tell me what I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you what I'm going to tell you. I'm telling you there is zero measured curvature. So you can't back up any of your claims of spacedom because you can't get there. And until you can, you've just got a cool story, bro. But please, tell your cool story. I'm happy to listen to it.
When something uses the leverage of something else orbits, it means that the thing that it is using as leverage is a sphere, because orbit only works on spheres.
Look, very tasty chips. At the moment, you've got a cool story, yeah? You're telling us about the leverage of gravity and falling orbits and all this bullshit. How are you going to validate, verify, or prove your claims? How are you going to back them up? At the moment, it is just your words. How are you going to prove that to us, the people in the panel?
Okay, great. So, in your thinking, how do you think people, like, for an example, how do you think people made Google Maps?
No, I didn't think anything about that. I'm asking you, with your claims of the leverage necessitating a sphere, how are you going to back that up? How are you going to prove it, verify it, validate it?
Because simply for something to literally make turn around another thing as
so you're just assuming. So that's what you're doing. No! You are assuming, because of the cool story, I've been told that this has to work on a sphere, therefore it's a sphere. Well, if that's the case, okay, I'll let you have your satellites, I'll let you have your sphere. Let's you and me go outside and let's measure. Let's measure this sphere to see if there's any drop over distance. Now, the reason we gave you those laser tests this morning is to show you there is zero drop over distance. So if there's no drop over distance, there is no curve. If there is no curve, there is no sphere.
Why are you so irritated? Let's calm down.
I'm not irritated. I'm telling you, there is no measured curvature. You keep going sphere, 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 and I'm saying must need curvature. No curvature. Where is curvature?
This is the definition of the orbit. Listen to it. The curved path.
Okay, hey kid, I'm not interested in definitions. I'm interested in demonstrations. You can't demonstrate any of your claims.
The literal demonstration of this are literally satellites. Oh my god.
What satellites?
Natural ones. Even natural ones, dude. The curved path of a celestial object. Yes, for example, the curved path of a celestial object or
okay, to orbit something, to go around. If you walk around your city block, are you orbiting your city block?
I am. Well,
yes.
No. Listen.
So, how about when you look up into the sky, you prove to me the ground bending downwards? Because that's what you need to do. I've got no problem with you saying the sun moves across the sky. It does. That's what both you and me see. Go outside, starting at the east, going in the west. Moon is very similar. Starting in the east, going in the west.
So basically,
you don't see a complete orbit. You just see one tiny little portion of it. Of the sun's path and the moon's path. And you make all these assumptions. Because you've been fed stories. They didn't back it up with any empirical data or evidence, did they? They just gave you a story and told you to accept it. And if you don't accept it, and if you don't write it down correctly, you're not going to pass your science test. And that's how they indoctrinate little boys and girls into this bullshit. None of the data, none of the stories, anything you've been given has been backed up, has been validated or verified. It's just really cool stories, mate. So how about we start putting the globe to the test? You were told it's a ball with a radius of 59 miles. So let's go and test for that.
Let me tell you something. Aeroplanes accidentally prove Earth is round daily.
No, they don't.
a fact is that long distance flights routes
So where did you get
curves
this
on
fact
map.
from? Where did you get
It
this
is
fact
simple
from?
logic. It
No,
is
no.
simple fucking logic.
That's not logic. Is not a fact. Where did you get this fact from that planes prove curvature? And I'll show you why. Check this out in side chat. I'll post it up. Plane.
Okay.
Let me
post
hard
it.
drives kick into gear. And that one there will do me. Let's have a look at this. Right. Now I just posted up in the side chat the flight data from a plane, a flight. You know, the things that you're claiming that prove curvature? One of those lines there is orange in colour. It also has the word pitch, which is the plane tilting its nose up and down. Yeah, how about I put another little image up there so people can understand what that is? Now, as you can see in the blue section, the box that's been made there, there is zero change in pitch.
Okay.
Now, if you're flying around a ball, in order to navigate around said curvature of the ball, you would have to pitch down at some stage to navigate around it. This has not happened.
Yes, but
in
the
a
curvature is
2-hour
simply
period.
so far. The curvature is simply so far that you
Are
cannot
you
reach
joking?
it. The Earth is massive, man. Didn't
It's got a radius of 3959 miles. That means at a 10-mile distance, there should be a 66-foot drop. That plane's doing 500 mile an hour.
Okay. Do you
Okay,
believe
exactly. Okay. So that means the plane would have to dip its nose to navigate around the curvature. It has not done that.
Good. Now, do you believe in
Excellent.
time
So,
zones?
yeah, I'll take that as your concession of you understand that planes don't prove curvature. Very good.
Yes. Okay. Now, planes do not prove curvature. Okay, but do you believe in time zones?
In time zones,
Yes.
what do you define as a time zone? Because I get with different
For
answers
example,
from people in this channel.
For example, something
As in day, night?
something that can be observed right now is that, for example, when it is midnight in New York, it is afternoon in Tokyo. Okay, this is a simple example of a time zone. Okay.
Okay, so time zones are political. So are you talking about
Oh my
time
God,
zones? Okay, hey, settle down. There's no need to get your panties in a bunch. This is why I questioned your definition of time zones. Because in this channel, and the very basic English understanding that majority of people have, time zones falls under two definitions. Definition 1, day-night cycle. Definition 2, time zones, i.e. I live in Eastern Australian Standard Time versus Eastern American Standard Time. And across Australia, we have 3 time zones. Across the United States, there is 4 time zones. Across China, there is 1. Yes, I do believe in time zones. Yes, they do exist. Yes, they are political. Now, if you're talking about the day-night cycle, however, the sun moves. So when the sun is above my head, it's probably 12 noon. When it's above your head, it's probably 12 noon there. And whilst it's above your head, it's probably nighttime where I live.
Very good. Right now, I am going to give you an example of the day-night cycle. In your definition, you think the sun is basically a beam, or is it simply
a beam?
radiating?
No.
Oh my God!
That is not what I said.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Stop strawmanning me!
So if
I said it was a fucking beam, I'd have said beam. I did not say that.
Do you think the sun is simply a big ball of light? Do you think it is that?
It is a light source. Yes.
It is a light source. Okay. Okay, very good. Let's stop at that. So, if the sun was actually local and close, and that your excuses that I'd heard before that the sun is simply small and moves in an circular 8 pattern, I don't know. If it was this close to Earth, everybody would get day and everybody would get night, but it is simply
Wrong.
observable.
Why do you believe that? Why do you believe everyone would get day at the same time?
If the Earth was flat, if it was flat.
No, what's that got to do with the shape of the ground? You said if it was close and bigger, everyone would get daytime at the same time. Why?
Why? Because it is a surface and the sun is radiating the light. But if it is a sphere, the bottom part would not get any light.
Wrong.
It is.
Hold on. You're assuming light is infinite. No, it's not.
Well, exactly. Light is not infinite.
Well, if it's not infinite, not everyone is going to get the light. If I get my torch out and I shine it towards your house, you're not going to see it. Why not? Because light's not infinite. It dissipates.
Dude, it is not infinite. But the sun's power is simply disproving all of that. It is extremely hard.
No, it's not. You've just been told a story and you believe that. You've been told the sun is 93 million miles away. You believe that. Now, how can you test that? Go and buy yourself a light meter. Take a reading of the lux reading at its peak and at its lowest. Now, energy, when you double the distance from a light source, it's 1/4 of the power. So that means the Earth, instead of rotating, would have to be travelling 93 million miles per day closer to get to its peak, and then travelling further away to get away from this. The sun's not doing that, even under your stupid heliocentric law.
Okay. Now, you do not believe in the speed of light. You think that light is
I didn't
not
say
infinite.
that. Don't
You
tell
didn't
me
say
what I
that.
do and don't believe.
Okay, very good. So, the speed of light is calculated at 300,000 kilometers per second. Do you believe in that?
I'll have to believe in it.
You'll have to
Please
believe in it.
continue your story.
Okay. For simple math, let's take a simple division. Let's say that the distance between Tokyo and New York is an example, okay, is 11,000 miles. Okay? Do you believe in that?
I don't know what this is in reference to, but from point A to point B, if it's 11,000 miles, so be it.
Okay, so be it. And the light speed, it's 300,000 miles. So let's make the division 11,000 miles on 300,000 miles. It gives 0.036 seconds, with just literally calculated speed flight. Okay, but real time zones, it differs by 5 to 12 hours. Light of speed cannot explain that, not even close. Off by a factor
Like,
of 1
how
million.
did you hold on a minute? Why are you cross-referencing two totally not related things? Whatever speed of the light is has nothing to do with the time zone.
It will relate.
This is how it works. If the sun is above your house, it's daylight. And it's nighttime above my house. And as the sun follows its path, it illuminates an area above its path. Other sections of the path, are not illuminated. So the sun keeps moving at approximately 15 degrees an hour. As it gets to my house, and it's directly above my house, it is 12 noon. And it keeps moving. And then all of a sudden it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and it gets to about 8:45, and then it becomes dark again. And I don't know where the sun is, or whose house it's above, but not mine.
If the sun was local and light speed mattered, as you're saying right now, sunrise would be delayed, dude. You'd see the sun turn on slowly across the sky, but this is not what we see.
That's what we do see. They're called sunrise.
We see the
We
sun
see
rising
the
up.
light slowly coming into vision.
You see the sun rising up, but what you're explaining to me
No,
is that
stop.
it's above you.
Before you witness direct light from the sun, do you see the sky illuminating? Yes or no?
I see simply light getting to me by
So you
moving
do see
upwards.
the light coming. So that means the sunlight is getting to you before the sun does. That's interesting.
Okay, very good. Now, let's say that the shadow that whatever the sun are talking about now, its shadow would literally break your thinking, because if the sun right now the sun, let's say that in Australia the sun points, your shadow points south, but in South America it points west. This only works if the sun is very far away and earth is curved.
What's this?
What are
Stop.
you
Go
gonna
back.
say about that?
Repeat that again. Where I
Okay,
live, the sun's shadow points south.
it's an example, and it is actually
Well,
happening right now.
that's a very poor example. Please try again.
If the sun was close, shadow will all point roughly to the same way, but they do not.
The shadow from a light source will point in the opposite direction of said light source. If the light source is in the north and I hold up an object, the shadow from that object will be in the south. And on the inverse, if the light source is in the south and I hold up an object, the shadow cast from said object will be in the north. And he didn't hear any of it.
Good afternoon, Matrix.
How's it going, mate?
I'm alright. I got work in like 5 hours. How about you?
I've knocked off for the afternoon. If that last dude is not related to Rob Utah, fair dinkum, I'll eat me hat.
Right.
He sounds like a young, stupider version. Like, seriously.
He's probably been to Rob Utah's university.
Utah.
That's it, lads. Hit me with your next straw, man. The flat earthers stink. Really? That's funny because we get accused of not thinking. Which one is it? Nice on 20.
Hey, you know what I realized earlier? Just thinking about this. So if someone says that, like they try and, defend, the Earth, that not feeling the Earth spinning because it's a constant speed, right? And that we only feel acceleration. Right? Well, then, guess what they're throwing away?
What?
Coriolis effect. Because you need an accelerating reference frame versus a non-accelerating reference frame, right? For Coriolis. And if they appeal to, so that that those two cancel each other out, right?
A constant change in vector is acceleration. So, yeah,
Well,
when they
that's
say
right
it's
too,
not
but-
acceleration, that's bullshit.
Well, that's right. But if they want to say that Earth is moving at a rate that is non-accelerating, then they don't have any Coriolis effect.
Yeah.
And if
Well,
they appeal to Coriolis, then they don't have their constant speed, do they? Their constant non-accelerating reference frame.
Well, if they say it's not accelerating, then they're also throwing away the perihelion and aphelion orbits. And they're elliptical and they are in a constant state of acceleration or deceleration.
That's for orbit, yeah, that's right. As far as rotation goes, though, they can't escape it being an accelerating reference frame. Without it being an accelerating reference frame, you wouldn't have the Coriolis effect. It wouldn't happen. So, but not that there's anything they can appeal to claim that there's Earth-based Coriolis anyway. But I was just thinking about it. I was thinking, oh, hang on a second. When they say that you don't feel it because it's a constant speed, right, they're really saying it's not accelerating because we only feel acceleration, right? They're saying, oh, you only feel acceleration, right? Oh, so the Earth's not accelerating? That's right. Oh, well, there goes your Coriolis out the window. You're going to need it to be an accelerating reference frame if you're going to claim Coriolis effect.
What's up with the question?
Oh, it's not a question. It was just something I was thinking about earlier. Like when people try and say that we only feel acceleration, right? We only sense
No,
acceleration.
I'm
We don't
talking
accept.
about like the name of the event.
Oh, the name of the event? Oh, sorry. What is it? So let's see. I haven't really looked. Oh, okay.
How can you have flat water on a globe?
Oh, right. Yeah. How can you have flat water on a globe? Yeah. What do you understand the question?
Yeah, I understand it, but I don't really see the intention behind it.
Well, they tell us that we live on like a spherical body, right, in outer
Yeah.
space, and that gravity is causing the water to conform to the exterior, right, and that every point on the water's surface would be equidistant from the center, according to gravity, right? So that would mean that the water has a curving surface, right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Right, but we go out and we observe it and measure the surface of water and it's flat. So how can you have flat water on a globe?
Okay. I just would like to ask about the scale of the measurement.
Oh, good question, because you're saying that it could be such a slight curve that it's imperceivable and you can't measure it, right? Just
No,
appears
I'm not
and measures
saying
to
you
be
can't
flat.
measure it, but you can measure it if you measure long enough. I'm just asking how much is measured.
Would 20 miles be enough? 21 miles?
20 miles. Let me look how much is that.
Don't look it up. Take a guess.
No, I don't know miles. I know kilometers.
Oh, okay. That's
Miles and kilometers.
who's good at that? I don't know how much you times it by.
32.
35 kilometers, isn't it?
How far you want to know? Distance?
32, it's about
21 miles. 20 miles.
Yeah, how much is
How far you want to know in kilometers? Sorry. Which way you going? 20
no, I know
miles.
how much in kilometers. It's 32. What is it
21
called? I
miles,
forgot.
33 kilometers.
There you go, I was 2 off. And Illuminati confirmed, right?
Link. RT 1,000 kilometers. Yeah, 32K would be enough.
It'll work out to be something like 80 meters drop. That distance.
Yeah, can I have a link like to the measurement? Hello?
A
What
link to
measurement you're
what?
after?
A link to the 20-mile measurement.
One of the
I
laser
gotcha.
tests.
It's in the side chat there for you.
Okay, thank you.
He left.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hello guys.
Hello.
Well, I saw the Dragon spacecraft re-enter this early this morning, so that's kind of cool. Anybody else in Southern California?
No, but that sounds pretty cool. Was this randomly, or were you looking for it?
I set an alarm so I could get up and see it. It was like 12:30 a.m. or something like that.
I'm gonna look it up. What was it? SpaceX?
Yeah, the Dragon return of the 4 astronauts. One of them had some medical problem.
So now the ISS is empty due to health concerns. Is that right?
No, there were 7, and now there are 3. Travis, did you see it also, or is that you just saw that video?
No, I just saw the video. Yeah, I'm in Hawaii.
Yeah, it's a bit far. I haven't heard any flat earthers have an explanation for that.
For what? You going and watching a rocket re-entry?
No, for watching the Dragon spacecraft return, the re-entry and splashdown that I watched last night.
There isn't one necessary.
I'm saying I saw something in the sky with my own 2 eyes. I'm curious what you think it might have been.
Chicken drumstick.
Oh, okay, I don't know. It's whatever you saw.
So according to AI, that video, it was going 17,000 miles per hour in that video.
Well, it was slowing down throughout that video, so it was probably quite a bit less than that at the end of the video.
I personally think that it's some natural phenomenon, and they know when they're going to happen, and they're just giving us this SpaceX nonsense that there's people inside of that fireball.
So they can predict natural phenomena like 10 hours ahead of time?
I don't know. It's probably. I don't think it's predicted. Probably cycles or something. I don't know. But I mean, I don't believe there's 3 or 4 people on that little fireball going 17,000 miles per hour, then hitting the ocean. I mean, if you ever watch the Blue Angel videos where they've got the selfie camera on of those guys, and these guys are like trained athletes. I mean, clearly super athletic guys, and they're gritting their teeth super hard. They can barely keep their eyes open, every muscle flexed, and they're going, I don't know, 1 or 2 Gs, 3 Gs or something, and
No,
then
like 8 or 9.
8 or 9.
Yeah, for fighter
And
pilots, they have moments of like 8 or 9.
and then I don't know what the G force is for let me look it up for it's something going 17,000 miles per hour. And then the videos will show him just sitting there like nothing's going on. It's just to me, it's just absurd. They had one a year or two ago with like a 60-year-old woman inside of it, and I mean, it's just zero chance. Let me see the G forces. Let me look this up.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, the world is round.
Really? Well, it could have fooled me. Looks pretty flat.
The world is round.
A pizza is round and flat.
Wheels around too.
Yeah, this world is also round.
Like a wheel?
No, it's on a 3D shape.
You mean like a ball?
Yeah.
Okay. And when did you observe that?
I didn't observe that. I saw that.
What, on a screen? In a book?
Yeah.
And how did you know it's real?
Okay, there is a small explanation. If you look at somewhere distanced, like a farm field, you can say a crop field. So if you look exactly on the vertical line, you will see only the crops, and it will literally end. And if the world was flat, you could have seen the Eiffel Tower from anywhere in this world.
Can I address part of that?
Yes.
So I was just looking into this, looking at the Eiffel Tower from New York, for example. The angular size of that, I believe, is like 10 or 12 arc seconds. So if you're in New York trying to see the Eiffel Tower, even with high-powered binoculars, it's going to be like looking at a grain of rice that is 200 feet away, or trying to see individual pixels on a TV screen when you're 10 feet away. It would simply be too small to see.
No.
Well, you can be if you go ahead and try and prove me wrong, unless you think you're Superman and can see forever. But things get smaller in the distance.
How big do you think the Eiffel Tower is, bro? You think it's like Mount Everest? Or bigger?
You can say everything on the line.
One other thing I'd like to say, looking across the oceans, there's on an average day, there's going to be a very specific amount of water vapor in the air. If you condense that all down into a tube of a telescope, it would be about 12 feet long. So there's two things going on. You're looking through a telescope that's filled with 12 feet of water. That's something that's smaller than a grain of rice 200 feet away. So you got two problems with this nonsense about seeing the Eiffel Tower from across the ocean.
Bro. Okay. Okay. You believe whatever you want to believe.
Hey, same to you. Michael, or oops, not Michael. Matthew. I'm looking for this great video. It's just entertaining. It's about the Blue Angels and G forces, and if I can find
Okay.
this, it's worth a watch. It's short. It's just entertaining.
How many G forces do you think the astronauts would have to endure if it were real?
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of confused because if they're going 17,000 miles per hour up and 17,000 miles per hour back, I mean that's what 10 times faster than the Blue Angels. But I don't think it's
Right.
that many. It's got to be 7, 8 G forces or something, I would think. But I mean, I would think it was like 20 or 30. I think it would be insane. because you're going so much faster.
Yeah, but they don't take as long. The Blue Angels are doing these quick turns in just a few seconds, whereas this reentry took, a couple minutes.
I also looked up the speed of a rocket leaving, and they're going, 25,000 miles per hour. And then through the same, when the rocket is re-entering Earth, it's like a fireball. And you see all these flames and stuff, but you don't see those same flames when it's leaving the Earth. There's nothing. It's like they're going the same speed. So why is there no heat being generated?
Well, you see some flames from the rocket engines, but it's higher at that point. So it's only, the bottom 20 miles or something where you get lots of atmosphere.
Right, but you don't. Well, anyway, I'm gonna look this video. I want to find it. I want to watch it again just because it's good. I'll be back, but I'm gonna link it for you.
Yes, I think it's 4 or 5 Gs that they might experience. That's what I'm looking at.
There we go. I found the video. Like I said, it's just a fun video to watch. I know I'm not trying to change your mind or anything, but it's just an interesting one.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. How
Hello.
are you doing?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Better now that you're here.
Oh, nice to hear that. Good to have you guys here.
Thank you. What brings you here?
Thanks a lot. Why
Oh,
is
you haven't been
everybody
here long.
quiet? Why is everybody quiet here?
Just waiting for people to come in that have questions or comments.
Okay, they just want to listen to us?
Yeah.
We were
Mostly.
we were having a
Oh.
moment of silence
Yeah.
because the globe died.
Yeah, they just want to get used to it. After that, I guess when they get comfortable, they'll start talking. My question brand is solution. Got the moment of silence. انزل لقيت ممكن بس كده بانك اختار خد هذا silent. قمت كل شيء أقرأ كمان.
Enough of the masti. Hello? Hi. The Murjiko.
Okay. Oh, you've decided to return. Or not.
Wait, no, come back.
Yeah, it's like that, Mr. Wonka, isn't it?
Yeah. Who here buys the official narrative or explanation for eel reproduction?
For what reproduction?
Eels, freshwater eels.
So what's the story with them?
Well, it seems
What's the
that
claimed story? Sorry, I should say.
well, all the fertile eels, like thousands of miles inland, all know somehow to migrate to this one place, right, in the ocean, negotiating severe and very extensive terrain, right? Often having to like go land, um, you know, and yeah, like pretty much slither over land because a lot of these places are isolated, right, where they're coming from.
Mhm.
Or down huge waterfalls, etc. And back, and when they get there and new eels are spawned, these little tiny buggers make their way inland again, like including up waterfalls and up like steep terrain and places, you know, to get to these very isolated locations. Yeah, because I've been hearing a bit about it on YouTube, right? And so I'm like asking AI about it, and it's saying that like, yeah, your skepticism's warranted. Like, you're not the only one. You know? Scientists are not sure about it either, but what studies have been done pretty much are showing that this is what happens. That there's no inland reproduction takes place. That conditions and all that aren't, you know, suitable, and yeah, they all migrate
Wow.
to this one place. Like in Australia, it's some coral reef, and then
Really?
in the north, it's the Bermuda Triangle, someplace in the Bermuda Triangle, the northern ones go to.
That sounds a lot
Yeah,
of like, we've got no friggin' idea, so here's a cool story.
doesn't it? And that, you know, that they have never been witnessed by human mating ever, except in, like, not in the wild, in habitat. They've been forced to reproduce, like with like experimentation. Well, you know, adding hormones and stuff, and forced
Playing
them
some
to
nice
actually.
music, dinner,
Yeah,
candles.
right.
Yeah.
Candlelit dinner table. Yeah, yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. Never really looked into it.
Yeah, there's a lot of exaggeration going on about it on YouTube. Like like people are saying they literally don't know anything. They just it's a mystery. Like, they don't know how they reproduce. They just suddenly there's more. You know, like they haven't studied it at all, or tagged them and followed them, or whatever. You know, like, yeah. But I have a hard time like believing that they like negotiate up, you know, like 30-foot waterfalls and shit to get like you can find freshwater eels in like dams, you know, like that aren't
Yeah.
connected, like, and stuff, you know, lakes and dams and things that aren't even connected to river or creek systems. But they say that they negotiate land to get to those places. But they'll prefer rough, wet tracks, right? To slither over, and they can climb. They can climb waterfalls, and they've been witnessed climbing up like almost 90-degree faces of rock and stuff. You know, like, I don't know. It's it's pretty wild, man. They're telling me that like somewhere like in the Kakadu, right, or you know, even Tasmania, they're saying like in those really remote areas, you know, they slither their way back to the coast and head on up to this coral reef. Do this. Is it annual? I'm not sure if it's annual, but like, yeah, there's this migratory process, and I don't know what happens there. They speculate that once, you know, the mating and spawning is done, that the adults pretty much just go and die somewhere or something. They haven't witnessed it, and all the young, you know, make their way back to fresh water and inland again to do it all over again.
I think we broke the old bullshitter meter.
Right? How do they even know where to go? What?
Well, yeah, it's not like there's a sign that says eels this way. Just pull in, grab a food while you're on your way. Yeah. Like that claim that they travel down the coast, things like that. When you're on the coast, say you're an hour inland and there's obvious rivers that are connecting to the coast, you go, yeah, plausible. I could give it that. But some of the places, like right out where I am, and you sort of got to go, hang on a minute. How did little slip and slide get from there 4.5 hours drive from the coast?
Right.
Is there some bus that they're hitchhiking or some shit, or what's the dealio?
Right. They say it can take them a long time because they can live up to like 50. So that, you know, eventually, like, they'll just keep traveling looking for food or water or whatever, and make their way inland to these different.
You want to look up an interesting one? Ask AI about fish falling from the sky. Pretty well documented, and there's many cases of schools of fish, thousands of fish, raining down on cities and towns 300
I've heard of
miles
that.
from the ocean. And they're saying
Frogs
that
too.
water spouts apparently pulling whole schools of fish out of the ocean. Then they somehow go in the clouds, a
They
100
remain
miles.
aloft, right?
Yeah.
So the counter argument would be the fish is falling from where? Sorry, I'm not following.
From the sky. Look it up. This isn't like a conspiracy theory. It's well documented. Fish falling from the sky. Just look that up on AI and ask what the furthest is and how long it happens and how often. It's pretty crazy.
So they're just launched like from a mortar or something?
No, they're living fish raining down into a town. It's
Where
coming
were they
straight down
before
from the
they?
sky. Well, the claim, modern science says that these schools of fish were in the ocean. A water spout sucked them out of the ocean. They traveled a couple hundred miles in the sky, still alive, and then rained down onto a town.
Okay, and the counter argument is?
Well, that's the mainstream argument. I mean, mainstream claim. I don't know what's actually happening. Maybe they're just coming straight down from maybe there's waters above us.
Okay. Like
Well, I mean,
I believe
do you have a good explanation as to how schools of fish can travel 300 miles over a state or 300 miles into Australia from the coastline and start rain? That'd be a couple hours of travel. Right? It's got to be, and then landing into a city. You know, and these rainfalls. They've one where it did it for 2 days straight, where fish just kept falling.
absolutely not, but I don't know. I thought this was like some kind of reasoning that goes back to flat Earth, so I was trying to relate to that. I believe there are like
Fish fall from
7.
sky, therefore flat.
Right? I was like, how did you get to that, man? That said, I believe there are maybe like 7 skies, but I believe that they're like invisible. Like you can drop something from there, like logically speaking, but I don't think that ever happened, or like I don't know. I'm not well educated about that at all, so, honestly.
What's never happened? What did something dropped? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like can you record something that you can tell that dropped from the heavens? Uh, like
I mean,
you
I've
find
seen
that in scripture.
Yeah, I've seen videos of this in the past on YouTube over the years of just fish falling from the sky into some town or village, but um, no
What
idea
do you
what's
think the
really
people's
happening.
reaction is? Like they think that's a blessing from God?
Well, I think when frogs were
It's not
supposedly
wild to
falling
think
from the
so.
sky in the Bible, it was like a curse if that happened. I think the
Oh
one
yeah,
got a
okay.
blessing.
That was a scary scene in Magnolia back then. So regardless the fish, you believe it's flat or not,
Oh yeah, it's measured flat. Just go up into an airplane and look out the window. You can see how flat it is.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense to me, but somehow it doesn't make sense to a lot of other people.
No, actually, the reason I brought it up is because he was talking about eels doing just crazy, insane things in nature, and I was thinking, oh yeah, like the fish doing just as insane, wild stuff as well.
I mean, if you look at it from like a duality perspective, it's only fair. There are birds that can swim. There should be fish that can fly.
Apparently, in 2005 in Serbia, thousands of frogs rained out of the sky, and they were not local to the area. There's some type of frog none of them had seen.
But how can you tell? How can you tell if that's like some kind of a natural phenomena or that's like a, as you would refer it as a punishment from God or something?
I have no clue what's going on. It's pretty wild. Maybe they're just dumping them out of airplanes to freak people out. Who knows?
What about metal spheres?
Yeah, those are crazy. I've seen some videos about that a few years ago where they're uh look like huge fireworks balls or something, but they're metal, a couple feet in diameter. Is that what you're talking about?
You could say balls of steel.
Yes. Yes, those ones. My son just has to say you can say balls of steel. But yeah, maybe I should wait till Sunday. Yeah, my theory on that. Hello and welcome. You're up. Hello, welcome in. You're up. I've been waiting. You are next on the list. No? You don't want to speak? Come on. This is your chance to practice English, discussing a very controversial topic. Let's go. Don't mind the background noise. That's my dog. What about you, Hala? Is it Hula or Hala?
Well, he said, "How are you inside chat?"
Yes, the glob.
Oh, really? Oh, both Hala and Hula. You can pronounce it anyway. Okay, just don't call you late for dinner, right?
I know it's a glob. They told me it's a glob when I was little at school. I have to believe them.
They wouldn't lie to us. No way.
That would mean your parents are in on the lie too.
Can't you feel us spinning?
No, not really. I can't. I think the only spinning here is someone spinning us a yarn.
There's no need to be like that.
Wait, is this Esme Watson?
Oh shit. Dame Edna.
Well, hello, possums.
What's a possum? I've never heard of a possum here in the USA.
Think raccoon, but much nicer. And no, they don't want to kill you, which is pretty rare for Aussie animals.
Hello guys, what are you talking about?
Hello, Chris. We are talking about people proving the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, Earth is flat. Who said it's round?
Well, a couple of these other jokers did. I thought it was quite funny.
It's a
Yeah, Earth
glob. It has to be a glob.
There's one now.
is
There you go,
flat.
Chris. Prove him wrong.
Earth is flat. Let me.
It's
Yeah,
impossible. My teacher told me that it
Earth is
was
flat.
big
Prove me
balls.
wrong. Prove me Earth is round. Actually, Earth is oval shape. I mean,
For
Earth
my
is flat
opinion,
also.
it's not
Earth
it's
is
not
flat.
flat.
Earth is flat.
The Earth is curved, I guess.
No, Earth is oval shape.
Because when I fly with the with airplane,
Yeah.
I see the curves.
It's not actual curve. It's a oval shape. It's like an X shape.
Okay, so one's saying it's curved, one's saying it's egg shaped. What are you
It's
going to go
oval
with,
shape,
guys?
not egg
It's
actually.
egg. It's eggs. It's eggs sharp.
Yeah, it's oval shape.
I said when I fly, I see the curves things.
That's interesting. We get other people that tell us it's mathematically impossible. You've got to be like at ISS height to be seeing it.
What is mathematically impossible?
Mathematically. If you do the calculations, you must be much higher than what a commercial airplane can go.
It's hard. It's hard to find people who defined that flat Earth in 2026.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Wally, I just tagged you in a video that's not even 30 seconds long. Would you mind listening to it and giving me your thoughts on it?
Where?
It's in the side chat.
Okay.
It's like 30 seconds. Just give it a watch and let me know what
30
you think.
seconds? That's too long. I haven't got an attention span that long.
Earth is flat, guys. We have to believe Earth is flat.
No, you don't have to believe. Go and check it out for yourself, and then you'll know if it is or is not.
Yeah, I just trolling those ones who believe.
I'm not.
I mean, people who believe it's just insane. Earth is flat.
People who believe are insane. But we don't want people to believe. That's the whole point of this show.
Yeah.
We want them to check it out for themselves. Come to their
Yeah.
own conclusions.
Yeah,
Form
I
their
come to
own
my
knowledge.
own conclusion after listening what you just said. Yeah, I agree with you. Earth is flat.
So what's your best proof of flatness?
Everything in Earth is flat. Ground is flat.
So what is your best proof? You said
Ground
it's
is flat. Ground is flat.
It's not flat. There's hills on it.
If you know, then you believe in flat Earth?
Well, you can believe in anything, apparently.
Do you?
We don't want you to believe. This is what we're trying to get you to understand. We want you to have first-hand knowledge. So what
Yeah, I have
first-hand
first-hand
knowledge do you
knowledge.
have of it being flat?
Yeah, on the other day I asked ChatGPT about Earth being flat or round. It said it's flat. That's why I think Earth is
I find
flat.
that hard to believe because there's quite a few people that argue on a regular basis with good old ChatGPT.
Yeah, Earth is flat. I agree. Earth is flat. How can be Earth a round shape? Flat.
It's like there's a third person in the conversation sometimes.
Can you prove me how Earth is flat, not a oval shape?
Well, you're telling me it's flat. I'd like to know what your best proof of this is, so I can grab it and throw it at someone else.
Earth being flat. I don't believe it.
Really?
I'm just
I
wondering
didn't pick up
what
on
it measures like. What does it measure like?
What?
What does the surface measure like? Like when you measure it? What do you get?
Number?
What sort of numbers?
What?
What do the numbers tell you?
Nothing.
How you explain gravity? If the
One at
Earth
a
is
time,
flat.
shoppers. One at a time.
Yeah, Earth is flat. I agree with that. Yeah, Earth is flat.
All right. Okay. There's one down. Moving on, I
Earth is
guess.
flat. Earth is
Solid
an
black.
oval shape. It's flat.
No.
Hey, well, Wally, so what did you think of that video?
Those are all bullshit. Earth is oval. It's always oval shape. How you guys believe even Earth is a
You're
flat?
schizophrenic, right?
You guys are
The video.
insane, man. Earth is. How can Earth be a flat?
Hey,
You guys are insane.
Chris, I know
Yeah.
you're excited to hear your own voice, and I know we're recorded, but it's measured like that. We didn't make it measured like that. We just go out and measure it and go, holy shit, it's flat.
Go back to school. Go back to school and complete your study. Go back.
So at school, how did they verify for you? What did they do to back up the claim that it's a ball? So at school, they taught us all we live on a
No,
sphere
Earth is a ball.
that's
Earth
flying
is
through
an
space
oval
and all these other wonderful stories that go with it. How did they prove that to you? How did they back that up?
No,
What data did they give you to verify for you that it's a ball?
Those doesn't make any kind of sense.
What doesn't make sense? The ball? Of course it doesn't
No,
make
it's
sense.
even
When there's
ball.
no
It's an
data to
oval
back up
shape.
the claim.
It's an oval shape. It's not even a ball shape. It's an
Excellent. You keep saying that. How do you know?
How do I know? Just go back to school. You would understand how.
Okay.
So if I go back to school and they just repeat, it's a ball, it's oval shaped, that's all you need to know.
As long as someone told you, right? They don't need to tell you why
Oh
or
my
how
God.
they know that.
You guys are funny. You
They
guys
just-
are funny. You guys are
All right, so
funny.
tell us how they know. Tell us how they know it's a ball.
Tell us how you know it's flat.
It's measured
Because I
flat.
went
We've told you
outside
this already.
and looked at it.
Hello?
Yeah,
Oh
exactly.
my God. Oh my
Hello?
God.
Hey
You
Chris,
guys are insane.
I've got something for you to think about. Outside of your television and outside of social media like computers and telephones, you have never seen curvature
What are
of
you
the Earth,
saying?
of course.
Oh my God.
That's
thing you are
insane.
saying,
That's
it's
the
all
truth.
bullshit. Doesn't
And the
make
problem
any
is
sense.
that offends you because you know I've just spoken the truth.
Oh my God. You guys are funny.
He's not going to help you.
You guys are so funny. Oh my God.
No, well, it wasn't funny. It was the truth. You know
Yeah,
as well
you've
as
never
I
seen-
do,
I believe you.
outside
Now I
of television,
believe. Now I believe.
outside of
Now
your
I believe.
computer, and outside of social media, you have never seen curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Look
Yeah,
at
you
this
guys
Yeah.
say Earth is not flat. Earth is oval shape.
All right, what are we looking at?
So you're just
Let's
going to
have a
go
look.
into repeat
What have we
mode.
got here?
Yeah.
YouTube. Let's see what this is. We got a YouTube link from Wally. Let's have a look.
Hey,
What
Wally.
do we got?
Wally, did you watch that 30
How
second
do we know
video?
the Earth?
Oh my God. Flat
Yes.
Earth. Oh my
We
God.
asked a NASA scientist. Oh, well, then it's all done then. Because as long as you ask a NASA scientist, yeah, then obviously they know better than us, right?
Well, I want to ask Wally again this real quick. So when you in that video, Neil deGrasse Tyson said curvature is not visible from 60 miles high. That is what, 8 times higher than an airplane where you said you saw a curve, right? Do you still stand by that claim that you can see curve from an airplane, Wally?
Hello?
Yes, Wally. Yes, Travis is talking to
Walled.
you, Wally. Walled luck.
Yes.
Do you have
What?
anything to say about
Walled.
Six.
Okay, Walled luck. One moment. Walled luck. I want you to listen to Travis closely. Travis is about to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay, when you came in here, you said you could see the curve from an airplane. And then you just saw a video where Neil deGrasse Tyson, the world's probably most famous astrophysicist, says it cannot be seen from 60 miles high. Do you still stand by your claim that you can see curve from an airplane? Or maybe it's just the curved windows?
I don't know if the Windows is curved or no.
Well, I'll be real quick about it. If the world's most
But
famous
there are
astrophysicist,
there are more arguments.
well, then you, instead of just linking
than
YouTube videos that you haven't watched yourself, you need to tell us those arguments. We're not going to watch a video, a 20-minute video, if you haven't watched it yourself.
go back to school and study, complete your study. I feel like do the
Yeah,
same.
okay, bro. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. You failed. Okay. You failed to demonstrate how you know that the Earth is a ball. Now it's Wally's turn. Okay.
What?
It's your turn. It's your turn to demonstrate to us how you know that the Earth is a sphere.
Just to make you feel better, Wallet, 60 miles works out to be 316,800 feet. Your little plane that you were on was somewhere between 30 and 40,000 feet.
So you spoke of other. There's other things. You said there's other things, right? Because you're now thinking that maybe looking out an aeroplane window isn't so reliable. So having been presented contrary information, right? So let's hear these other things that you wanted to talk about.
What about the stars? If the Earth were flat, everyone on the disk would see the same sky, I guess.
Did he say disc?
We don't think the Earth is a disk floating in space, if that's what you think. We don't think that.
So it's what?
That's just a plane. It's just a very extensive plane that I'm not sure of the overall dimensions of.
So the
I don't
Earth
think it's
is
floating in space. Sorry, go on.
I mean, the entire world shares the same 12 zodiac constellations.
So you're wondering why some parts of the world have can see different stars? Is that it?
And what about the shadow experiment?
Okay, so which would you like us to talk about? The stars or what was it? Shadows?
Shadow experiment, yes.
You want to talk about the shadow experiment?
Like if you place two identical sticks in the ground at the exact same time of day, but in two cities far apart, one north, one south,
Yes.
the
Yes, I
shadow
did that in my
will
living
be
room.
different.
I did that in my living room, right? And my living room apparently is a sphere with a radius of about what was it, 800 centimeters or something like that. Yeah, yeah. So I can do that in my living room on a flat floor. I can do the exact same thing, and then use the math to insinuate that my living room floor is the surface of a sphere.
Wally, do you think there's some reason you can't put two sticks in the ground and see shadows on a flat Earth?
Yes, to prove if it's flat or not.
It doesn't really prove anything when you actually think about it. That stick and shadow test. I mean, that's
Why?
2,000
Because
years old. There's got to be something better than that at this point.
if the Earth were flat, the sun ray would hit both sticks at the same angle, creating identical shadows. The difference in shadow lengths occur because the Earth's surface curves, causing the sun's ray to hit the stick at different angles.
If the sun is closer, smaller, and on a flat surface, you'll get the same shadow angles as you would if the sun was larger, more distant, and the ground was curving. It works on both models. It's not exclusive to a globe.
And what about the Coriolis effect?
What about it?
Force caused by the Earth's rotation that affects weather pattern and ballistics.
So, well, there's a couple of things there. So there's
Large storm
and
and
so my next
hurricanes.
door neighbor was an artillery guy in Vietnam, and I asked him specifically about that. He's older, and he said they would account for everything: weather, temperature, humidity, distance to target, elevation. And the one thing he had never heard of was taking into account Coriolis when they were targeting enemies during the Vietnam War, and he did this for a couple of years. So that's not true. What you're seeing, if a bullet deviates, you know how they spin like a baseball pitcher will throw a curveball and they spin the ball. Inside of rifle barrels, there's rifling. It's spirals. So when the bullet comes out, it spins. If there was no rifling, it would do flips in the air. So if it spins, it'll stay with basically the sharp end forward. And as it's spinning, this is called spin drift. It can deviate a little bit in the direction of the spin.
Sorry, what? I didn't capture all the information because I have not a good English.
Didn't understand. Didn't fully understand. Do you know
I
about?
didn't fully
Do you know
understand.
about spin drift?
Because large storm and the hurricanes spin counterclockwise in the northern
No. I'm talking about what
hemisphere
Travis
and
said.
clockwise in the
I'm just
southern.
asking. One sec. Yeah, I know. But we're
Yeah.
talking about a bullet being fired from a rifle, right? Do you know about spin drift?
Yeah.
So a projectile coming out of a barrel is going to be spinning because of the rifling. There's a certain pattern inside the barrel, right, which causes the projectile to rotate. And when it leaves the barrel, it continues that spin, and that can cause it to drift. Right? So Travis was talking about that. And you understand that his friend, that he was talking about his friend from the Vietnam War, said that through his service, he never once had to account for the rotation of the Earth when he was targeting the enemy.
You know, it's pretty crazy if you look up the Coriolis equations and then imagine some guys on a battlefield getting all, what the hell, trying to figure out these crazy equations under fire. Like, it's just not happening. Those are some pretty advanced, very advanced math when you actually look at them. They're not doing that out in the field, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I missed by an inch. Did you account for Coriolis? No, I forgot. Gets whacked up the side of the head. You idiot! What have I told you?
And what about the size of the sun and sunset?
May I ask you, what are you
Size
reading
of the
right now?
sun.
Are you looking at like a top 10 flat earth debunk list and just going down them one by one? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Is there a
Yeah, we
problem?
don't really want to argue with ChatGPT. We just want to have a conversation with you. What makes you think that the ground is curving below your feet? What makes you think
Yes.
that you're blasting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour right now?
I search for that. That's why I wanna talk with that to prove if that's true or not.
Ah. Okay.
If doesn't,
Well, we'd like to.
if you convinced me So this is it's not what
we'd like to encourage people to
the
think
reality.
for
I'm gonna
themselves.
change my mind.
Well, it's the Earth's surface that changes people's minds. It's not. We can only like encourage you to like go and investigate the surface for yourself, and to to look at the claims about it being a sphere, and to see if there's actually any evidence for it, like surface measurement. Because it's one thing to like look at things like sunsets and go, well, maybe I'm seeing that sunset because the Earth is a big spinning ball. It's another thing to be able to prove that, right? By measuring the surface of the Earth and showing that its surface has curvature, validating your idea for a sunset, right?
No.
What area do you live? Like near a big city or any near any lakes or by the ocean or anything?
Where I'm living.
Yeah, yeah. Do you
Asking
live?
where I live.
Yeah, just do you live near
I live
any
in
large
Morocco.
bodies of water, like
Morocco.
near any lakes?
Yes, yes, yes.
What lake? I'm gonna look it up on Google Maps real quick.
I am in Walidia, Morocco.
In Morocco. So Travis is wondering, if, are you near the ocean? Are you near any big lakes, bodies of water?
Yes, I can see the ocean just in my windows. From my windows.
Nice. There you go, Travis.
All right, so I'm trying to find a map of Morocco. So okay, so you live by the ocean, right? And you can see the ocean from your window. So go down to the shoreline, and if 20 miles out from the shoreline, right? The water needs to be curving down and away from you. Does that make sense? Like if you're on a globe, standing on top of a ball or a globe, at every point is going to be curving down and away.
If
That
if the Earth is flat, I can see America from here.
okay? Well, you can't. There's a couple reasons why. There's just too much water vapor in the air. That's at a 1,000 miles distance. All the water vapor in the air, if you condensed it down, there'd be enough water to fill a 12-foot telescope. This is at 1,000 miles. And imagine trying to look through a 12-foot telescope full of water. You're not going to be able to see anything through it. Okay. And then everything in America is going to be too small to see. It would be like the Empire State Building would be smaller than a grain of rice at like 200 feet away. It'd be too small to see, and you can't see through all the moisture in the air. You know, if you're underwater, if you go to a swimming, you go to the ocean and start looking at fish. You can't even see them when they're like 10 feet away. You know, the air we breathe is also a fluid. There's a distance. You just can't see that far through it. It's like looking through lake water. But anyway, so if you're standing at the ocean,
Where the sun go? Where did the sun go at sunset? Where?
Just let's imagine you're on the road, you're on a highway, and you can see all the street lights going off into the distance. And do you know what I mean? Can you picture that?
No, what?
Like you're on the side of a road and there's street lights, and you
Yeah.
every 200 feet, there's street lights going down until they finally reach a vanishing point. Right? Does that make sense?
I didn't try to understand.
Well, the sun just goes away. Like if you're watching an airplane cross the sky and you see that it goes from one end of the sky to the other and then the airplane disappears, it's not disappearing over curve of the earth. It's just going out of your vision limits. It's perspective. The sun is just leaving your personal field of view like an airplane does when it crosses the sky.
6. 6 with cloud.
So when we were talking about the ocean, 20 miles of ocean, you're at the beach. A boat 20 miles away from you would need to be it would be 260 feet below what you're standing on. Does that make sense?
Maybe.
That's what the globe requires. If you're looking across 20 miles of water, a point 20 miles away from you would be 266 feet below you. That's how much curve the globe requires. And when we ourselves go to these large bodies of water with zoom cameras and telescopes and binoculars, and we're looking for this curve, we can't find it. There's just no curve across any large bodies of water that's ever been measured. How far are you from Spain?
Not so much. I guess 1,000 kilometers. Maybe. Or between 700 kilometers and 1,000.
Can you see Spain from anywhere in Morocco?
Yes.
And how far across the water? Like if you can see Spain, you're at the beach, how far across the water is Spain?
You can see Spain from Tangier. From Tangier, you can see Spain. You can
How do you,
see Gibraltar.
how many
Gibraltar.
kilometers is that? How many kilometers is Tangi from Spain?
I guess 14. 14 kilometers.
Okay, so if you're at the beach in Spain, in Tangi, looking
No,
across
in the
14.
beach, in the beach you can't. In the beach you can't. You need to be in a highest place in Tangier.
How do you spell Tangi?
What?
How do you spell that city's name? Tangi? Tangiers, that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, it's about 20 miles away from the port of Tangiers to Spain. So there should be a 27-story building's worth of curving drop between the port of Tangiers and the coastline of Spain.
Eight miles between Tangier and stage of Germany. It's only about women with the viewpoint like Cap Portal and Tom Watson view of the Spanish coast and the major of the Atlantic. Hmm.
Well, according to AI, many people say they can see the coast of Spain from the port of Tangiers, which is about 20 miles. Depending on observer height, I don't want to straw man the globe, but there should be a couple hundred feet. There should be a hill of water, a couple hundred feet tall, between the port of Tangiers and the coastline of Spain. You shouldn't be able to see it.
Guys, I'm gonna let you. Nice to meet you guys. I need to
See
sleep.
you later, Wally. Come back soon. Bring some globe proof with you.
Okay. Tomorrow, inshallah, I'm gonna come.
Right on.
Good night.
Thanks, Wally. Bye.
Thanks. Thank you.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, what else we got? We got Janus Kuchi. Come in. Thanks for joining us. Feel free to open your mic, say hello, ask some questions. I'm sure you've got some. And Scholar is gone.
You know, somebody needs to do this. Maybe I should do it, but debunking the top 10 ChatGPT flat Earth debunks. That's where, I mean, I don't know how many times a day people come in with ChatGPT loaded up, and then they just go right down the list of, well, blah, 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 eclipse, the stars.
Yeah, that's what we need. Flat GPT. Just having a look at Chikuchi's profile here. Has something written in Latin, I think it is. Vacacious desuntibus. Vacacious sequentibus. Whatever that means. I don't know.
I don't know if it's just me, but you got some crazy static going on.
Oh, me? Sorry, I'll try logging out.
Nah, you must have been moving or something. Oh, you're too late. Microphone's probably rubbing up against his Santa Claus beard.
Sorry, Matrix, I heard you say something.
I said
Right.
your microphone was probably rubbing up against your Santa Claus beard.
Oh, right, yeah, never mind. Sorry about that. Yeah. You have to keep everything perfectly still while I'm talking. But how do I do that when I'm spinning at like 700 miles an hour, orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles an hour, racing around the galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour, while the whole galaxy hurtles through the universe at 1.3 million miles per hour? I don't know. It's going to be pretty difficult to stay still.
You know, you think all those crazy velocities and vectors and speeds and motions, whatever, would cause havoc on a ring laser gyro.
Well, I know I get pretty seasick, and I also get giddy on those fairground rides. You know, the show rides, whatever, carnival rides. That's right, carnival rides. I get awfully sick on those. I can't handle it.
And the speed of the Earth is about 100 times faster than that, huh?
Right? Yeah, yeah. But somehow, I guess it's because it's so big. It's like if you were an ant on the end of a clock hand, would you feel it? Like on those park merry-go-rounds, roundabouts. I have to go to the middle, and then they can spin it as fast as they like, and I'm like, I'm okay. But if I'm on the edge of it, oh, forget it. Yeah. Also the pendulum, right? Where's the orbit influence on a pendulum?
Pendulums don't work unless they're on something that's stationary.
Oh, what? Oh, shit.
Didn't you know that? If you have them on a moving body, it messes up their timing.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Now do you understand why Mushkane hasn't said anything about pendulums for a while?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, for whatever reason that Coochie Coochie hasn't said hello yet, and other people keep joining and leaving. And hello, Emir. Emir09. Welcome in. Welcome in, Grim X. How you guys doing?
Hello?
No, nothing.
Hello, welcome.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, we hear you. We hear you. Yep.
Hello?
How are you guys coming along with the English? You think you're learning? We also have Ismail Ben. Thank you for joining us. Feel free, guys, to ask some questions if you're wondering what we talk about in here. You know, we talk about the Earth's surface and how we're told that we live on a big spinning ball, and we ask people that think that that's true for evidence, and we also present our case for a flat Earth. Okay, or we can just sit here in silence. That's fine too. Well, I guess that settles it then. Live on a motionless plane, and gas pressure requires containment. Case dismissed. Did I say case dismissed? I meant case closed. That's it. Case closed. Who's that? Maybe these people that have just joined us, maybe they're ready to present some evidence for the spinning ball Earth. You know, the idea that we live on a big spinny ball in outer space. I get up every morning and I go, wee! I'm traveling at 1,000 miles per hour, wee! What about you, Mum said? Do you think you live on a big spinning ball?
Sorry, we better fix this. Mum said don't speak to strangers. T-Dub, Mum said don't speak to strangers. Now that he's not a stranger anymore, you can talk to him.
There we go, we've been introduced. You can talk now. There we go. It wasn't like I was handing out candy or anything. Dang.
T-Dub puts his picture up and he's the it clown. Oh, man. This is what it was like a couple of weeks ago. You say g'day to one of them, next thing, ba-chung, out they go. And it's like, do I smell or something? What have I done wrong?
They all float down here. Since when was anybody ever scared of an Australian?
I'd be more scared of the Australian animals.
Yeah, like those flying scorpion cross wasp cross spider thingies.
It's the extra couple of legs that worries me. You know, you can swat them out of the sky. That's all good. But then bastards hit the ground, and I hope you can run. Because they can.
Right. Oh, you know what terrifies me? Like, not, no joke, right? Is those huge ass jumping ants. What do they call them? Jumping jack ants or something. Man, they scare the crap out of me. I hate them bastards. I've hit one with a hammer. I smacked that thing right on the head with a hammer, man. And I lifted that hammer up, and it just like looked up at me and went, "You what?"
Don't do that again, please. Get your seat, front leg up. That was a mistake.
Right. Apparently I've never been stung by one, but they burn. Apparently they burn like something shocking.
Yeah, a couple of our creepy crawlies have got a pretty good whoop to them. I've never been hit by any of the big ones. One of my mates got hit by a bull ant once. He reckons they give you a good dose.
Oh yeah, they will. Yep. I've been stung by a scorpion on the hand.
No, I've never been hit with a scorpion. I'm not lining up for one of them. I've been bitten by a redback spider, whitetails, The redback is very odd. It'll leave a welt probably the size of a 50-cent piece, and just sweat pumps out of you, out of that welt that comes out of it. You see the tiny little bite mark in the middle, and this area that just sweats, and you'll feel a bit crook in the guts. But other than that,
Yeah, touch wood. I don't want to feel a spider bite. I haven't been bitten one that I know of. But
you'll know if the best way to describe how much it burns. Remember when you were at school as a kid and they'd get the cigarette lighters and heat them up and give you a smiley? That's what it feels like.
yeah, ouch.
That's exactly what it feels like.
That's what the scorpion bite was like. Actually, it was like it burned. It burned real bad. Yeah. I didn't see the little bugger. I was picking up a piece of. I was picking up a log. I was going to hold it for this fellow with the chainsaw, and I just picked it up. And I guess I placed my hand straight on top of the bastard. Didn't even see it. Only a little one, but geez, it stung for like a good half an hour, I suppose. Went and put vinegar on it and everything. Sort of eased the pain a little bit, but she was swollen, red and swollen for like a day. But the pain, that instant pain lasted about half an hour. It was just burned, Yeah, bad.
Something interesting about scorpions. If you're ever in the hot box for mining opals, so they normally have the hot box is just this room with a UV light in it. Opals glow under UV light, and so do scorpions. So keep that in mind.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yes, and they are the same color. So yeah, check and see if they're moving first before you decide to remove them from the
Pick it up. Hey, that one looks like a
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, I've been stung by wasps. They're nasty. Or they hurt.
Yeah, pretty cruel. So who else we got in here? Basim. If I get him wrong, please speak up. Tell me.
Yeah, audio.
Hey, he speaks. Winner, winner. How's it going, mate? Now he's not speaking. I broke him already. Welcome to our new person.
Wang Zinsen. Oh, we lost Basim, but we still have Wang Zinsen. Sounds very, I don't know. I don't want. Yeah, Chinese. I was going to say,
throwing a guess. Yeah.
I don't want to be offensive.
What's the worst thing he could be? Wrong? Oh no. The worst thing that could happen is he could unlock his microphone and say, "Excuse me, it's from this country." That's it. And be like, "Oh wow, that's cool. I've never been there."
Yeah. I mean, it's not like I said Wang Xing on, Wang Xing off. no, bite. Oh, we got a side chat. Hello, hello, yes. Hello. Looks
There
like
he
we've got a
is.
typer. We've got a typer on our hands. Sorry. Yeah, you can always. Mic came on for a second. Oh, I saw that. Sorry, go on. I probably interrupted you, worked up the courage to open your mic and say hello, and then I spoke and just ruined the whole thing. I'll shut up. Okay, ready? No? Okay. Look. Feel free to either, you can speak in the VC with us, or you can type in the side chat if you want. If you feel more comfortable typing, you can type. And if you've got any questions concerning the topic of the room, go ahead, ask. I'm not going to bite your head off. Not yet. Maybe you're just here to listen, hear some English being spoken by some very gruff Australians. Well, that's fine, too. Hello, who's that? Camislo. Camislo? How do you say it? Cam. I'll just say Cam. How's it going, Cam? Welcome in.
Yeah, being
We'll get
that
it.
we as Australians
Sorry,
we get the given right to cut people's names down to nothing. That was a Cam.
yeah, and then eventually, once we get to know you, we'll call you Camo.
That's right.
We like to put O on the end of shortened names.
So what do we got? Let's go down the list and just chop them up now. We'd have Cuppo. Now Sid is an odd one because it just stays as Sid. Crito.
Oh.
Oh. Miss Doves. Oh, we got a visitor. YQS, welcome.
And goodbye.
We can nearly run these shows where people just drop in, drop out, drop in, drop out as a comedy special.
Yeah, some sort of game show. Surely we'll get a talker here in a minute.
Matrix versus T-Dub. To see who can be the nicest and scare the most people away. Oh, man. It's 20 past 7, T-Dub, and I still haven't worked out what I'm having for dinner yet.
Oh, dang. I'm just having good old-fashioned, what do you call them? Sausage
Grandfather
sangers.
bar.
No.
Grandfather bar.
Yeah. Snags. Having snags on bread. Whatever we
That's
call
what I
them,
just don't know what
snags.
I feel like. It's too hot outside still. I think it's like still 34 degrees.
Oh, yeah, it's nice. Yeah, it's warm. Well, it's not nice, actually. We're supposed to get a storm, but it's not happening. We have blah, blah, blah. Hello, blah blah.
Whoa.
We have a winner.
Will they continue?
Someone.
T-Dub, is that you rustling leaves again?
Probably. Sorry.
Welcome to our new people, Zayed. Who else was there? There's another one.
Lage.
Is it Sharon? Sharon? Yeah, either way. Shazza.
It is Sharan. Shazza. Shazza. What's happening? We're losing a lot of people. What's going on?
I don't know.
So there must have been bad accident here. We've just had a chopper come in.
Oh, what?
We usually get choppers when it's medical emergency.
Which one is it? The tall one or the other one?
I didn't see it,
know.
but yeah, I don't know.
You heard it though. Yeah, where I work, next door, where the helicopter lands, we're only like, I don't know, probably maybe 100 meters from it, and from the actual pad. So yeah, when the tall one comes in, like everybody knows about it. Can't miss it. It's a monster.
Oh yeah, they're loud. Yeah.
Worst part is all the leaves and crap off all the trees land up our driveway, and I'm the poor sponge that has to go and get the air blower to remove it all after the chopper leaves. Which is entertaining sometimes. One day there, he come along, made a mess of my driveway. I went out after he left, went out, cleaned it all up, and I was quite happy with myself because it looked really good. And about 40 minutes later, he came back.
Typical, right?
It's like, you bastard. What's that? Daisy Lollipop? Welcome. Bit of Australianise that. That'd be a Davo. Yeah, you're going to be a Davo. But don't just think, ladies and gentlemen, that your name is the catalyst for your nickname. So you might do something stupid at work and get branded something totally different. Like people are always in the way. Pothole. I'm one of the lucky people who gets an O added to their surname and it gets shortened.
Yeah, mine's been the Y on the end.
What was that, T-Dub? Sorry?
Mine's been shortened with a Y on the end, so yeah. Yeah, that's how mine got shortened.
I just love how everything gets an O on it. I don't know how that come about. Could be worse if you're Canadian. It's A. Wait for it. Wait for it. No, you mustn't be listening.
He hasn't had enough coffees.
Yeah, true. Have you got an wired earpiece in?
Yeah. Yep.
Because the electrical sound we're getting sounds like that moving, that connection grating.
Shouldn't be. Is it doing it now?
No. Just every now and then it does it.
Okay.
Like you're
Right,
adjusting
yeah.
yourself or moving or walking. So I
Yeah, I
don't know.
think I've got a sensitive port. I've dropped this bloody thing a few times, so. And after a while, these cheap ass wired headsets, they're from Temu from China, so they wear out pretty quick. Yeah, just the wires inside the connection port the connection point, or whatever, the jack. They kind of start coming loose, and there's just no fixing them. I mean, they're pulling them to pieces. So, yeah, Mrs. just buys me like a heap of them on Temu, and then
As they wear out, turf it, go to the next one.
Yep, that's the one. Yeah, yeah.
Ah, fair enough.
Like they work out to be like, I don't know, $1 or $2 each or something. That's that cheap. Yeah.
Ah, right, yeah. Tell you one thing I am enjoying lately, T-Dub, non-FE related subject matter, is the amount of memes our Muppet for a Prime Minister is getting. Oh man, this is good.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, you scroll through Facebook, every second thing, they're just taking the piss out of him. It's great.
I mean, you used to once upon a time they had to wait till Sunday till like they get the paper, right, and then the caricature comic strips had come out about them, right? Be just like one little caption. Yeah, right. But now it's just up for grabs. Any old person can just go online and make up some meme about them. It must be pretty humiliating.
Well, he's a flog. So it's our given right as Aussies to take the piss out of anyone who's an absolute flog. Oh, he's not even in chat. Get in here and talk to us. Or we'll end up talking about wildlife or something else horrible. Yeah, I used to get free rides from kangaroos to school.
Yes, Ted Bullbeard.
No shoes. Both ways uphill. In the snow. 4 hours of milking cows before I could even do my homework.
The cow ate my homework. I remember a goat we had when I was about 4. It used to eat everything, man. It'd try and eat tin cans. And if you'd let
Yeah,
it,
they're
it
pretty
probably.
gnarly for that.
When I was a
You're
kid,
washing up. Sorry, Chris?
Oh, I was gonna just tell a milking story. Like when I was a kid, I grew up on the farm. I moved, out of Arkansas in my teenage years. And one of the things too is I like my older brother. I bitched. I was like, "Dude, you get to milk the cow. You just get to sit there. You ain't doing crap." I'd complain to all these chores I had to do, like clean the horse stall and whatnot. He's like, "Sure. Do you want to switch for a day?" I'm like, "Hell yeah!" Like, holy crap, my wrists were sore for like a week. Like it is not an easy thing to do. Like that is like you build some forearm strength like you would not believe. Like
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I bet. Get some wrist strength, yeah.
yeah, and the
Wrist training.
technique and everything, it's a skill set to be able to effectively, to get it done quick too.
And you weren't used to that?
Well, I mean, I was a little kid, for one thing.
Oh, okay, yeah. You hadn't quite figured that part out yet, right?
Yeah,
right.
yeah. It was like a trap. Like why do you have the easiest chore,
I'll tell you what though, beautiful, like when you get served up fresh squeezed milk, like, you know what I mean? With the cream on the top and that, oh, it's so good. I love it.
When I was young, Dad used to milk a cow, and we used to stand beside him watching him do it. He'd squirt milk straight in our face. Fantastic. I was working on the rail. Oh,
yeah.
What was this? What are we talking? 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12. I was doing a lot of work down in Sydney. And one of the shops down there actually sold raw milk. And it was like $6 for 1 litre, where everywhere else was like the other regular shit was ranging from 80 cents up to like $1.40. But
isn't that weird? Goes
know,
through more processing, but somehow it's cheaper. Anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, I found a place down there that was selling it, and it was super short shelf life, but it was just like being a kid again. Pop the top of the carton, and what was up the top of it? A big chunk of cream. Remember the old bottles when you were a kid years ago? Flip the little foil cap off, stick your finger
little
in.
foil cap. Yeah. We used to fight over who get the first. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we never got sick.
Nope.
I know we shouldn't really talk about it, but I don't really ever remember getting sick from raw milk. Yeah, a lot of people wouldn't even know what that's like to have like fresh farm eggs, milk, honey, like all that. And you notice it, even like just growing your own veggies. Like Mrs. has grown some cucumber vines this year. I've been terrible with the gardening this year, so lazy. But she's got a little patch and she's got these cucumbers. She picked the first 2 for the year the other day. Oh, so much better, man. I won't eat it. I don't like them. I don't eat the cucumbers from the supermarkets anymore. Can't stand them.
Yeah. After you've got your own garden cracking, store-bought stuff's putrid. Yeah. You don't realise how good it is to have homegrown stuff. Fantastic.
Oh, mate. It's beautiful. Like, this was just so crisp and it had that flavor, that proper cucumber flavor, you know, like, which is almost nothing, just like water, but you could tell you were eating cucumber. It was just like crunch, but you know, that wet sort of, you know, watery sort of sensation as well. It was really good.
Yeah, up at work, we've got to do our best to grow as much stuff as we can, as to keep the oldies entertained, and make it look like we're being some kind of environmentalist, awesome people. But we've got a few of them up there that will just pick random anythings. So we had a nice little spinach patch going, and a couple of the residents are pretty good. They'll come out and they'll come and ask for help. So you take the scissors out there and cut them a couple of leaves so they can take it to the kitchen. And there's other ones that'll just walk out, and their idea of picking one is to rip the whole lot out of the ground, break off the one that they want, and then replant it. So let's just say my garden at work struggles a little bit. My tomatoes, however, are going quite well. They haven't been ripped out of the ground yet. And yeah, they're still pumping out little red balls of awesomeness. I think when I get up there on Monday, there should be about 20 of them to pick, if they don't rate it between now and then. But we do have a long stretch on the long side of the building on the north side. We've got this garden that's probably was about 30 metres long and probably maybe 2 metres deep. And at the moment, it's got these stupid cactus, what are they, pig faces or something they're called. And that's all that's there, right along the whole building. Like, it looks neat and tidy, but I'm just looking at it going, this is the best spot for a garden, and yous have got shit here. Wait till next year, it's going to be on. Because I'm going to rip all them out and plant decent stuff. All food-related things.
Yeah, there's nothing better, man. Nothing better.
It was good when the tomatoes first kicked in. A couple of the oldies come out. Went to and picked a few for them. Like, they come out this big bowl and probably 3/4 filled it. It's great. And they grabbed hold of a few, and I'm eating them as I'm picking them because they're just like that good. And oh, you can't just eat them like that. You've got to go and wash them. You've got to do this and you've got to do that. Like, this is what you got to do. Open your mouth, stuff the little red ball of awesome in, bite down. Excellent. And one of the old fellas just grabs hold of one straight away, and he couldn't push it into his face quick enough. He didn't care. It was great.
Man, they're good too. And like, you know, we've grown tomatoes some years, and they're pretty good. But the father-in-law, man, he grows, like, when he does his, you know, thing with the garden. He hasn't been so well over the last few years, but going back in the day, he'd just have a huge section of tomatoes, big gross lissies, man. They'd grow enormous, like they would overlap on your sandwich, on your bread, right? And he'd give them to you so that they were soft, you know, like you'd think anybody else would probably feel it and go, it's rotten. But man, no, it's just ripe, that's all. And you slice into her and she's just pouring out juices everywhere, you know. And you can smell it. As soon as you cut into it, the smell is just like boom in your face, and you go, this is what a tomato tastes like? I never knew, right?
Yeah, most of the ones from the shops are pretty bland. Don't have much flavour to them. No, all our ones I've got. What I got? 1, 2, 3, 4 gross slices, and the other 2 were just whatever was left over from last year that had reseeded magically by themselves. And the gross slices are coming out about the size, just a little bit bigger than an egg. And because they're so small, they're just like these awesome little flavor bombs. They're great.
Nice. But we grew pumpkins one year, and well, I thought it was a pumpkin vine, and it didn't. It only grew one bit of fruit on it. Right? This big vine, and it only grew one thing on it. The rest sort of just started rotting and falling off real young, but the one survived. And I don't know what the heck it was, man. I swear I planted a pumpkin. All right, this thing was more like a squash, but it was a funny tan color. Now, it wasn't a butternut. It wasn't a pumpkin that anybody could identify, right? And we weren't sure on it, so we ended up giving it to a family member. They carved it out and then stuffed it with mince filling and stuff, and said it was really good. And it was kind of did turn out a bit like a squash. It was a squash of some kind.
Yeah, we grow those here. It's pumpkins that look like other vegetables. That looks like a zucchini. It looks kind of like a
kind of
like a zucchini. Yeah, different breed, different variety.
Yeah, it was weird. I thought, did it cross with something, and we got this weird thing out of it, you know? So, I don't know.
Yeah, we had or we still have, I should say, 6 zucchini plants going, and every single one of them probably had about 10, 15 zucchinis hanging off of it, and a few people like picking them when they're only itty bitty little fellas and throwing them in the bin because they don't look right. Very frustrating.
We also have zucchinis that look exactly like little pumpkins as well. It's a trip.
Yeah, we have a couple of choco vines. They're probably going on like 7 years. Still fruiting, still producing fruit.
Oh wow!
And they're so good. Yeah, they're so good because we get so many. Like we give some away and then we end up with like at the end of the season, we've got a bag full, and they'll like last like going months. Like you know what I mean? They just sit there and they're still fine after a couple of months, just sitting there. It's a nice, dry, cool place, you know. They're really good, and then if you leave them long enough, they'll start sprouting, and then you can plant them the next year if you want.
Too dry here. I'd have to tip some serious water onto them to keep them alive. When we were living down in Newcastle, we had a choco vine up over the shed, and they were huge. I remember one episode, we how you have food fights at school. Well, anyways, I thought, you know what? We got enough chocos here to supply half the town. I'm going to take them to school and supply half the kids' heads with them. So I filled my bag up with the bastards, took them to school, and we armed ourselves with our whole group. And when these other kids come along throwing oranges and apples and shit, we unleashed with these fucking great big chocos. Shit, it was funny. Vice principal nearly caught one up the head. He was over behind another section. Big choco went whizzing past him. Oh, I love that shit.
Man, they're dangerous. They're like a cannonball.
And with spikes. Oh, LeBron the baller. I've got a sneaking suspicion, T-Dub, that this conversation with this clown is not going to last long.
Right.
I can feel a spiral coming on. I love that. Absolutely zero correlation to what I was saying previously. So that means you are a comeback clown. Ah, this is too good. So what's this guy's mindset here? I can call someone whatever I like as long as I say no disrespect afterwards. It's all good.
Yep.
Right. LeBron the baller, you're a slimy little weasel. No disrespect, but I'm just pointing out the obvious.
Generally, it's quite the opposite. If you say before, if you say with all due respect, anything you say afterwards is disrespectful. At the end, you say, well, no disrespect.
Didn't LeBron get caught wearing tight shorts at Diddy parties?
Don't know.
Yeah, I think we stay away from that.
All right.
I'm just wondering which clown shoes that. Oh, there it goes. He gets a 5-minute spell. I was hoping that was going to be him then. Welcome to our new person. Oh, Cam's back.
He's back.
Welcome back, Cam. We've also got 3,402. No, Cam don't want to talk. I'm blaming Crit for that.
Yeah, I accidentally bumped my push to talk key, and that's all it took.
Imagine if you had a cranky Aussie accent like ours. Mate. People would just be ducking and diving. It'd be like, what is it, the 7 rules of dodgeball or some shit? Duck, dodge. Can't even do it.
Yeah, there was like 2 dodges, I think. It was like
Yes.
dodge, duck, dip, something else, and then dodge.
Dive.
No, dive, yeah.
Yeah, dodgeball's not something that we have over here. We do other cruel things like Red Rover crossover, and every now and then someone will cop a stiff arm or a coat hanger when they're trying to cross over.
In a world of pure imagination.
Come on, Globers. You know it is. Welcome. Oh, look, Clown Shoes is back with a different name. This young fella's coping hard, is he? Nice. Wonder which one of the anti-FE spaztard this one is.
Like some kind
Or
of
maybe
sock
we've got a
account in text chat.
Or maybe it's a fresh one. I don't know. Crikey, DJ, this one's hurting. What did you do to him? We need one that's spun around. On this flat earth, show us where the doll hurt you. He waited out his 8 minutes before, DJ. Giving him 2 minutes ain't going to do much. And as soon as the clock ticks over, he'll be back in. He's broken. Someone must have dosed him proper. Oh, a new person. Welcome. Yep, time's up. Stupid's back. I don't think this guy's typing privileges are going to exist too much longer. He better enjoy himself. Yeah. 100% T-Dub. Come into general. Why don't you come in here?
Is he in VC?
No.
So just on that series, we saw Martis take a couple of rippers in.
Yeah, how's it going, man?
We're pretty blessed with the catches that we got. Obviously, Bo Webster came in the last game. He's got gorgeous
Oh, is
hands.
that the guy who's hot miking?
A
Maybe
load of
the,
space.
So
the
yeah.
mute time's out.
AVC. Don't know which one.
No, he probably wants us to just to join general chat so he can spam it with shit. You'd want to be careful doing that. They get upset.
Yeah, as soon as they said don't put special, like they want general to be general. They want it to be another Flat Earth channel.
Yeah, there's one in there having a meltdown one day about us. And I went in there and I posted up, what was it, 2 posts. And I got a warning, don't post flat earth stuff in here. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, well, my posts weren't flat earth stuff. It was about this other clown having a meltdown because he was so butthurt that he didn't like what we said. And yeah, it was really odd that they didn't give him a warning, and he must have punched up about 20 or 30 things.
Yeah, the idea, I guess, is that we're not supposed to follow them. Yeah, he's basically just pinging people now in general chat.
So he's just a poor little troll.
Yeah, it's like, come here, and then when you post anything Flat Earth related, I'll report it to the server mods for posting Flat Earth stuff outside the Flat Earth channel.
Here we go, teed up. Wait for it. Pure copium.
Welcome, newcomers. Welcome.
Crit, you could have put an old asteroids screenshot for that. With all the
Yeah.
boulders crashing into each other.
Yeah, I thought about it, but I've had this GIF like in my list for a long time. I kind of want to just clear it out.
Fair enough.
It kind of works. I had a couple other ones, like there's like this guy going like, "This is journalism, yeehaw." Another one where it's that Ted, that vulgar talking stuffed bear.
Have you got one of someone checking their clock when it's not working?
Yeah, there was a
tapping it
couple of
or-
those too. Yeah, like with the Judge Judy, tapping her clock. There's like a
Yes.
space, like a space clock, and I looked around. I was like, I don't know. This one just seems like I've had it saved for a while, waiting for the perfect news story, and it just seems. I don't know. It just seemed to work when I looked at it. I'm like, the rock and roll music of low orbit, played by robots, is just satellites smacking into each other.
Yo, yo, guys, what do you call a disabled black man? Nigger. That was so fucking funny, bro. I should be like, I need to be, I need to be a comedian.
So guys, what's up?
Yo, what's up, nigga?
What the fuck? So what are you guys doing right now?
I'm just jerking off to this call, bro. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, that's cool. I would do the Undertaker move on my table, but see, I got me a drink, so yeah.
What do you I show speed to influence, nigga?
Yeah, I am.
Alright, do it. Open the camera though.
But see, I'm not gonna do it because I have a fucking soda.
I don't give a fuck what you bring it then, bro. What the fuck? Don't do it. Huh?
Hmm?
What are you retarded?
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna do a flip or not?
Do a flip.
Hey yo, do a flip. He was running naked. Oh shit.
Alright, I might do a flip later, but not right now. Alright?
Just don't do it. Fuck off. Yo, crit.
Okay, let's unpack this.
Let's do it.
Today, we are scrapping in for, let's call it a high latitude deep dive. We're focusing on a really revered figure in American history, Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
Mm-hmm.
We've been handed a stack of sources that, frankly, challenge the very cornerstone of his legend. And that is the claim that he and his pilot, Floyd Bennett, were the first to fly over the North Pole back in 1926.
That's right. And the source material we're working from for this deep dive is, well, it's unapologetically critical. It draws really extensively on quantitative analysis of, archival expedition documents, original diary entries, navigational calculations, the hard stuff.
The numbers.
The numbers. Our mission here is pretty clear. We're going past that accepted hero narrative, and we're examining the detailed numerical evidence that suggests Byrd's successful 1926 flight was a carefully constructed fabrication.
A massive data fraud, basically.
That's what the sources are arguing, a fraud that really secured his legendary status.
And the relevance for you, the learner, is, I think, really profound here. This isn't just about debunking a century-old flight.
No, not at all.
It's about understanding how history gets constructed, and maybe more importantly, how it gets protected when powerful institutions and, national prestige are at stake. We're getting a shortcut to the detailed archival anatomy of a historical cover-up. And it reveals not just a single lie, but a history of institutional complicity that stretches back decades.
And to really understand the pressures on Byrd, you have to recognize that his claim didn't just exist in a vacuum. The research we're analyzing places the Byrd controversy into its necessary historical context.
Right.
What the sources reveal isn't an isolated event. It's the final necessary act in a series of interwoven controversies, which they actually term the triple hoax legacy of American polar exploration.
The triple hoax legacy. Okay, so let's establish this foundational context, because according to this analysis, Byrd's eventual success and his certification, which the sources call disgrace number 3, it wasn't just a standalone achievement. It was strategically necessary to cover for the failures that came before it. The institutional damage had to be contained.
That's it, exactly. The source material argues that the American geographical community, and particularly the National Geographic Society, the NGS, found itself in an absolutely untenable position after the tumultuous events of 1909.
Okay.
So this framework of a triple hoax is built on institutional preservation. The argument is that the institutional certification of Byrd's claim, disgrace number 3, was required to sustain the existing fiction of Robert Peary's hoax.
Which was disgrace number 2.
Right. And Peary's claim itself was only enabled by the initial scandal, the downfall, and the public humiliation of Frederick Cook's fraud, which was disgrace number 1.
So it's like a chain reaction. One cover-up necessitates the next one.
It's a house of cards.
That suggests that by 1926, the institutions that were supposed to be protecting American exploration had already made choices that compromised their integrity, and that created an environment where a new fraud could just be, rubber-stamped. So let's start at the beginning, with the root cause. Frederick Cook's case disgrace number 1. This man apparently had an established track record of fabrication long before he even tried for the North Pole.
Oh, a long track record.
Yeah.
The sources really highlight the severity of Cook's documented fabrications, and they start, interestingly, not in the Arctic, but on Mount McKinley.
In Alaska.
In Alaska. This was the Mount McKinley hoax of 1906. Cook claimed to have successfully summited McKinley, which is the highest peak in North America. I mean, at the time, that was a staggering feat.
A huge deal. And what did the evidence show after his claims were scrutinized?
The evidence was utterly damning. I mean, there's no other way to put it. The claimed summit photograph, which featured his companion Ed Barrell, was later proven conclusively fake.
Okay, so fake in what way? Was it a doctored photo or?
No, it was a real photo of a real place. It just wasn't the summit of Mount McKinley. When researchers finally traced the location of that photograph, the deception was revealed to be colossal. This wasn't a minor mistake.
How far off are we talking? Give us the scale of this fabrication.
It was almost laughably far off. The site where Barrell was photographed, the spot Cook claimed was the summit, was later measured to be only 5,338 feet in altitude.
5,000 feet. And the actual summit is what?
Over 20,000 feet high. And on top of that, the photo location was situated 19.42 miles away from the true summit.
19 miles away and 15,000 feet too low. That's not a navigational error. That's an intentional lie about which mountain you were even on.
It is, and the fakery was meticulous. One of the critical researchers, a man named Wally Herbert, exposed the actual mechanical process of the deception.
How?
He analyzed a lantern slide of Cook's land ice photograph. In the official published version, Cook had deliberately cropped off a substantial hunk of land that was visible near the photo's right edge.
Why would he do that?
To make the scene appear as pure, uninterrupted ice. That was essential to his reported narrative of being high up on the mountain. It just demonstrates a conscious effort to manipulate the visual evidence to fit the story.
And the sources also point to manipulation of the documentary record itself, right? The diaries.
Yeah.
This seems to be a pattern that ties directly into what we're going to see later with Bird.
That's the crucial element here. Barrell's later affidavit stated explicitly that Cook instructed him to rewrite and backdate his diary.
Rewrite it. Why?
The purpose was to shorten the travel time required for the reported climb, to make the supposed ascent and descent schedule appear plausible or even physically possible.
So even the eyewitness accounts were coerced to fit a fabricated timeline. This is incredible.
It's exactly that. Analysis of both Cook's own sketch maps and Barrell's diaries shows significant confusion and, well, outright contradiction regarding dates and progress. It all backs up Barrell's assertion of forced falsification.
Can you give an example?
Sure. Cook's map notes a camp at a certain lake on the second day out, but Barrell's affidavit states that was the fourth day out. The records had to be adjusted to create a timeline that was physically possible, even though the actual location they were at was completely wrong. This manipulation of primary source data is sort of the first lesson the American exploration community learned.
Or maybe learn how to do.
Well, exactly.
So then we get to Cook's North Pole attempt in 1908. This is disgrace number 1, part B, I guess, where the geographic invention reached epic proportions.
Epic is the word. The North Pole hoax included the invention of a wholly mythical landmass he called Bradley Land.
He just made up an island.
He didn't just claim to see it, he described it in detail. He claimed to have a flat tableland of 1,000 feet with peaks soaring up to 1,800 feet. He even displayed a photograph he claimed was of this land. But of course, exhaustive searches later proved that Bradley Land simply does not exist.
Okay, now here's where the institutional politics really start to get interesting. A man invents an 1,800-foot-high island and photographs it. How did his proponents, people who are supposed to be scientifically rigorous, defend this?
And this is the critical revelation about the double standard that gets employed by defenders. When Cook offered vague, positive, evidence-like general reports about the rough direction of ice drift, proponents would immediately accept it as vindication of his entire claim.
Okay.
But when faced with the hard, undeniable negative evidence, like a mythical island, they would simply explain it away. They'd suggest he merely saw a massive, transient ice island.
But no ice island is 1,800 feet high. That's geologically impossible.
Of course not. Nothing close. So they were willing to believe a vague, positive impression, but invent geological impossibilities to excuse a proven negative fact.
The sources are pretty clear on this point. A neutral investigator doesn't treat vague positive evidence as validation while treating overwhelming negative evidence as just a paradox to be solved later.
Absolutely. And the willingness of the establishment to engage in that kind of special pleading, it foreshadowed the institutional defense that would later protect Peary and eventually Bird.
Which brings us directly to Robert Peary, disgrace number 2, and the institutional necessity of his success.
Peary's 1909 North Pole claim, while, historically accepted for a long time, is characterized in our sources as a blatant hoax. And critically, the sources note that Peary's reported speeds over the final legs of his journey were, and I'm quoting, more incredible than Cook's.
More incredible than the guy who was already a proven fraud.
Exactly. So once Cook was publicly exposed and discredited in October of 1909, the American exploring establishment had a real identity crisis on its hands.
They couldn't afford a complete public collapse of American achievement in polar exploration. It would have been too embarrassing.
Precisely. The National Geographic Society, the NGS, which was heavily invested both financially and reputationally in Peary, felt they could not afford to have both major U.S. claimants exposed as frauds at the same time.
So what do?
They chose to rubber stamp Peary's claim. The sources characterize the cost of challenging Peary as potentially catastrophic to NGS's financial contributions, its public image, its perceived expertise. They viewed it as the lesser exaggeration compared to Cook's wholesale invention of islands.
So the NGS made a calculated decision. Accept a credible lie to protect the institution. Which brings us to a really stunning detail about Peary's preparation, this secret math check.
This detail is remarkable because it really demonstrates premeditation on Peary's part. In October 1909, before he submitted his supposed observations to the NGS judges for verification,
Before any one official saw them.
he secretly secured the services of a math expert, a man named Hudson B. Hastings, who was a trained advisor from Bowdoin College. He had him come to his home.
Why would you have a math expert hidden away in your house?
The goal was to ensure that his faked, or let's say adjusted numbers, the solar altitude observations he claimed to have taken near the pole, would mathematically yield a calculated position near the pole.
So he wasn't submitting raw data for verification. He was submitting pre-vetted results that he knew mathematically had to work out.
Yes, that's what the evidence suggests. It fundamentally eliminates any defense of, honest error or navigational sloppiness. It points to a planned deception.
Did Hastings ever talk about this?
He did. Hastings later confirmed in a 1935 interview that Peary happened to slip into a statement about his 2 observations near the pole, and Hastings said he computed and charted for him what they showed. This confirms that Peary was essentially pumping him for information to confirm that these fake observations would indeed support the correct latitude he was aiming for.
Wow.
So the NGS's subsequent acceptance of Peary's claim was not just rushed, it was fundamentally compromised by this prior manipulation.
And this established a precedent of insulated judgment, didn't it?
The sources really stressed this point. The ultimately successful impostures, both Peary's and later Bird's, occurred when U.S. explorers had strictly U.S. judges. This arrangement was critical because it insulated the claims from the more rigorous, independent international scrutiny that was common in Europe at the time.
So by 1926, when Bird's plane took off, the stage was perfectly set. The institutional architecture to accept a falsified claim, provided it was wrapped in a cloak of American heroism, was already in place.
It was. America needed an undisputed win to erase the memory of Cook and to solidify the very shaky legacy of Peary.
And that's the critical context for Bird's claim that he and pilot Floyd Bennett reached the North Pole by air on May 9, 1926. This was touted as this modern technological achievement that would put American exploration beyond reproach.
Right, the clean win. But just like Peary before him, the claim was successful largely because the NGS, having staked its reputation on those first 2 disgraceful episodes, absolutely needed to establish an undisputed third American achievement. They couldn't afford another failure.
And what's truly compelling about this case, I think, compared to Cook, or even Peary, is that the material suggesting fraud wasn't just circumstantial. The core contradictory evidence was eventually found in Bird's own original documents, which were locked away for decades.
Exactly. The NGS committee that certified his claim in 1926 either failed to demand or they deliberately ignored the original navigational diary. And that diary, which was eventually discovered decades later at the Byrd Polar Research Center at Ohio State University,
OSU.
It contained the original handwritten readings and calculations that completely contradicted the polished official report.
So let's delve into some of the specific technical defenses Byrd offered. Aviation navigation at that latitude depends entirely on perfect timing and precise celestial observations. Byrd had to defend the reliability of his instruments.
And Byrd's defense regarding his chronometers, his clocks, was exceptionally bold. It hinged entirely on his personal control over them. He stated that he kept 2 chronometers in his room for weeks before the flight and knew their error to within a single second.
A single second.
A single second. It implied this meticulous scientific control and stability, which would minimize any timing error that could shift his calculated position by miles.
Claiming accuracy to a single second in the Arctic, traveling by plane in 1926. That just seems statistically impossible on its face.
And this is where the sources highlight a really striking self-contradiction that undermines his entire defense of precision. Immediately after that boast of single-second accuracy, Byrd essentially contradicted himself. He acknowledged the environmental variables. He said, and I'm quoting, "There seems to be a tendency for chronometers to slow up when exposed to the cold."
So he admits the instruments are inherently variable because of the temperature, but at the same time he's claiming perfect single-second precision regardless.
Yes. And he then added that he had accounted for this cold weather error, but his subsequent notes, his navigational log, They don't indicate that he applied any detailed, consistent temperature correction related to occasional resetting.
So he claimed to master the variable, but provided no proof of how he did it.
It sounds like he was verbally protecting his data integrity without having the scientific logs to actually back up that claim of constant stability.
Right.
And while the chronometer issue is complex, one researcher had tentatively suggested that the instruments might have been about 10 minutes slow. The analysis reveals a crucial irony.
What's that?
Assuming that 10-minute error actually places Bird farther north than if you ignore the error.
So the clock being wrong would have actually helped his case.
In a way, yes. Which indicates that a simple clock error wasn't the primary source of the fraud. It's more that Bird's own words about the cold just exposed his lack of detailed records, which weakened his defense of flawless precision. The real fraud lies in the data adjustment necessary to get the result he wanted, regardless of the initial timing inputs.
So if the timing defense was weak, we need to focus on the observed altitudes and the calculated positions. This is where the paper trail of fabrication becomes basically undeniable.
It does. This section represents the core of the critical research. We're going deep into the comparison between Bird's raw, handwritten diary and the clean official report that secured his fame. This is where the quantitative evidence of fraud is revealed, not through speculation, but just through arithmetic.
Let's start with the single most damning piece of evidence, this 100-mile discrepancy, which hinges on one specific sextant shot taken in flight.
This is a fundamental, unrecoverable contradiction. On May 9th, 1926, Bird took a sextant sight at 7.07 Greenwich Civil Time, or GCT. This is the moment when he supposedly determined his position on the way to the pole.
Okay, for the listener who might be familiar with navigation but less so with celestial observation, can you just quickly explain the relationship between a sextant sight, the altitude, and geographical distance?
Sure. When you measure the altitude of the sun with a sextant, that angular reading tells you your distance from the geographical position directly below the sun, the subsolar point. And crucially, a difference of 1 minute of arc in altitude corresponds exactly to 1 nautical mile on the surface of the Earth. So a difference of 1 degree, which is 60 minutes of arc, corresponds to 60 nautical miles. This is the fundamental math of navigation.
So any minor adjustment in that observed altitude moves your position on the map significantly. Now, what did the raw diary show for that crucial 7.07 GCT site?
The observed apparent solar altitude recorded in Bird's original diary for that 7.07.10 GCT site. It differs by a massive margin from the altitude used in the official report he submitted to the NGS.
How massive?
The difference is more than a degree. Specifically, 1 degree, 7 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Let me process that. Over 1 full degree difference. Based on the rule you just laid out, that means the location in the raw diary is over 60 nautical miles different from the official report location.
It's actually worse. Since 60 minutes is 60 nautical miles, that discrepancy of 1 degree and 7 minutes means a geographical displacement of about 67 nautical miles. But when this is processed through the full set of navigational calculations, the source material concludes that the raw diary data actually places Bird's plane at a position corresponding to an error of, and I'm quoting the source, Ordmeg, 100 miles south of where he said he was.
100 miles south. This is not a rounding error. This is a fundamental repositioning of the aircraft by fabricating the initial observation data itself. If this was in the diary, how on earth did Bird's defenders explain it?
They either ignored it or, as we'll see, they systematically buried it. The evidence is simply too large to dismiss as human error. It's data fabrication, designed precisely to move his position north toward the pole.
And the archives confirm there were attempts to hide or clean up other pieces of inconvenient data too.
Yes, the Bird Polar Research Center archive contains specific evidence of scrubbing the record. Researchers found erased sextant readings that differed significantly and very suspiciously from the data that was eventually published in the official report. These are physical alterations and deletions. It clearly shows efforts to sanitize the records before anyone else could see them.
Which leads us to the most technically compelling part of this critique, the evidence for reverse engineering. It's one thing to tweak an observation, but it's another thing entirely to fabricate calculated positions with impossible precision.
And that's the core thesis of the quantitative analysis. The high precision of some of Bird's calculated positions, not observed, but calculated via dead reckoning, strongly suggests they were reverse engineered to fit a desired result, rather than being honest estimates.
Okay, for the listener, let's quickly define dead reckoning, or DR, in this context.
Dead reckoning is calculating your current position based on your last known position, coupled with your best estimates of speed, elapsed time, and direction. In a shaking airplane over shifting ice, the resulting DR position should be, by its very nature, only an approximation.
Right, you'd expect a certain amount of imprecision. It's a best guess.
Best guess. But Bird's records show a precision that completely defied the conditions. Let's take the first example. Bird recorded a dead reckoning position of 89 degrees, 28 minutes, and 35 seconds north.
Down to the second of arc.
Down to the second. Under those conditions, reporting a latitude down to the nearest second of arc is ludicrously precise. 1 second of arc is about 100 feet on the Earth's surface. To claim you knew your position to within 100 feet using estimates of speed and direction in 1926, it's mathematically absurd.
So why that specific hyper-precise number? Was it random?
The analysis found the reason. That incredible precision was achieved, according to the research, by a simple clerical error that was then calculated forward, likely intentionally. Bird, or his assistant, appears to have read the time digit 42 as 24 in the input data used for the DR calculation.
A simple inversion of 2 digits, 42 read as 24.
Yes. But here's the statistical impossibility that proves intent. If you take that presumed false time input reading 42 as 24, and you compute the result using the known formulas, you get a latitude of 89 degrees, 28 minutes, 35 seconds north exactly.
It matches his reported latitude perfectly.
Perfectly. The fraudulent position corresponds perfectly to a simple forced input error.
The probability of a simple transcription mistake, creating a result that perfectly matches an observed yet highly imprecise dead reckoning position, has to be, what, near zero?
Essentially zero. It means they likely calculated the precise latitude they wanted and then found the single simple error that would justify it in the logbook. It is the ultimate smoking gun of reverse engineering.
They knew the number they wanted, and they found the inputs that, when slightly altered, produced that number.
That's what the evidence strongly suggests. And there's a second example of this forced precision that confirms the pattern.
Go on.
The second DR position, 89 degrees, 1 minute, 40 seconds north, follows the same pattern. Researchers theorize this position was fabricated by calculating the Greenwich Apparent Civil Time, the GACT, that would be required to place the plane precisely 58 1/3 nautical miles from the pole.
So they started with a predetermined distance from the pole and then calculated the time they would have needed to be there.
Precisely. They started with the answer, 58 1/3 nautical miles away. The calculated GCT required to produce this result was 8 hours, 23 minutes, and 4 seconds. Bird's reported GICT value was 8 hours, 22 minutes, and 4 seconds.
So the results match almost exactly, just a 1 time-second discrepancy.
Yeah.
But again, the precision is the tell. It indicates a mathematical forcing of the narrative.
Absolutely. They achieved a fit to multiple decimal places using initial inputs that were only expressed to 2 or 3. Such a precise fit from imperfect inputs is mathematically forced, and lending even more credence to the theory that these were seam-ricated.
What's that?
Both of these over-precise, reverse-engineered doctor latitude data points were subsequently deleted from future versions of the official TypeScript.
They're cleaned up after the initial flawed internal submission.
Yeah.
That's the institutional equivalent of sweeping dust under the rug.
And there's more. The analysis points to post-facto timing corrections designed to fine-tune the result. The flight chart provided to the NGS subcommittee contained a specific 21-second timing correction.
21 seconds.
A precise adjustment, but it was later omitted from the final official TypeScript. A 21-second adjustment, just enough to move the plane slightly further north to fit the required pole attainment, is highly indicative of data tuning undertaken in the immediate aftermath of the flight, before it was officially published. It just shows the lengths they went to, adjusting the inputs and the timing to make this fabricated conclusion appear plausible.
So we have multiple smoking guns here. The 100-mile contradiction in the raw observations, the erased readings, and the reverse-engineered positions that were later confirmed by their own deletions. The date integrity is zero. The question now shifts entirely to the institutional defense. How do they handle this?
Well, if we connect this back to the bigger picture, the National Geographic Society's failure to act in 1926 was rooted in the same fundamental fear they felt with Peary. The institutional memory was clear. Challenging a U.S. polar hero was just too costly.
The NGS was already compromised, having backed a fraudulent claim with Peary. They couldn't afford to admit they had backed another fraud with Byrd. It would have destroyed their credibility.
They were complicit by refusal. The NGS was unwilling to subject the claims of Peary or Bird to independent, objective scientific review. They openly feared that committing their own established legends to scrutiny would be, and this is a quote, automatic suicide for the institution's perceived expertise and its financial standing. They were invested in the narrative of American polar dominance, and Bird was their shining new asset.
One of the critical findings from the sources is that independent researchers actually challenged the NGS to submit the Peary claim, and by extension the Bird claim, to the National Academy of Sciences for a routine scientific peer review.
Yeah.
What was the NGS response to that?
They absolutely refused. The NGS preferred organized intellectual silence over potential public embarrassment. They were unwilling to risk automatic suicide via independent confirmation. And this pattern of the establishment circling the wagons isn't new. It has historical precedent, which the sources draw a really sharp parallel to the institutional defense of Claudius Ptolemy.
The astronomical mafia, as the sources call it. Let's bring that concept in here because it perfectly illustrates the defense mechanism used by the NGS and later the Bird Center.
Yes. The sources use that critical term, mafia, for a group of establishment historians who defended Ptolemy, who is described quite bluntly in the source material as the greatest faker in astronomical history for decades.
Ptolemy, the ancient Greek astronomer.
The very same. He was hailed as the greatest astronomer of antiquity, despite overwhelming evidence that he routinely fabricated data to support his own models.
So much like Bird fabricated data to support his pole claim, Ptolemy fabricated observations to support his cosmological model. Can you give us some detail on Ptolemy's fabrication?
It was exposed in the 1970s by a Johns Hopkins physicist named R. Newton using rigorous quantitative analysis. The analysis revealed that Ptolemy's alleged solar observations were 50 times closer to positions you could calculate indoors from obsolete 280-year-old solar tables than they were to the sun's actual positions in the real sky on the dates he claimed to have observed them.
Wait, let me get this straight. He was claiming to make observations outside, but his numbers perfectly matched calculations made from a nearly 300-year-old table.
Yes. His errors averaged about 1 degree, which is twice the sun's angular diameter. Ptolemy claimed he derived his models from careful new observations, but he was practicing the very opposite, generating observations that matched a predetermined, obsolete theoretical model. It echoes the forced precision and reverse-engineered data we saw in Bird's navigation notes. Both men knew the answer they needed, and they generated the inputs to match.
And the institutional response to Newton's findings mirrors the NGS's silence on Bird.
The response was fear and suppression. The astronomical establishment responded not with counter-evidence, but with what was described as anti-thought crime horror. They initiated a premature acquittal of Ptolemy, based on the circular logic that it was the established ethic of ancient science to report only those observations that best confirmed theory and to disregard the rest.
They invented an ethic to excuse a lie.
They gave institutional permission for fabrication by claiming it was an accepted historical practice. And that's exactly the kind of institutional maneuvering we see replicated in the polar world. Let's focus now on the Bird Polar Research Center at Ohio State University. When decades later, Bird's original diary was finally made public and these contradictions were revealed in the 1990s.
Right, because now the problem wasn't with the NGS, it was with the BPRC at OSU.
Exactly. When the contradictions became explosive public knowledge, the Bird Polar Research Center, the BPRC, initially planned a robust, seemingly comprehensive response to restore confidence. There was discussion of creating an external panel of at least 6 scholars to review the issue objectively to ensure transparency.
6 independent scholars. That sounds like a proper critical review designed to actually get to the truth. What happened to that plan?
The sources reveal the political difficulty of finding informed scholars willing to support Bird's claim against the overwhelming numerical evidence. The plan was systematically dismantled and shrunk due to internal pressure. It went from 6 scholars to 3, and finally it resulted in only 1 internal review conducted by an OSU archivist.
From 6 outside experts to 1 person on the inside.
The goal had visibly shifted from seeking historical truth to managing a public relations disaster and protecting the legacy associated with the BPRC.
The ultimate outcome of this internal review is, in terms of academic integrity, maybe the most egregious part of the modern cover-up.
It is a remarkable case study in suppression. The internal review resulted in a book on the diary, but the most damning diary-based contradictions, the erased readings, and crucially the 100-mile contradiction, were relegated to a single, short, and deliberately vague footnote.
They hid the fact that Byrd was 100 miles south of where he claimed to be, in a footnote, buried deep inside a book published by the very institution named after him.
And that footnote was crafted as a masterpiece of evasion. It only mentioned that critical researchers found erased sextant readings that differ from those in the official report, without stating which data or critically quantifying the magnitude of the error that ORDMEG 100 miles discrepancy.
So they acknowledged the discrepancy existed, but refused to say how big it was.
Exactly. By doing this, they effectively pretended the evidence was too vague or minor to prove anything significant, while spending pages in the main text countering old minor criticisms that had already been debunked.
It's the institutional equivalent of looking directly at the evidence, confirming its existence, and then concluding that it has no meaning.
It maintains the institutional silence and protects the narrative. The sources conclude that this sequence of hoaxes, Cook, Peary, and Byrd, is the triple hoax legacy, and it stems from the geographical community's century-long fear of and financial ties to institutions like the NGS. It highlights this deeply entrenched pattern of ignoring a history, which allows similar organized intellectual crimes to keep right on happening, whether it's in polar exploration or the history of astronomy.
This analysis gives us a really stunning look behind the curtain of historical narrative. It shows that the most celebrated achievements often carry the heaviest burden of institutional protection. The integrity of the historical record is just acutely vulnerable when institutional prestige and financial interests collide with inconvenient quantitative facts that are found in the archives.
And we've established that institutions will consistently choose image protection and the preservation of legends over objective historical fact when their prestige is threatened.
So what does this all mean for you, the learner? This Byrd deep dive shows that the pattern of defense is consistent across different fields and eras. You see the NGS refusing independent review, and you see the astronomical mafia evading debate for 2 decades, refusing non-anonymous refereeing, and systematically failing to cite the inconvenient quantitative findings. One researcher noted that the establishment was forced to promote the lie because they had already committed themselves so deeply to the false position that there could never again be a chance of turning back, even when contrary evidence mounted. They preferred organizing intellectual crimes to admitting error.
And if the history of polar exploration teaches us anything, it's that institutions, when faced with an inconvenient truth, will rely on circular logic and strategic silence to maintain a profitable or prestigious narrative.
So considering the lengths to which these institutions went to protect the narrative of U.S. polar achievement, silencing skeptics, hiding data, refusing outside review, what other deeply entrenched historical or scientific narratives might be standing today, based not on objective evidence, but on the simple, persistent refusal of archons to admit error? If knowledge is most valuable when it's understood and applied, what price do we collectively pay for these organized intellectual crimes?
And we've provided the critical toolkit to spot that pattern of defense.
Here's where it gets really interesting. We leave you to mull over that.
Well, I believe the Earth is flat. Yeah. With evidence, of course.
Hello. We got something going on. YouTube what do?
Everybody speak with history.
Kayak bawa materi nih. Saro. Yo. Salam mana kue?
Okay. No.
Hello, hello everyone. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, guys. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all across the plain.
Good evening.
Candace Owens lost her marbles. Holy crap. Did you see her latest video?
I don't.
For the audience listening, she basically thinks Charlie Kirk was a time traveling soldier from the multiverse. He saw the future, as it is claimed. And somehow his death altered the timeline of history for the future of man. Like that kind of level crazy.
Who are you?
Crazier than flat Earth, am I right?
Yeah.
The latest in space news brought to you by Crit. Looks like there's a satellite deorbit that's happening and a clock that's counting down. What was it, in 3 days? We could expect to see some fireworks in the sky. Is that right? I didn't read into the article, so I'm unsure if this is some kind of scheduled deorbit or if this is due to some geomagnetic activity, solar weather activity. Hmm. When I first started to take a hard look at flat Earth, we were already locked down in the economy. And it was so easy to do because conspiracy theories were already flying everywhere, every which way, about everything you could imagine. Flat Earth seemed to be just another one of those conspiracy theories. I was bored and I'd heard about it before, and I said, you know what, I'm going to go take a look at this. And when you were feasting on flat Earth back then, you had this whole table of nonsense to pick from. It was associated with just about every other conspiracy theory imaginable. Because that's, after all, what it was for most people back then, including me. It was tied into the moon landings. It was even tied into the freaking Titanic. Hindenburg, mud floods. It was all seemingly connected. And flat Earth seemed to be like a linchpin that was holding the entire web of conspiracies together. I really did think that at one point. And over time, as my interest deepened in the subject, started to realize that flat Earth really stands alone. While there are related topics to it, it really does stand alone. And it's not a conspiracy theory. Flat Earth and conspiracy theories belong in separate buckets entirely. There's no crossover. The reason why I say that is because nobody can hide the world from you. Nobody can hide how you experience and measure the world from you. Nobody has done that. It's impossible. You can't hide the natural world. You can't conceal natural discoveries like this. So people come in and say, if the earth is flat, doesn't that mean everybody has to be in on it? On the big scam, on the big concealment of the nature of Earth? And the answer is no. People aren't in on it any more than a religious leader who sincerely believes he's the second coming of Christ is in on it. People have a sincere belief that the Earth is a globe. They teach their kids that the Earth is a globe. You learn about the globe in classrooms. The globe is cool. The globe's in popular media. It's everywhere. You're entreated to a globe when you sit down and watch a movie. This isn't being done by any conscious effort to deceive you. This is just a cultural symbol at this point. What it comes down to is we're deceiving ourselves. You live on a flat world, you experience it flat, but when you turn on your navigation device, you're presented a globe. And so you believe that you're on that. You believe that you're on the map. And I think the only people that might come close to knowing that the Earth is flat, despite their best efforts to work with a globe, are these people that work in space programs. And not everybody. I'm talking a very select few. There are probably a few people in the space programs. There are probably a few people working for U.S. Geological Survey, people that are involved in charting and maps, cartography. I'm sure there are some people that figured it out. And they have every reason to keep their mouth shut. They're probably surrounded at work all day, every day by people who believe in the globe and haven't figured it out yet themselves. You know, there's probably a crisis of conscience happening amongst people like this and these occupying these positions. But the human mind is ever adaptable. Given enough time, they'll learn to deal with the conflict. Back when you first researched flat Earth and you thought that this was the key that unlocked all these mysteries, you felt like that you'd just been endowed with a certain knowledge, certain power that gave you special insight into everything and anything in the world around you. And this is why we got so many flat Earth content developers who hold themselves out as gurus, as guides, as sages, heroes, knowers. But if it's conspiracy theory ideation that brought you into this and you haven't left that mindset, you haven't switched over to the empirical mindset that's required to observe reality, measure and deduce it as it is, you're still stuck on feeding off of this nonsense train, you're probably not going to advance. You're probably not going to pick up and casually read mainstream physics and chemistry textbooks. You're probably not going to read literature pertaining to surveying and geology, because you're going to think that all of this scientism is bad, and you're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say that's the end of it, because you might think that flat Earth, your observable empirical reality, operates under a completely set of different physical principles than the actual laws of nature on which flat Earth is understood. You might be open to an idea of some mysticism, and along with that, some asceticism. You're going to think that there's a lot more to this, and in fact, there may be, but the fact of the matter is, flat Earth is a physical existence. It is objective, and it will continue on after you're dead. And most of these discoveries in what are called scientific fields today are completely legitimate. I'd go so far as to say that 99% of things that humans figured out and developed up until about the 1920s is pretty good, pretty well intact. But in the community, there's an aversion. The perception is that mainstream scientific claims cannot be trusted. And this claim is done without individually and objectively evaluating those claims. It's all thrown out. Just nope, can't trust it. It's all scientism. I think a more careful examination is required. You know what? Maybe math and science isn't for you. Maybe you're just not really too interested in this, and that's fine. Doesn't mean you can't speak about flat Earth or you can't defend your point of view on flat Earth. You can still go do that. You're just going to go about it in a different way. There are plenty of people in this community who are extremely artistically inclined, visually inclined. And I think that's a very important trait to have. Being able to see the world and think about the world consistently and congruently with each other is really the whole point of what we're here for, is to help people to process their environment, their visual environment, so that they're no longer shoving their sensory input through a filter of perception that somebody else constructed for them to believe in. I think artists do a really good job at doing this. It's separating the left and the right hemispheres and understanding when the left side of the brain takes over versus the right side of the brain takes over, as they're drawing and depicting things, as they're conjuring images in their mind or looking at the real world and drawing from still life. The well-practiced artist is really good at objectifying things properly. And I think that's a very valuable talent to have in this field. And you can talk about flat Earth in these ways too. You don't have to talk about Newton versus Einstein versus Maxwell versus whatever the hell. Like, you can just discuss the beauty of the natural world around you and how you see. Learning to draw with perspective. I mean, my goodness, how many people do we talk to that come in through these halls, and we try to describe in plain, simple terms how you see, and they have a problem with visual perception of perspective. You say, yeah, everything in your field of view appears to converge at a vanishing point. There's a vanishing line of a horizon separating Earth and sky. But things converge to a point, and that point is no bigger than 0.02 degrees on average for many people. Anything smaller than that cannot be resolvable. It doesn't mean you can't see the light. But this is why we can't see forever. And you can add on top of that all the conditions of the natural world, the air that you're breathing, nitrogen and oxygen and other things, water molecules, dust, dirt, particulates, pollution, dynamic systems of pressure mediation, high to low.
Yeah, dude, I was listening a little bit ago, like with the conspiracy theories, really on the globe side. They've done things to silence minorities, silence dissent. They turned the topic about people, try to shift it that there's something wrong with the flat earther rather than the topic itself.
There's always that uncomfortable notion in their minds that the flat earther could be right. Our modern world is technologically advanced beyond recognition from every era that we have in recorded history, bearing no resemblance at all. And just like how dependent we are on electricity in modern infrastructure, If the power were to go out for 2 weeks where you live, all the food gets spoiled in these supermarkets. No more deliveries. Medicines that require refrigeration spoil. Your toilet stops flushing. Your water stops pumping. What do you do? Could be wintertime. It could get to 0 degrees or below outside very quickly at night. What do you do? Do you live in a neighborhood? Everybody else is in the same condition. What do you do? Who do you trust? You know, people 100 years ago were in a much better position to handle this than we are today, that's for sure. As you go back further and further, people are better and better equipped to handle this baselining.
Yeah, the book written about it was called like X. I can't remember, like 7 Meals to Anarchy. They're saying now it's like half a meal, like maybe not even.
Yeah.
They said
Oh
people
gosh,
back.
if you live in Europe, yeah.
Oh yeah, people back then had some kind of steady, way. They had their canned, preservatives. They had their a garden. They had well water. There's some little things here and there. So I think the book was called 7 Meals, but yeah, now it's like not even. I mean, people are so hopelessly dependent on the system, a system that doesn't care about them, and
Right.
the system could just as easily revoke all privileges without any appeal, and they would rather go online and screech about what flat earthers say in our own spaces, not bothering anyone else. See, my take is that they are trying to find some control. They're totally being controlled from the moment they wake up, the moment they open their eyes, to the moment they close them. So they think, if I can, exfluminate, I have some control in the world.
Another theme is emerging. The primary theme being people confusing the map for the territory. People are confusing too system users from system builders, right? So, hey, flat earther, what about all the pilots? What about all the astronomers? What about all the Windows users? Don't they know how to code an operating system? Does a pilot necessarily know how the map was developed?
How's everyone doing this morning?
Pretty good, man. Just driving around town.
Keeping it real.
Ah, man. You see any curvature?
No.
I stopped looking.
That's fair.
Apparently, you have to go all the way to outer space to see it. And no one's done so for over 60 years. In the 1960s, some people did something because God picked America to win the space race, because apparently God loves capitalism. And then the space age abruptly ends in 1972 and never again. But going to Mars is no problem, apparently, if you believe their story. So we'll see how that shakes out.
We'll see here pretty soon. They're supposed to circle around the moon or something. Orbit around. I'm starting to think that they didn't think NASA was going to go this far. I think it was all just propped up, and then eventually it was just a lie after a lie after a lie, and they can't go back now. I don't think it was meant to be this big. The globe
I'm with
theory.
you there, dude. I've been thinking the same thing for years now. Yep, they've just doubled down. They had no way to back out of this. And the only way out of it is to just slam on the gas pedal. We're stuck with this until like America dissolves or something.
Yep. I think they're fucked.
So in that regard, right, like the UK was pretty smart. They never endeavored to put people on the moon. Russia pretended to want to put people on the moon, but they were careful. They were smart too, to an extent. It's almost like they trolled us, like the Russians trolled Americans to go the extra mile. And we took the bait and we ran with it. And we're like, oh shit.
Yeah, bro, there's no going back. They've already lied and said that they went to the moon. I mean, you had the president involved at that time as well. So there's no going back. Like we all know, well, some of us know that we didn't go to the moon, but
Yeah, the
there's no
moon
going.
topic, you don't need flat Earth for that. That's probably one of the best things about that. Like the moon mission, that right there was called out at the time. When it happened, people are like, this is some of the biggest bullshit I've ever seen. Who's going to fall for that? I mean,
I know people personally.
Yeah, atheists took it to court. Took them to court. Said, hey, how about you prove some of this stuff? And they refused to give proof. They just kept playing legal trickery rather than present the proof in the court of law. So when people look at this, they're like, hey, how about what happened then? When did it switch? When did like about half of Russians and 30% of millennials or whatever start thinking it was always that way? It's always been about 30% who absolutely believed it because of political reasons, about another 30% who really didn't know for sure, like didn't care, and about 40% who were like, absolutely not. That is the most fakest, dumb shit they've ever tried to pull yet.
What amazes me is there are people who do not believe in the moon landing. They think it's all BS, along with other things, but they can't grasp flat Earth when we have proof. It's amazing to me because they're like, why would they lie to us? I mean, we clearly see they lied about this. Doesn't matter how big or small.
That's that Bart Sabel. That Bart Sabel, one of the guys who's very active on YouTube, making astronauts gone wild. Something funny happened on the moon. He hates flat earthers, like really hates flat earthers. Says that flat earthers are CIA without exception. Every single one of them, all flat earthers are CIA. So yeah, it's really interesting when you see people like that, because what he'll do is a flat earther will use some of his content. He'll report the channel for violations, copyright. Then if the clip doesn't get taken down, then he'll say, haha, CIA. If the clip does get taken down, he'll say, haha, CIA.
Once you go flat, man, you never go back. I don't ever see myself believing in the globe. It's just, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
It
it is
doesn't make
interesting when you get some of the people who do go back and you ask them, well, what was it that convinced you? What got you to go flat Earth and what got you to go back to the globe? They can never explain it. They can never say, "Oh yeah, I saw this evidence of a flat Earth, and now I saw this evidence of a globe." It's always like some sort of like performative art piece about people. Like we had this guy called Ranty. He has like, you know, used to do long distance photography all the time, and suddenly out of the blue, this other guy he didn't like to begin with, called Bev, did his own long distance photography, and the guy's like, "That's a globe." And then he named himself Flurspective, so that everyone started calling him Flurf. And he gets pissed about that, and they laugh anyway because they're like, "Hey, once a Flurf, always a Flurf." So then he goes on to cover some sort of meninism, sort of like he thinks that men are being treated unfairly in society, like a male rights activist. At that point, hey, globalists have him. Take this guy. He's too retarded for this topic.
If there was one thing, and I know I'm reaching, but if there was one thing that would convince you that we're on a globe, what do you think it would be? One thing.
Proof of curvature. An observation, a measurement, something showing the Earth is curved. Even smallest amount. Even if they say, hey, we were wrong about 39.59, it's like, 68.58 or whatever. Some level of curvature or motion. That'd be another good one too. Say, hey, you can't detect curvature because of XY reasons, refraction or something. The optical, the atmosphere just constantly distorts your vision to make it always appear flat. Your eye converts the information or whatever. But here is proof of rotation, axial rotation.
Yeah, that'd be very strong evidence for me too. If somebody could set a gyro somewhere, in fact, I'd request several gyros to be set up at specific locations and then film them, watch them all, and see what they do over the course of 24 hours.
That's why we say thanks, Bob. Bob
Yeah.
Nodell. He set up he did the gyro experiment and was able to manipulate local variables to get independent results. He got from like 2 degrees of rotation to like 30 degrees. And even if you take his data and like do weighted averages and all kinds of happy horse shit, it doesn't even get close to 15.04. Not even close. Even with like a margin of error, just like say, hey, we're just going to bake in the margin of error, use weighted averages. It's like one of the funny things where the globalists thought they had won because they got a little bit of a soundbite, out of context soundbite, and they thought, oh, here it is. So he finally drops the data, and people run the numbers. At the best, at the very best, if you give all the charity to the globe side, the flat earthers set it up wrong. The flat earther didn't use weighted averages. The flat earther didn't wait for it to warm up. Everything. Their best sample size got to like 14.2 degrees per hour. Even with the margin of error of the device, it's not even there. It's not to the 15.04 they would need. So it falsified axial rotation because your Earth would have to maintain a 15.04 axial rotation continuously nonstop. It can't
That's right.
slow up and speed down. It's got to be 15.04 or nothing at all. Any other result is a falsification.
And you're going to have to set up, I think, different gyros at different points on Earth because that 15.04 degrees is going to be divided amongst the different axes of the gyroscope. So, for example, if you set one up at the equator and Earth is a globe, then it's only going to rotate in one axis. If you set one up at the North Pole, it's going to rotate on another axis. But if you set it up at like 45 degrees north latitude, it's going to have to rotate across 3 axes. You're going to need pitch, roll, and yaw. You're going to be able to monitor this. And if you set up gyroscopes at different locations, initialize them all at the same time, and then go, you should be able to see that the gyroscopes are maintaining rigidity in space relative to the housing that's rotating around them along these different axes that accords with a rotation at different points on the surface of a spinning globe. And something like this seems rather trivial here in the 21st century, and it's never been done. If these optical gyros indeed behave the way that they're claimed, then show us that, then use them.
Maybe
Oh,
it
but you
was
see,
done.
the sensors are a bit noisy, they say. What, DJ?
I said maybe it was done. It didn't work out. The
Yeah,
results didn't come in.
yeah, and they're like, oh shit, we better pretend like this never happened. That's an interesting take. Like, maybe it was done, and that's why we haven't heard about it.
You know what else has probably been done like 100,000 times more than what we've gone out and done is measuring over long distance with high end optics and infrared and stuff like that. I bet people have gone out extensively, especially anti flat earthers, and tried to do long distance observations and then not release the results because they're not going to help their case at all. Because there's no way that flat earthers could have this many published observations and the globe earthers have fuck all.
Yeah, that's a good point. It brings to mind something I've been talking about recently, the Sophia telescope. For those that don't know, there was an exact replica of the Hubble Space Telescope that was put inside a modified 747 jet, and it was flown around the Earth. This program was decommissioned recently within the last few years. This telescope had, amongst other features, high-end infrared optics, and they claim to have done horizon studies with it. Isn't that interesting? Imagine if Jay Tolan had access to something like this. So I'm like, great, show me some of the footage. Where can I go on NASA's website to retrieve all the footage that Sophia took of these long distance infrared horizon zooms? And guess what? The footage has been taken down. The databases are not for public use anymore. Apparently, they were up at one point, maybe before Flat Earth was popular. I don't know. But NASA acknowledges that they took the databases offline and they're not for the public anymore. Isn't that something? That's something. There we go. Thank you, old dude, for posting a picture. About the best we have are P900s taken on airplanes. But it's enough. Man, imagine that thing. Holy crap. Like, it's a lens the size of a car, an aperture the size of a basketball. Right, I have to step away for a bit. I'll be back online in a few.
All right, sounds good.
What a time to be alive, man. So without all this technology back then, people would just have to take NASA's word.
No, not at all. Yeah, the people at the time, right now, don't take government's word for it. I mean,
How
people, yeah. So people say like, "Oh, government said something," but yeah, even the 1960s, with all the technology and whatnot, people called out. Like I said, the American Atheist Association, ran by Madeleine O'Hare, said, "Let's see the evidence that you went to the moon." Took him to court. Took him to a court of law. Sued NASA for the evidence for they went to the moon. And instead of presenting the evidence, having the astronauts testify in court, they played legal trickery to move the case to court, till they eventually got some yes men judge to dismiss it on jurisdictional grounds. And still to this day, you can't give the evidence they went to the moon. The director, the last director of Roscosmos, I can't, like, Dmitry whatever something Medvedev, he was outgoing. He's on state media. Like it or not, Russia has state media. He's on state media, and one of the interviewers said, "Hey, after your 15 something years, better part of almost a decade and a half of running the world's best space program, all the propaganda, laying it thick, what do you want all the little boys and girls to know? What's the biggest takeaway?" He said, "Well, all the little boys and girls, I want you to know that America never landed on the moon. There's no evidence they did so." That's on state TV. It wasn't like some sort of outlet where someone would say, "Oh, it was a shock jock. It was a parody skit. It was just being silly or something like that. He was trolling." No, this was state-run TV. His propagandized exit interview about how great the Russian space program is. His number one takeaway to tell all the little boys and girls at home watching: America never landed on the moon. There's
Ah,
no proof they did so.
yes, it was proved by the Soviet Union. Well, they tested this because it could be and fake from America. And so he watching with their satellites, your satellite, Sputnik, and so on, and watch at it. And yes, he was proving it because if this was not real, they can say to the Americans, that's not real. And that's a very big, yes, I don't know my words at the time, but the Russian, or because the Soviet Union proved it, and that's real.
You ever figure out what will change now? What's going to happen if they fake it again?
Nothing.
Yeah, same. You got a whole night to think about it. If there's no change and no effect, what do they call that in science? You thinking about it? you conduct an experiment. You have a hypothesis and a null hypothesis. And the result ends up being no change at all. No effect. What's that called? Did I lose you? Did you run off or what? I almost like been conditioned to hear the Don DeMarco after that.
Emotional damage.
It is okay to get triggered, but it is not okay to stay triggered.